I can't believe we're finally releasing the 5-hour cut.
Damn.
5-hour cut is real.
3 years later.
The 5-hour cut doesn't exist.
The 5-hour cut.
The 5-hour cut. That was so... Man, that was so long ago. Okay. It should be up.
I'm pressing F5 still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is
There we go.
We're streamed. Oh,
YouTube is certainly doing things.
Yeah.
But
it should be
oh,
up.
gee, look at that. I have Immolant. I just searched Immolant and it's right there.
Yeah. Where's my printed Immolant? Oh god, it's somewhere in one of these where is it? Where's the drawer? I can't see anything.
I still haven't I've got like a paper printed copy, but I haven't bound a copy of Immolant yet because I haven't decided what it's going in with.
Wait a minute, I found a lot of papers.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, just a second. Oh, this was the script for the non-existent 5-hour cut, where that's redacted. There it is, with all of the notes. Still here. Okay.
Is that what we're going off, or we're going off slightly more modern interpretations?
We'll probably need modern interpretations. Though not much has changed, honestly, for real, though.
Well, the difference is that now we can be like, well, we were right, actually.
Yes, because
Yeah.
when we first recorded this, that was before Cyrus thing was actually revealed. And we were
Yep.
like,
And we were trying to
this
prove
is our
it.
proof. We
Yeah.
came prepared with all of the sources. We had so many sources.
We had 5 hours.
Yeah? It doesn't exist, remember.
Does-
5-hour
yeah,
cut
right.
doesn't exist.
The 5-hour cut exists, it's just not going to be released.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is a little bit outdated right now because of the
Mhm.
like obviously like we didn't know a lot of stuff that I mean we did know because we were right.
Paid attention.
But just as I load into expert glassway, oh no, Tufts. It's okay, Tufts. If you're watching this later, it'll take a while for us to get to Zebu. So
This is the 5-hour. There is no 5-hour cut.
there is no fucking 5-hour cut. Okay, this. Yes, Immolant is going to be happening soon. I am going to be cooked alive. It's very hot. I am simulating being in the lighthouse right now. Yes,
A simulation?
yes. I do have a fan though, so I probably won't faint, but I don't know if
You may be permitted to take the Vance hoodie off at some point. It is allowed.
We'll see. Well, actually, it'll be better when it gets a little bit darker. We're cooking Belle for real. No, please. Stop
I mean,
trying
I
to
don't-
eat.
I don't know if you saw it, but Serena was like going to eat you earlier.
Yeah, I saw. I couldn't find. I did see.
One big thing I will say, I'm waving my hands like you can see me. One big thing I will say, there is no way we are not going to talk about this week.
Oh yes, if you haven't played.
If you haven't played this week, close the stream now.
Yeah, because as you said to us earlier in our private chat,
We have
We have-
certainly picked a week.
we didn't know what was going to happen this week. So
Yeah.
but we're like, you know what, this is a good time to take a break from gaming.
I mean,
and
we
actually
had
do this.
guesses, but you know.
Yeah, we had guesses, but just thinking about Immolant
It
last
wasn't
night and how it
intentional.
sets up everything post arrivals. Literally,
It sure does.
literally.
And beyond.
It was like
Yeah.
so like everything like a lot of the stuff that ended with arrivals was like that ended like a little piece of the story, and then the new piece of the story started with Beyond Light and with Immolant.
Mm-hmm.
Immolant.
Everything was set up here. Literally everything. We'll mention all of the little details that were like that were like foreshadowing like years of content.
Yeah, like genuinely, and like we said this at the time.
You don't mind spoiler. You didn't play this week. You didn't. Okay, don't mind spoilers. Were the tones? The tones were not mentioned. The tones were not mentioned
No,
directly.
it's things about Saint.
Yes. Saint and Osiris have gone through a situation. Let's put it that way, and it's very concerning. And now we're gonna have to wait 3 weeks to continue playing the story because acts, as we've all learned, exist, and acts in stories are like pieces of stories that are separated.
Are you
Usually with some
suggesting-
sort of a break, like when you like watch acts in a play, there's like a break in between, or like an opera
Are you
or something.
suggesting that like intervals occur
Yes.
between
Intervals
acts
do
where
be
there may be
occurring.
3 of them? So there may be a beginning of a story, which is an introduction and a scene setting, a middle, which is where the action takes place, and an
Yeah.
ending where there is a conclusion.
What?
Wow, it's almost
I know
like it's
this is-
telling a story.
And then
I know this is very difficult for people to understand. It's okay, Bife. You can say it yourself. Like, I know it's very hard for you.
But like yes, Destiny players have learned. I mean, they didn't learn. That's the problem. They didn't learn what
No,
acts
they
are.
didn't.
So they started playing the story, and then the story was like, okay, Act 1 is done. Now we're gonna take a little break, so like you can like stew on a cliffhanger. And people were like, "What the fuck is this? I don't understand."
I need to introduce these people to theater.
Yes, they need to be introduced to theater.
Actually, no, I
narrative.
do that.
To books.
I think the answer is just like
Um,
narratives in general.
I love middle
God,
school
yeah.
English class. I was like, I'm baffled. I mean, obviously we didn't know there's gonna be like 3 weeks, like 3 weeks of story, 3 weeks of no story. But like, because of acts, we knew there's gonna be like some sort of a separation
Yeah.
between the acts, like something is gonna happen in between. And people were surprised, apparently, and very angry. So just check the Twids. We got some interesting news about Iron Banner, like lore news.
Yeah, if it's not low, we don't care.
Yeah, we'll see. But the
Yeah.
modes and weapons later, which will have to be translated for us, or at least for some of us, because
I can understand modes if there's an objective involved.
yes, obviously, we love objectives.
Mm-hmm.
My brain needs to be engaged with an objective. I need to have like an objective
Yeah.
marker and like go here,
our
stand on
objective
plate.
Our objective today is talk about Immolant. We should probably do that.
Yes, Kostov is getting touched as well since Trial Sweat Bell cares about that. That is good news because Kostov was.
No, leave Kostov alone,
I hopefully only in PvP because like I don't want
Baby
PvE
boy.
to be messed with.
baby boy.
But in PvP it was truly something else to be.
Hey, yeah.
I know. I've been using it in Gambit. It's great.
Yeah, it's
Alex and I were in Crucible yesterday, and we just kept getting wiped out by Kvastov users. Like everyone is
Yeah.
using it. I'm like,
I know,
I
Yeah.
don't
so
even
you
have
use it back. You use it
yeah.
don't
back.
Everyone
have
it's like
it.
6. Oh yeah, right. It takes a long time to get as well, which is PvE will be unchanged. But there are PvP changes. Excellent. That's good to hear.
I am the worship glyph. That is what I am doing with my
I
hands.
am
You
the-
can't see me, but
I
it
am
is what
the
I am doing with my
grief.
hands.
Glyph. I am the grief. Explicitly stated they did not want PvE to be touched. Okay, that's good because
It is
I
joyful
like,
in PvE.
I do
It
like
is
like
so much
adjustments
fun.
for PvP, but I don't want them to be at expense of PvE because I play more PvE than I play PvP. Surprisingly, if anyone believes me, love my bullying gun. It really is bullying, especially when there's like 3 people, and they also have the speaker mask, and they're all healing, and you are not healing, and then they.
She was in trials last weekend. Ignore her.
Help me.
Wounds 1.
Help me. But yes, we should.
Okay, do we want a scene set?
Yes, we should set to the scene. Oh yeah, because obviously Trials Georg. Speaker Master is also being touched. Excellent.
No.
Hopefully again only in PvP because it's a little bit absurd. It'll still be helpful though.
Yeah.
But yes, so last time, which was at some point in the past,
It was before Salvation's Edge.
it was before Salvation. It was before Pantheon. Or
Yeah.
in the middle of Pantheon. I know that
It
we
was in the
we
middle of
couldn't-
Pantheon,
It was
yeah.
in the middle of Pantheons. Like when we went up to week 4, we're like, I can't focus on reading lore right now. I need to get by Godslayer. And we were reading Duress and Egress, and we were doing the arrivals the quests. Or we're also reading the quests line because there's like lore in the quests steps. And before that, we read the one book per season of Shadowkeep year, which meant aspect first, which, wow, relevant, sort of, a little bit.
Is it?
It is.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
It's Maya, guys. It's Maya. Okay,
Yeah,
like
it has to be Maya.
it's Vex Maya. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, like conductor. Like,
Yeah. And then we read Constellations, which was about the speakers. We also read What Gives Me Pause because that was relevant for the next week, which was Charles Tribulations, and then it was Juris and Egress, and then we finished on that, and we were like, next is Immolant, because that's what's chronologically next. Immolant was a web lore, and people were like, nobody reads that because nobody knows that it exists. Help.
except
Yeah.
people did know that they exist. They read
Yeah.
all the other ones.
Yes, exactly. Everybody read all of the other lore, but Immolant was kind of like flown under the radar. It is possible that it was because Beyond Light just released, and like it released pretty much at the same time, because it had to set up the week before Hunt
Yeah.
because of what happens in Hunt, as in we save Osiris from the moon. We save Osiris from the moon, except it's not Osiris, and for that we need to know what happens in Immolant. And that's why it was like a delayed, like it was deliberately delayed, like between Beyond Light and Hunt. It was a week, and in that week they released Immolant in 2 parts. It is it's a lot. It's a lot of text. And
are we also going to do Vanguard comms?
maybe.
I think we should make people listen to them.
Yeah, maybe towards like at the end or like at some point separate, because so when they released Immolant, they were also like that week they were releasing every day comms in Zavala's office, because Zavala's office was like newly opened, and they were releasing communications from Osiris that were basically a summary of Immolant, like a very, very quick kind of like 30-second comms from Osiris like to Zavala, because again in Immolant Zavala tells him report what you discover, and those reports were actually you could listen to them in the office, and so like if you didn't read Immolant, you could have at least gotten that from like you would have gotten like a little bit of information from the actual in-game voice lines, which people also missed. I don't know why, how, but people didn't go there. They didn't click. They don't explore. They don't engage, I guess. I'm not sure if they were like highlighted on the map or something. They may not
listen,
have been.
I started playing a week, like not even a week before Beyond Light dropped, and I listened to those things. I knew they were there.
Yeah. So just people kind of like didn't pay attention, and like nobody told them either, I guess. So lore tubers tell people to go listen to messages in Zavala's office or something. I don't know. But yes, so so Immolant was delivered like kind of like very shortened in those messages, and then you could read the whole thing on the website. The parts were released in I think 3 days, between 3 days. So like first was November 13th, and then the second was November 16th, I believe. Didn't give any loot, so why would we care? Literally. The messages were really cool. Just kind of like from Osiris to Zavala. Some of them really strange.
just a teensy bit. It's
like Zavala,
okay.
hey, tells my husband, you know what? Never mind. I'll tell him myself.
Yeah.
Okay. And Zavala, like,
we're
all
not
right.
exaggerating. Like
that is an actual line. No, he didn't say my husband, but he said tell Saint, and then
he says tell Saint, and then no, never mind. I'll tell him myself.
Yeah, and
it's like okay.
And people were like, that's not gay at all. So the whole thing was like kind of it was preparation for what's gonna happen after all of the stuff with arrivals, basically. Like they wanted to kind of give Osiris, we'll read it momentarily, but like it's kind of like the setup is Osiris goes to Zavala and is like, we need to investigate what happened, like with the planets being gone. Like we need to know what actually occurred.
Is it
So
worth doing Tomb Raider?
possible. Yeah, actually, yeah, possible. Possibly. Where
Because we could do that one first.
is where's my tab? There it is. Where are my tabs?
I mean, I basically know this one by heart, so
Yeah. It's
I can just recite it for you.
it's this was for festival. So this was in Arrival. This was for Festival with Lost. With incredible name. And also the wrap speed.
It's really
It's
bad.
so
It's
good.
really bad.
Yeah.
I love
It's
it.
so good.
And this was kind of like a little bit of a setup, also gay.
Love 'em.
But like how basically how Osiris was upsetty spaghetti about what's going to happen if the pyramids, like, because we didn't know what the pyramids are going to do, and he was being very upset, stressed. Yes.
To be fair, he was kind of the only one who's seen the aside from Elsie.
True.
Elsie was having her
Mhm.
moment.
True.
He was like the only one who had seen what happens.
Yeah.
If
If-
with the
yeah.
pyramids.
If the
What
Black
with the
Fleet
simulation.
wins,
Or like a
essentially.
potential anyway.
Yeah. But like some,
Yeah.
like he saw bad stuff in the future.
He saw the horrors.
He saw the horrors, so he was like, when the pyramids landed on all the planets, he was kind of like, that sucks real bad. Probably didn't say it in those words, but
Mm-hmm.
that's the gist of it. And it did suck real bad because the planets go yoinked. Except that at this point they didn't know. Finn, if you want to, since you can recite it.
Osiris pushed past a strand of decorative cobwebs as he entered the hangar. Saint 14 was crouched beside an old sparrow, busily wrapping it with a long bandage. This sparrow will be terrifying, Saint 14 said proudly, but stopped when he saw the expression on Osiris's face. Bad news? Osiris perched himself nervously on the edge of the workbench. Their plan is to evacuate the threatened planets, he said. To flee, concerned slaked by only the raw hope that the pyramids will not pursue. If they do, what we have lost already is little compared to what we are about to lose. Without thinking, Osiris pulled off his gloves. Freed of the metal gauntlets, his hands looked old. He wrung them together, his fingers worrying at the edges of his ragged nails. If the darkness is able to claim Mars, if they take Mercury... Quiet your mouth, commanded Saint 14, and Osiris did. Saint 14 stood and then moved toward Osiris in 2 enormous strides. He grasped the warlock by his shoulders and lifted him to his feet. He took Osiris's hand in his own and wordlessly filled it with triangular orange candies. Osiris obediently placed a few in his mouth and chewed silently. After a while, he spoke. These are terrible, he said. There was gratitude in his voice. Yes, replied Saint 14. Have some more. So.
Help me.
Wah.
So people read that in Arrivals and were like, how do we know
Nah.
they're gay? I'm
Yeah.
like, what the
Brothers.
what do you mean?
Like,
What do you
just brothers.
Yeah,
So-
literally gay people. The way, like, all the little details of, like,
Yeah.
first Osiris perched. He
Yeah. He is bored.
is bored.
Yeah.
And then, like, obviously, like, he's just really fucking upset. Like, he's just like, we're gonna lose a lot more. And then, why did they take Mars? Why did they take Mercury? And then, obviously, Saint is like, just shut up.
Yep. And also the hand wringing.
Yeah.
We saw him do that this week.
Yes.
Yep.
Like, we saw
Yep.
him do it.
Mm-hmm. It's like a very, like,
It's
specific.
a little, it's a little thing, but it's like,
It's
it is what he does.
it's
Yeah.
like, because specifically here it's in the context of him being like anxious, upset,
Yeah.
and he was also anxious and upset this week for very obvious reasons. You'll see if you haven't seen. We're probably not gonna like go into full details if you. So you'll still have something to look forward to, but it's not good.
Look forward to.
Yeah, I say look forward to. Yeah, Saint was like, well, shut up, and Osiris does shut up, which is very impressive.
Like, he never does this. He never stops
never does.
talking, so.
Yeah, for anyone except for Saint. And obviously eats the candy.
Which
the-
is, for the record, for anyone who's not had any, it is dreadful.
Candy corn.
It's so bad.
That's Saint's favorite for some reason, and he fills the ship. He fills Osiris' ship with a lot of them, which we will see.
Mhm.
And then he eats them, and he's like, they're really bad, but like again, there was gratitude in his voice, which means that like, even though it's bad, like Saint gave it to him, so like um, candy corn slime. There's an American on not accept candy corn slime. Well, listen, Saint loves them. Those Saint's food taste
Saint-
abilities.
Yeah, he's
I'm not sure if he has much of that. Candy corn tastes like a headache. Help
yeah.
me.
It tastes like eating wax, and that's exactly the problem. Why would you? We're not getting into
Listen,
this.
Saint is excused. He can love it. He can love whatever he wants, and like
Yeah,
Osiris is
He-
clearly
he
fine.
can't cook for shit.
Yeah, he can't
but he
cook.
tries.
He can't taste if it's burnt, which is really funny. Because
Yeah.
like in Pigeon the Phoenix, when Osiris is like, does this taste burnt to you? And Saint is like, nope,
No, it's
Totally
fine.
fine.
It's like, okay.
I guess. I'm not questioning your reality. Yeah.
Killing you with knives.
Obediently placed a few in his mouth. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's like Saint's just like, eat this terrible candy. And it's like, I guess I have no other choice.
And like he's grounding him, right? Like this is
Yeah.
This is Saint pulling Osiris out of an anxiety spiral.
Yeah, it is. That's what he always does, like with food, with like touch and stuff. It's always
Yeah.
the same.
Like he walks over to him and he like physically grabs him and is like settle down kind of thing, but not in
Yeah.
a like, oh, stop panicking. He's just like, he is grounding him. That's
Yeah.
what he does.
Yeah, it's really good.
We see him do it across like every lore tablet they're in together.
Yeah, they'll do it in Immolant. We can't wait to get there. I'm crying right now. Yeah. So that happened. So like Osiris was clearly very, very upset, and then we go into Immolant, in which he decides that he's going to be the one to investigate what happened. If they obviously can, because like they didn't know if anyone would ever know, like what happened. But Osiris was like, we need to like at least take a look and see what's going on. And there are some concerning situations happening. So this so are we gonna do, I guess, parts, because the first is like 3. Yeah, and then I guess like by number, and then chapters.
Yeah, do it in parts. Yeah.
Yeah, so that we can like.
Because then we can go back over it.
Yeah, they're not like parts themselves.
Because otherwise we're going to be going line by line.
Yeah, if we go by, we're not gonna leave any at any point during this week. It's gonna be like a stream marathon. Who wants to start?
Sounds like a you.
A me problem.
I'll start. I'll do 2.
Of
Sure.
course you will do 2. I would like to do 3 actually.
Also shocked.
Don't
course you would do
don't
3.
look into why.
I know why.
No.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Alright,
no.
fine. Let me have a swig of my brew and I'll do 1.
Okay. We are totally unpredictable. Nobody knows anything about what's going to happen. I do
No.
like the image. Can I open? Yes, big. Okay.
Belle just wants to stay lascivious, that's all.
What? Oh, God, it's that. I didn't even know that. I mean, I did know that, but like, is that in 3? Isn't that in? Oh no, yeah, it has to be in 3.
It's 3, yeah.
Damn. Well.
Yeah, Belle just wants to talk about lascivious tendrils.
No,
Alright. Wounds. 1. Commander Zavala stands behind his desk riddled with documents to greet Osiris. Through a cloud-covered shroud, the reforged traveler fills the office with a delicate glow. Osiris, I am glad to see you safe and with us again. Please, sit. Stress draws trenches in Zavala's face, battle lines between worry and hope, duty and friendship. between survival and annihilation. Osiris meets Zavala's eyes. They do not scream traitor, exile, heretic. Instead, they seek wisdom to confide in another who knows burden. This won't take long, Osiris states, remaining on his feet. Something is communicating across the forces of darkness. Do not let Aramis blind you to the other threats on our borders. His disquieting voice prickles. I can provide operational support for you, but that is all. The Vanguard's focus is on Europa. We won't abandon immediate threats to chase cryptic omens. Osiris scoffs in disbelief. Since when has the Vanguard been capable of only one task? He steps towards Zavala, thrusting a finger at him like a spear. How do you not see the tactical advantage of tapping into their communications? You know me better than that. We don't have resources to launch a system-wide investigation. I put my trust in Eris. Zavala inhales deeply. 57 Guardians did not return to the city, dead or otherwise unaccounted for. The consensus factions have their own agendas in the light of our losses, and frankly, I didn't expect to see you answer the call either. I came, and now you tell me there is no plan. Perhaps it would have served me better to... I won't be hounded by absentee Guardians and armchair tacticians. Zavala slowly places his hands on the desk, as if restraining himself from destroying it. The information you brought me is worth investigating. If you want to help, I will give you full authority to pursue this loose end. The city's archives and support systems are at your disposal, but I cannot allocate additional ships or manpower to your cause. Osiris nods, realizing he had no right to demand action. I apologize. Thank you. He motions toward the window's reinforced glass. The Traveler's reforging was a sight to behold. His words have a faint reverence to them. Zavala turns away from the Traveler's pale light, his face dimmed. Indeed, I wish it was more than just that. These events were beyond us all, Zavala. I should have seen it. I just want to correct my error. I'll help you where I can, Osiris. Remain in contact, and if it is dire, I will point every gun at whatever fiend you uncover.
Interesting.
Man!
This was like kind of, I mean, not really the beginning of the Zavala stuff, but it was like one of the bigger points.
Yeah.
Because we see Zavala like kind of in a fairly private interaction
Mm-hmm.
with someone who is like a fellow, like, you know, who knows.
Someone who gets it.
Yeah,
gets
someone
the
who gets it.
responsibility, yeah.
Because because Osiris was Vanguard leader. Though
or tried to be.
He wasn't doing it as Zavala did. Let's just put it that way. But like, you know, it's a little bit different when you talk to someone who's been there. And especially since this is after the Yoinkening, so the Yoinkening has happened. They like immediately tell us that because the Reforged Traveler, so that's like after the Traveler reforged at the end of Arrivals. Which is like a really good because that point is like right at the beginning, so you immediately know when this is happening. Like this was happening at the time when it was released. It was like in real time essentially, which is really good. We do like our timelines, even if they're not like all that big.
I mean, the nice thing about this one is that it's kind of like it takes place in a very specific period of time.
Yeah.
Like there's like a week. This is a week.
All this happens within like both parts happen within a week. It's a very narrow like time frame, which is really good because generally we don't get that sort of thing, which is why Immolant is really cool because we have exact time frames. Yeah, the Yoinkening, Ituft.
It's also very interesting that we've got like because this is while Beyond Light is happening. Like the Guardian is on Europa.
Yeah.
Like the Vanguard's eyes are on Europa. Like the reason like. It's not Zavala being like, oh, shut up, Osiris. Like, he's like...
Yeah.
Like, everything is going to shit on Europa.
Mm-hmm.
Stasis is happening.
Yeah.
Like, you know, probably, like, the day after this is when Zavala shows up on Europa and is like, I am a disappointed dad again.
Yeah, I got so scared when he showed up in the camp.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, that is
There are some very good voice lines if you stay around when he's there.
And they're really good.
But they're like, and they kind of touch on like how stressed he is, especially the Titan one.
Mm-hmm.
But like that is very much like that very small period of time. So it's not that the Vanguard's like not like just like ignoring him.
Yeah.
It's that like there is a much bigger specific threat on the horizon.
Yeah. It's a very specific thing with like the Vanguard focuses on Europa, right? And then like because Zavala explains like we can't abandon immediate threats because of cryptic omens. Obviously there are cryptic omens, but like what Osiris wants to pursue is a little bit different. Let's put it that way. It's a little bit different. Like he wants to investigate. He wants like kind of invest in future threats, and they can't afford that. Which is
Yeah.
why Osiris is his usual self.
Having a little bit of a strop.
Yeah, just a little bit, and he's like, well, Snake, when you only like do only one task, right? And like, kind of has a point, but also like it's different. It's a little bit different
Yeah.
right now because of the stasis stuff, and like a lot of changes are going on, like are happening. So it's a
Yeah.
little bit
I
different.
put my trust in Ares. 57 Guardians did not return to the city.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff. And also like I noticed this. I didn't notice that before. Well, like obviously like back in the day, but like the consensus factions have their own agendas in light of our losses. That's just leading into Splicer. Like
Yep.
Splicer happens several months after this. It's again one of the like seeding like the little pieces of plots that are gonna be happening.
Yeah. Things don't happen out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. And like this is like a little bit of a kind of, hey, you know, the factions, they're doing some stuff that is not good, and like they have their own agendas, and then they will obviously spiral out of control with the presence of Savathun. Because probably without her, not probably, we know that without her it wouldn't have been the same. Like things wouldn't have happened the same.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yeah, like Osiris knows like something is communicating across the forces of darkness. I think this is both like hints about Zevo, obviously, but probably also like going further than that, right? Like
Yeah.
it's kind of like there's something else, which at this point we don't know that it's the Witness. Obviously, we know there's the Black Fleet, but we don't know the full scope at this time. Stuffed with the heart emojis in front of the raptors. You can't do this for Savathun.
I mean, have you seen its icon? Like,
Yeah, I mean it's stuffed. Why am I surprised?
yeah.
And then obviously this bit is also very interesting to me because like Zavala kind of really puts his like hand down, literally, because like people are just constantly like questioning his orders and his like decisions, because everyone's like, oh my god, Zavala is like, you know, this, or Zavala is that, and like, no, he has a goal, and that goal is to protect people, and there's nothing else that goes above that. And like he doesn't dismiss Osiris as well. Like he's just like, well, it's worth investigating, but we can't help you right now. Like if you want to investigate this, you have like full authority to do this, but we can't send like. Also, this as well, like the city's archives and support systems are at your disposal, because I remember in Splicer, people were being like, oh my god, why are they so stupid? Why did they give Osiris access to like the archives and the stuff?
Smells like it came up earlier.
Yeah, and I was like, they're not like that happened before. Like they already like Zaval already approved that he has like he can use anything that he needs to investigate things, which obviously in Splicer he really needed to do that because we didn't know who is blocking the sun.
It's kind of important.
Yeah, and like there were Vex involvement, so like everyone was like, yeah, of course we're gonna ask Osiris, right? And which is why Sabaton was using that to do what she did. But like yeah, they already like approved his like access to information because like he is part of the Vanguard. Like whether they want it or not, like it doesn't really change anything. And they obviously lifted the exile, so
yeah. So that was the other thing I was gonna say is like it's basically Zavala welcoming him back. Like it's
yeah, it is.
You know, it was already kind of like nobody's gonna kick him out when he came back with Saint.
Yeah.
At the end of Pigeon the Phoenix, but like
it's, you know,
this is like Zavala being like, no, like for real.
Yeah, because as well, because like that was like an official decision of literally their government.
Yeah.
And their government is in shambles. Like half of it is like dead. The other half is like struggling. You know,
it was the consensus. It wasn't the Vanguard.
Yeah. So it was. You know, you can't just like have this guy that they officially exiled and be like, hey, you know, that he's just around now and he's helping us. Like, it would be more like people would be concerned, I think, reasonably, which they kind of are, because we've seen.
I am glad to see you safe and with us again.
Yeah. like Zavala is really, really glad. That also leads into why they put him. Well, why they put Sav, but like they thought it was Osiris as like a advisor for Zavala,
Hmm.
because Zavala really, really needed the help.
Yeah.
And like, who
Yep.
else to help than Osiris, who's just there? Like, he isn't doing anything else right now, so he can no longer disappear into the infinite forest. He can. They blocked him, so like, now he's here and now he can help. He can help the Vanguard, which he did want to. So Zavala was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. You can do your investigations.
Yeah. And also, like, if it is dire, I will point every gun at whatever fiend you uncover. Like,
Yeah.
he's saying, like,
Yeah.
hey, like, if something comes out of this, if you're right, like,
let us know.
you have my full support.
Yeah, like the moment you let us know, we're nuking it from orbit. Like, essentially, like we'll immediately support you in every way you need. Which is, I think Osiris should have remembered that a little bit more closely.
I think it was less a case of remembering and more a case
Yes,
of feeling the exile.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they will get
We
into
did touch on that.
They will get into that in Immolant
Yep.
specifically.
Yeah.
Which is why this is a really good piece for Osiris. Like, this is probably the best written thing for him.
Yeah.
Because it goes into his psyche, and also it's also why it's not a cutscene, because it's about his inner monologues and workings. So
Yep.
and then yeah, you can see here that Zavala is kind of struggling with the faith in the traveler. I wonder if that will ever come up again. I wonder if that'll ever come up again. Man, reading this after the whole thing is just wild.
It never hurts any less, Immolant. Like, somehow it always hurts more.
And you always find something else, like right now, because like obviously like we knew that like he had struggles with the traveler, but like now it has an even more big of an impact because of the final shape. Also, faint reverence Osiris for the traveler,
Yep.
because that like
Yep.
he's been trying to talk to the traveler for a long time.
Been sat there yelling at the damn thing.
Yep. Yep.
Old man yells at orb.
I literally. Old man yells at orb. And Sagira rates the orb. Pretty high rating.
She's so good. I love her so much.
She's the most ghost that ever existed. People being mad that it happened off screen, so annoying. Yeah. Sometimes there are things that are better expressed through writing. Literally, like I don't understand. Especially
Shut up,
like.
Tubbs.
For now,
Yes,
it is. For now, it is until we get to the end. Help me. I like that it's not if Osiris finds something, but when.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know.
Like he knows it's a threat. He just like
Yeah,
doesn't
they
have the
just
resources
can't-
to put into anything. He's like,
yeah, they can't focus on that right now. Basically,
Yeah.
like, it's just too nebulous. Number 2.
All right. Horticulture. A siren has long wept over Io, mourning the death of a once lively world. The life left sleeping lay deep in the cradle, awaiting a wish to waken the grove. On wings of flame and golden skein the phoenix settled to deliver, buried deep with flaming beak a seed to blossom and draw watchers hither. That's a pretty good one. That's pretty good. I mean, it could be a little less narcissistic, but you've only had decades to practice. Dagira pokes. It isn't finished. Osiris grumbles. Stop reading my private drive. Fractals of color scintillate and split across Osiris's jump ship as it slips through space toward Io. His mind is still taxed from his last visits. He remembers, camouflaged against the rushing atmospheric bands of Jupiter, how he drifted alongside its evergreen moon. He remembers the deep wedge that sunk between the two bodies, dividing them. The pyramid before him, lascivious tendrils of wildfire hue flowed from it like a grasping hand across the cradle, the image as clear as relived trauma. Io had been dwarfed against the black, angular pit seated in its atmosphere. His eyes could not leave it then. Even now, he feels himself falling into its gravity as they approach again. Have you sent it to Saint yet? Sagira filters into view. She brings him back to the present, soaring across space. No, I told you, it isn't finished. Have you told him you're writing poetry again? He's going to have so much to say about that. Enough. You don't need to be involved. He badgers me enough as it is. Osiris barks half-heartedly, his face softening as the words leave him. We have work to do. They lurch out of their jump. Jupiter's depth fills the canopy with pyrographic incandescence. Dozens of moons arc around the giant in careful, patient grooves, cut into space over millennia of gravitational friction. Io is not among them. Osiris checks and rechecks coordinates. Sagira assures him they are correct. They stare at the disparity together. The orbital readings of Sol's bodies are intact, gravity unaltered, but the system is gutted. 4 globes plucked from the skies. His eyes sink into the maw of eternal depth lurking in Io's place. An anomaly of darkness. Osiris stares as if looking into the pyre flames of a funeral. The corpse's uncanny familiarity. The stranger you half remember. There is only the gouge of Io's absence. A reckoning whispered and left.
Why does he talk like that?
There's normal things going on here.
He has like that this very specific phrasing.
You can always tell when it's Osiris POV.
Yeah, and it's like
Even if it's
what?
not explicit, you can
yeah,
always
yeah.
tell.
It's like what are you on, best? Like what is this about? Like what is happening? Like why is he describing
What's
this
on with you, man?
like some kind of he's like describing it like a like poetry, like a poet. It's like very, he can't just say things. He has to like make a thing out of it. It's very strange, but also horticulture.
What's culture bell?
That's gardening. He's
It's gardening. That's interesting.
he made a poem.
Growing things, planting
Yeah.
things, even.
Made a poem
Let's
about
not
gardening.
read into it. Why
It's-
would
it's-
we ever have to read into it?
So the poem is gardening because it's about him planting the seed on Io. He turned that into a poem. And obviously Sagira is like, well, it could be a little less narcissistic. Which is like
Because Sagira has never not taken the piss out of him, and it
she's-
delights me.
her favorite thing is roasting him.
It's
Essentially.
really good.
The ultimate theater kid, literally. She's like, I am stuck. She's a jock, and she's stuck with a theater kid, essentially. She's like, I can't believe this happened to me.
You picked him, bestie.
Yep. And like, what's happening here? Like, we tried. Obviously, like these two lines are self-explanatory because we know what they refer to. But what's who's the siren? A siren has long wept over Io. Mourning death. I guess the traveler, maybe. Like mourning the death of a once lovely, like the traveler kind of mourning what happened to Io in the collapse.
That's my interpretation of it. But again,
that's the only
like
thing.
it's the only one that makes sense.
Yeah.
But there could always be something else because
Yeah.
this is the thing with prophecy and with being like this about things.
Reading
Yep.
this now is very interesting. The cradle was recreated in the Pale Heart,
Yeah.
and we
Awaiting a wish to
entered.
waken the grove.
We entered the Pale Heart with a wish,
Hmm.
and the wish awakened the grove essentially inside of the traveler because it got created when we got there. Like we
Hey.
shaped.
Hey, Osiris. Can you explain that?
Like, it's a reach because this is 4 years before any of this, but like.
Yeah.
This never made any sense. At some point during last year, we were thinking, especially when we heard that it's Season of the Wish, right? That we would need, like, it's going to be something related to Io, and, like, some kind of a wish from Menachem Kara, and, like, in relation to Io might be needed to get into the thing, into the portal. But, I don't know. But again, this is something you can, like, interpret in a billion different ways. Especially with hindsight. That's, again, what Osiris... literally what Osiris said about prophecy. you can fit anything in it after the fact. But that's very interesting now. I think it's very interesting. Like it also could be a point of like them, like the writers looking back on the past writing and be like, okay, we can like hint
Well,
to the stuff.
Brooks
Or take
did
inspiration
work.
from it, yeah.
Brooks did work on
The final shape.
Final Shape, and this was his writing.
It's I don't know, like it could be like a connection. It doesn't have to be, but like it's a very interesting phrasing. It's always been an interesting phrasing, because when we were doing the non-existent 5-hour cut, we didn't know what the hell that means. That was always like that line specifically was always kind of like, what do you mean, bestie?
Yeah, it's like you planted the seed, but now what?
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
why is he saying that there's life still in the cradle? And that like that life is waiting for a way, because we were thinking like, well, Io has a lot of bones that look kind of like a Hamkara bones. Like who knows like what this could be talking about, but it never got expanded. Obviously, Io got yoinked and it hasn't returned. We don't know. And then obviously the second two, the last two are on Wings of Flame and Holden Skane. The Phoenix Settle, that's him.
That's the narcissistic part.
Yeah, that's the narcissistic part.
It's like, I don't think he actually Dawnbladed down there.
Yeah. Also, Golden, like he calls his when he called his echoes like they have skeins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I Dawnbladed with my echoes down there to, and Sagira's probably like, bro, you just walked. You just landed and walked. You don't
I
have
still
to be
find
too
it
mad.
funny that there's that lore tab that's like, who planted it, and then you go
Yeah.
into the cradle and you see Osiris's like little coin that he
It-
left there.
It's so funny, and like Eris is just losing it because he never told anybody, right?
And he still hasn't, as far
He-
as we're aware.
Yes. So again, we've talked
Mara.
about that
Mara knows.
He and
yeah, we
Mara
talked about it
discussed
when
it.
thingy.
Yeah.
because he and Mara know, obviously, because Mara sent the message in the first place 5 years before it was actually going to happen. Baffling.
And there was a line about it in Wish.
Yes,
Yep.
in Wish specifically. There, that was insane to me because Mara was they were specifically talking about, because Osiris asked her in Wish like, "Oh, how are you so good at predicting things?" And Mara was like, "No, I don't predict things. I'm just really smart or something. I don't know." And then they mentioned
Yeah.
the
And
tree.
she was like, you should know better of all people.
Yeah, and then they mentioned the tree, and I'm like, that was a prediction. What do you mean you don't predict things? How did you what? We literally went over this when we were reading the whole thing with
Yeah.
Trials Tribulation specifically, but like, what are they on about? Like, they're both kind of like, no, we're not predicting things. We are autistic or
Predict
something.
things.
I don't know. And then like immediately, like, literally,
And it's like, okay, but like, how?
yeah, like nobody
And
knows.
they're
You
always
don't,
super
you don't have
vague
the
about it,
information
too.
available to
Yeah,
you.
they're super vague about it, and they're also like, just kind of, they don't seem like entirely aware, maybe that that's what they're doing. But then again, like, they know, like, especially this with the tree. Like, Mara knew about this ages before anything would be relevant, and she just like said that.
House of Wolves, Mara
Yeah.
knew this. Like,
Yeah, Mara knew this before she died to Oryx. Like, why did she know about this? We don't know. But apparently this was important because in Wish they specifically say, well, Osiris says like, oh yeah, that was super important. That was like, that was truly the beginning. He said when he planted the tree. The beginning of what?
Yep.
and it's like,
Why?
hello? Would you care to elaborate? I'm listening.
Yeah, and Mara just kind of like nods sagely, and like they're both like, oh yeah, that was really important. That was really cool. Yeah. And then just like they keep going, and I'm like, I need you to talk about this a little bit more. But they'll just completely, they're the same. They're besties.
Yep.
I'm just very good at guessing. Yeah. And yes, Watcher is close to Witness. I'm going insane. Me too.
It's also not the only time that it's been referred to like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. And obviously, buried deep with Flaming Beak, a seed to blossom and draw Watcher Cedar. But obviously, like, he planted the seed, the tree started growing. and the pyramids like literally zipped there right away. Well, they were already on the way, but like they specifically went there first, and it's like, okay, what's going on, bestie? We don't, whatever he's like, and like you get to see what he's thinking about, and he's incomprehensible to anybody but himself, I guess. Just everything that he thinks about and the way he thinks about him about those things are just, he has like this. All of this like later part has a very big what gives me pause vibe.
Yeah.
Which like you
Yep.
you can barely like understand what he's being described. Almost like nothing is being described.
Yeah, and like the black angular pit. Like, it's always the same way that he talks about the pyramids.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then also,
Like
also
it's
this
almost
as well,
more of a feeling than
the
a
deep wedge
than
between the
actual
two
visual.
bodies.
Yeah.
Which will be the pyramid as well. So like, again, this is also interesting because like his mind is taxed from his mind is still taxed from the last visit. Why? Like, why is his mind taxed from visiting Io? And I assume this is when he was like checking in on the tree, maybe because clearly the pyramid was already there. And then also he had the flashback as well, I think. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the flashback about the pyramids being there over Io, over the cradle, and like relived trauma.
Like, what does it mean?
What are you talking about?
When did you live through the trauma of pyramids, Osiris? He did.
It's so. Oh,
Because it's not the way that he talks about like the dark future or any of that.
Yeah, it's not. It's like he's very like upset that the pyramid is there, like kind of being a pyramid above the cradle on Io. Like it's a
Like
it's a
he's
very
just like upset that it's a
specific
pyramid.
vibe, like lascivious tendrils. You know, there's a reason why it's like described in this like kind of
It's such a
It's very like
uncomfortable
like
it's
description.
uncomfortable.
like in Trials and Tribulations. Like it's a very kind of like
Yes.
violating way of talking about it.
Yes, the way Mercury was converted, it was like it was described in a very uncomfortable way, like just uncomfortable way of like imagining this event, and the same thing is here. And you know, black angular pit, and his eyes could not leave it. Like he's like transfixed by this image. And obviously, you know, Sagira is
Sagira
Yeah, he's
and
being
pulls him
Sagira.
out of stuff.
yeah. Have you sent it to Saint yet? He's so like he doesn't like being like poked that way, but also he's not angry at her.
Yeah.
Like no, his face softening as the words leave him. Especially because
Also-
he's thinking about the Saints, obviously.
Yeah.
He badgers me enough as it is.
Yeah.
It's so good. They're really good.
And now it's Osiris' turn to do the badgering. But
Yep.
have you told him you're writing poetry again?
Mm-hmm.
He stopped.
Yeah.
When Saint died.
Yes. And we're normal about that. Let's be normal about that.
Let's just like think about that for a minute.
Yep.
Yep.
Man.
And there's that line in Pigeon and the Phoenix.
Yep.
Mhm.
Blame.
Yep.
Where he also like writes a little poem because he like was it Saint that told him like it'll help if you like write?
Yeah. Yeah. Saint was the one who told him to try in the first place.
Yeah. To like write poetry, and then he tried and he says yeah it did help, but then he stopped.
Yeah.
Because
You were
Saint was
right.
dead.
It helped.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then Saint died. Like he discovered that he's dead essentially, and then he stopped writing poetry. And now he's started again because Saint is back. Hey, look how hard I can cry. Literally, what if I cried so hard?
Mm-hmm.
It's insane.
And like a lot of his poetry as well is like there's quite a lot of it about Saint,
Yep.
Mhm. Yeah.
which
Yeah,
is really
they're-
funny.
They're getting married. This poem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Oh.
they're getting
I think
married.
about
I
that
mean,
one.
their poem about how they're married. Wait, we need to see this quickly.
We're getting distracted.
It's the sparrow, isn't it?
Yeah. Hyperborean.
Yep.
I don't want to write the whole word. Okay. You can't be real about this. Soar together under an eternal sun, and he wrote that in memory of saints. And like, with his companion sharp and bold, bound by sacred oath for life. Like,
They're married.
gay people very important. It's like. And then when he meets his end too soon, his loving mate is left alone to guard a hoard of little worth and a cold and empty throne. Like,
come on, man.
what the hell? Also, like Lion's Pride and Eagle's Eye, because Lion and Eagle
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
class symbols for Titan and Warlock.
Yep.
I wonder why.
Yeah, Titans and Warlocks do not separate.
You have the archetypal Titan and the archetypal
Yeah,
Warlock. I'm
literally.
just saying.
And they're married. And they're gay married. It's just
Gary married in love, even.
yeah, and like in memory of Saint Lost, like he was devastated.
Yeah.
He was devastated.
Like, if you weren't playing when Dawn happened, go and like actually watch some of the clips and listen to some of the voice lines.
Yeah.
Like, don't just read them, but listen to them.
Yeah, because he, especially the Saint stuff, when he's like
Yeah.
trying to convince us, like,
Yeah.
hey, I tried, it didn't work for me. Like, I just did a lot of things to get him back. It didn't work. Like, just warning you, and like I gave up. And like he doesn't give up, but he did. And that's where the Titans and Warlocks lock together. Yeah, Titans and Warlocks always. How can gamers read this and go, they're just good friends? I don't know. Like, especially Immolant. Immolant was full of all of this, especially like, towards the end.
See, the thing is, they didn't read it.
Obviously, yeah. They didn't read it. They didn't read it. That's why they
You
don't know.
think gamers have the capacity to read?
I mean, they
I
don't
have
know what
to laugh.
acts are. We've discovered that gamers don't know what acts are. Help.
Kind of dire.
It's so confusing. I was just staring at the comments yesterday and was like,
Yeah,
What?
same.
huh? What are you guys on about? Like, why are you confused? What is the issue? But yeah, the issue with for Osiris right now is that Io is gone, which was
And he's having a normal
very-
one about it.
Yeah, it was very strange because it'll get explained a little bit down in the other one, like a little bit of a detail of like what has actually happened. But like I was just not there. There's just like the anomaly, just like kind of spinning, an anomaly of darkness, like the maw of eternal depth lurking in Io's place.
Like,
Anomaly of darkness, and then Osiris stares and just kind of like, again, there's these weird descriptions. The corpse's uncanny familiarity. What? A stranger you have to remember? What? And then Gouge of Fire's absence and Reckoning whispered and left.
it's also and like it is something that gets touched on in like other areas as well. But the fact that like the yoinkening of the planets didn't impact the gravity of the system,
Yes, that was very
like that's really weird. Like that should have
yeah.
really messed things up quite a
Like,
lot.
Even just like, because Io is very very tiny, but it does have like every moon and planet, they have like a rhythm. They need to have it.
It has a
because-
resonant orbit.
yeah. And
That's what that's called.
if one thing like goes, like something happens, things would change, like sometimes quite dramatically, especially like if a planet is gone. Obviously, like there's differences, but like things would have been affected. Like the missing planet or missing moon would have affected everything in that system. So it's writing Osiris must be so much fun. Yeah, 100%, and difficult. But yeah, it's. I mean, that kind of explains it. It's like uncanny, because it is uncanny, like to kind of see everything like just happening the same way as it always does, but like just the planet is gone and there's just an anomaly in its place, like just bizarre. Very very bizarre.
And you know how humans work. If there's something that's slightly weird or wrong, we're like, hey, that's not right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why Osiris wanted to like check like what actually, because like the planets were taken, like what does that mean? Right? Like where have they gone? How do you just like
Yep.
remove a planet? You relate to
Removing a
Immolant Prime.
planet and keeping
Yes, you're removing a planet and you're keeping
the gravity.
the gravity of like the whole system like completely intact. It's just
And like
bizarre.
we know that the darkness has that kind of capabilities.
Gravity weapons.
Yeah, gravity abilities, which are apparently there for cruelty's sake, which is
Yep.
man. Waves. I was late for Hylar.
It's all right. We're only at the second part of the first page. We've only just done horticulture. You're fine.
Yeah, we're going into page 3, which I have to read. I chose 3 for reasons that will be
shocked.
completely baffling to you the moment we get there.
You're gonna put your hood up for it.
Yeah, I have to. It's like I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna get cooked for
They're my
eating.
relic.
Yeah.
Best line in Immolant. They're my relics.
Literally, like, why are you so upset about it? We're moving faster than I expected. Honestly, real. Me too. I genuinely thought that we were gonna be moving way slower than this. But yes,
Because I'm doing the chop motions at you. That's why.
yeah. We with every tangent, I can like just hear Finn's like disappointed pie stance. Is this the 5-hour cut? 5-hour cut doesn't exist. But yes, this is the updated 5-hour cut.
It's never existed. I don't know what you're talking
Yes,
about.
we never
What the hell
did
is
the
a
5-hour
5-hour
cut.
cut?
I don't know what they're talking about. 3. So this is we're still in the wounds chapter. I don't know if you must have mentioned wounds. Because wounds refer
I did
to
read it. Yeah.
the planets being missing. So now we're in the part 3 of wounds. I'll actually wait. Let me scroll a little bit so I don't forget. Okay. Saturn grieves the loss of Titan. The cerulean jewel that once was had sunken into the gullet of the abyss. In its place, an anomaly, dark and rimmed in gravitational lensing. Osiris stares his eyes away and fixates on its sibling cavity, a swath cut through Saturn's rings by Oryx's blade during the Taken War. Within the rings, the dreadnought sails in solidarity with the anomaly's orbit, whispering back in harmony. Do you hear that? Osiris asks, turning to Sagira. He turns the ship's scanning array towards the anomaly. Like the tones Vance described. From the spires and then the pyramids. It was coming from the anomaly that replaced Io as well. I don't hear anything, but I can feel it. Sagira cringes and constricts her shell flaps, like a shiver down my metaphorical spine. Osiris lowers his gaze. He does not want to see their failure or believe the cradle's tree, the forest, all the Golden Age treasures so many had died to preserve, were gone. All their victories, usurped and meaningless in the face of the enemy. For all their power, all their heroism, they had invited this fate. And when it came, they were not prepared. Phobos and Deimos orbit the grave of Mars, where a roiling depth festers, hungry and reaching out to the little moons caught within its influence. The Warmind buckled, and yet somehow it ekes out existence in hiding, a survivor again. Anna still holds on to a dead hope. She should be out in the field as a paragon of the old age, charging forward to lead unsteady neophytes, like he has. Instead, she retreats to the city and lays her worries on Zavala's brow, promising a Rasputin perfected to rebuke the assailing horrors of the night. But the Warmind did not stop the pyramids, and unkempt promises make Osiris weary. At least, Sloane and Asher confronted the onslaught themselves one last time. How he longs for that assured aplomb. To know the way forward, one must spare the torch, he murmurs. Sagira is silent. Osiris can feel the weight of each lost world shackle her hope for a blistering reality. There is no reason to linger here. The ship drops into Sol's mighty starwind, the brilliant flames of the sun at their backs. Osiris's hope tells him he could find a subdued Mercury here, laboring under the angular shadow of a pyramid. But he knows his hope is a lie. The wound is all he can see. a pit ringed in flame. He remembers the vast nothingness he had witnessed in the infinite forest. He laments the loss of his clairvoyance within its coded halls. Perhaps there he would have had the answer to the question he wants to ask Sagira. Have I led us down this path? He tells himself that his last visit was driven by anger. Sagira had chided him for storming the lighthouse and ransacking Vance's possessions. They're my relics, he said to silence her protests. In truth, what drove Osiris to Mercury then is the same as what drives him now. Fear. Why didn't you tell Zavala about the lighthouses? About the tree? Sagira asks. Osiris is silent. There are people that will help. This isn't the Dark Ages. You don't have to do this alone. When I have something to show them, I will. Right now, all we have are questions. Osiris watches an analytical data stream up his monitor. So where does that leave us? Mara began this escapade with her message, and I did as she asked. I can only hope the Awoken can provide more answers. Are we normal about this?
I would
Mara
like
mentioned-
to point out
Yeah,
that of the 6 times the word hope comes up in part 1 of Immolant,
it's all here.
5 of them are in this chapter.
I noticed reading through this chapter. A lot.
Do you think maybe there may be themes in the
No,
narrative?
Are you-
Destiny doesn't have themes.
Themes in
What's a
media?
theme? I've never heard of this word before in my life.
I know we're back to middle school English class, but
Oh my god. I have never been normal, yeah. Arctic is not normal about this. We're not gonna read that comment.
no, because Belle will be singing it soon enough.
No, it's... We'll
you
see.
said it.
Yeah, it depends on what happens. I have and will continue to shoot things in the face and face analogs to help Osiris. Yeah.
Hello, gets it.
Arctic, we're gonna start banning people.
I will put you in timeout again.
That was so funny. No hope, no hope. Yeah, there's no hope for the future right now. It's a hate for the future.
Me every time I go to Liverpool and have to see Paul McCartney statue.
Help me.
Please. Anyway, back to the lore. So after Io, he went to Titan, and he was
Had a
normal
normal
about that.
one.
Yeah, and Titan was also yoinked. And then of course the descriptions continued to be descriptions into the gullet of the abyss. Okay. And obviously, like in his place, the anomaly, darker
A
river,
gullet?
gravitational, gravitational ones.
Mm.
Yeah, a gullet. I keep saying
Hmm.
that word. I mean, Osiris keeps saying that word. So I don't know.
Gullet and more, yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously, like this is really cool and kind of like the hole in the rings from
Yeah.
Oryx's attack is kind of in harmony, quote unquote, with the anomaly of this, because I assume, because like they're connected in darkness, obviously, because Oryx was using the power of taking, which is directly from the witness. So you know, they are harmonious because they are of the same type. You know, the taking of the planet and the taken weapon of Oryx, which is also probably why this whispering back in harmony was why Osiris heard the thing. I'm not sure if because I don't think did he like actually hear them, or this was just like scanning, because I think it was just scanning
Which one?
the tones.
No, he heard them.
He heard them like directly, which
Yeah.
it makes sense
He
because
heard
like
them, and he was like, I think
He
it's-
asks if she hears it, and then he turns. the
Yeah.
scan
yeah.
away, so-
It makes more sense that it's like he actually
Yeah.
hears the thing and then he scans them.
Yeah.
And obviously he would know because fairly recently he talked about this. Like this is specifically why Vance wanted to talk to him in the first. I mean, Vance wanted to talk to him about for other reasons too, but like this one was at that point more important because he obviously told him about the tones, which was why Osiris was very, very upset about the tones. because they're something. They're certainly something.
They are something, and he's not told anyone.
He's not told anyone. And
Like, it's very pointed here that he has not told anyone.
yes. And it's the thing that's interesting to me is that, again, before Immolant, I mean, I was obsessed with the tones right away the moment they were like mentioned, but as Arrival ended and Mercury was gone, I was like, well, whatever. Maybe it wasn't something. Like, maybe it was just like, hints for, pyramids are gonna come back and whatever. But then Osiris is concerned about them after. Like,
yeah.
Like, why?
Like, Mercury is gone, and
Mercury's
he's, like,
gone.
obsessed with the tones.
Yeah, Mercury's gone. It doesn't matter anymore. But the same tones are coming also from the anomaly and from the pyramids, and obviously also like somehow harmonious with the dreadnought's hole in the rings. And there's nothing that connects these things, because the anomalies and the pyramids and the dreadnought, their darkness, the spires were made by the Vex.
And, like, not the Soul Divisive.
Yeah, not the Soul Divisive.
Yep.
Divisive. And now, with what's happening now and with all the hindsight, I think that the tones are Veil. Because the Veil is emitting...
it makes sense, yeah.
The Veil is emitting something, and the Veil
Yeah.
connects all of the, like, the darkness points, because it is darkness. It can, like, connects the consciousness of darkness. And it also, for some reason, connected the spires. Probably because, as we suspect, they may have been... The fleet may have aided in making them.
Yeah, they were seeded.
Which means that when the Black Fleet was making the spires in the collapse, the Veil was in the fleet.
Yeah.
And the Vex kind of don't really know the differences between Veil, darkness, pyramids, right? They don't... They can't.
Because it's
paracausal.
paracausal and they can't process it.
So they made so that the spires are that, and obviously they all connect. Like those tones are actually tones of the Veil, which I don't know if that makes it a little bit more concerning. I think.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
But whatever it is, we don't have concrete.
Yes, we don't know.
We don't know for sure.
We don't know for sure. Which is why we're like eagerly waiting for echoes to see if like echoes are gonna be like. I don't expect like some kind of epic reveal, but like if it's gonna be touched on in some way, maybe like kind of.
Like it would sort of make sense to be here.
It would make sense for it to be here, especially because of the music stuff.
Yeah.
Like.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on? Also, like obviously, like precursors. That image we've seen of the forest gate on Nessus. Yeah, and because he has not told anyone, and he has forgore Vance apparently. So this is one of the reasons why I'm like he couldn't have forgotten him like just naturally, right?
Yeah.
Because like he knows him by name. Like, let's be real. It's not something that he would forget, especially because he was very concerned about it, and he has not been shown as having forgotten anything else.
Yeah, like right up to the line, he is like.
Yes.
And when he wakes up, the first thing he does, other than, saying, is like.
He goes, yeah.
He goes to Anna.
Yeah, which is where
we'll
he
see
ended.
in a minute.
Yeah.
But like.
And like it's completely weird to me. Like I cannot comprehend what they were supposed to like what that Lord Type was supposed to be hinting
because
at.
He's really uncomfortable with it, so it's not a joke.
Yeah. We also went into that as well when we were doing where are the cat ears. I'm without cat ears as a respect for Immolant. But yes, we did do the analysis of that. Also, what was that at the end of Trials and Tribulations?
I think so, yeah. Because we talked about the.
They were merging together. Oh yeah,
we talked about the Feora stuff.
Yeah,
as well.
because of Feora as well. Yeah. So I don't know why the tones have been. And again, this is not the only mention of the tones. The tones are going to be continuing throughout part 1 because that's the whole thing he's doing. He gets obsessed here with the tones. Like everyone who hears the tones gets obsessed with them, including me. Yeah, and it's like.
Not Saint, no, he was built different.
Yeah. Saint is, oh, man.
He's just went, that's weird, and moved on.
Yeah, he's like, oh, maybe it's the wind. And I'm standing there next to him like, bestie, let's leave. Which, considering what happened this week, also concerning.
Hmm.
Because if that is some kind of veil bullshit,
Yep.
you know, you don't want
And
to
we
be
know Exos are not fine with that.
implying Belle has heard the tones. I have heard the tones. They hurgle.
I thought the implication has been that as long as you have the lights, then you're mostly shielded from the veil influence as an exo.
Yes. The light protects you from pretty much everything when it comes to exos. Like, it protects them from resets, protects them from DER, protects them from the
Doesn't
spontaneous
protect
resets.
them from whatever happened this week.
Yeah, not Saint. Yeah, Saint was, you know, I mean, something might even happen to other people going forward. You know, in the next act, when the story progresses and ramps up in Act 2.
When Act 2, when things get worse. That's what Act 2 is gonna be, guys. Like,
Streams since
That's how
Bell
it
has
works.
hurgled 0, literally. The tones come from hurgling. I mean, I can only imagine that they hurgle.
Man,
I can't even mute her because it's on her. Help me.
I'm just gonna start making soundboard noises every time you start hurdling.
Yeah. Help. To continue, because we only like analyzed one paragraph because we went into on a tangent about the tones. And we
My
have a
tones.
6-hour stream about the tones. What's interesting as well is that Sagira, like, she can't hear that, but she can feel it. That's very strange to me. Which kind of gives me more, like, that was always something that gave me more of a, like, an idea that, like, there's some kind of darkness stuff going on, and especially if it's the veil. Like, of course a ghost would feel it, because when Ghost gets down there to the veil in Lightfall, he's like, this is weird. Like, he feels something.
He's like freaked out by it.
Yeah, he's freaked
like
out by it.
It's kind of like the Traveler, but not.
Yeah, which is like, it's like exactly like a shiver down my metaphorical spine. She's so good. And then Osiris goes into some kind of a self-doubt, which, he does often, but it's a really good insight into how much he is uncertain, how much he's scared, how much like he's just
Blaming himself?
Yeah,
Like,
blaming himself.
Hello?
Like, he's not the type of person that people like imagine him as, like, arrogant. He thinks he knows everything. He's completely the opposite. Like, when he's in private like this. Like, they just he's just also, like, his stuff with Anna and Rasputin is like it makes more sense, like, after everything that we've seen, that we've played. He didn't like Rasputin very much because Rasputin killed everyone that he knew, that he trained with. That really bothered him. All the way until Seraph. Like, in Seraph, like, the first time they speak, he's, like, very angry at Rasputin. And Rasputin is kind of, like, trying to, like, be chill with him, and Osiris is just like, no, die, old man.
Like,
and then the old man,
no, you
old men argue.
Like, yeah.
A cardboard. What is cardboard? Oh yeah, cardboard. Yeah, the ghost ears. Which my cat ears are also cardboard. They're here, but again, we are respecting Immolant. We're not using cat ears right now. We're using cat ears in the previous ones. So
We're no longer lighthearted. We are now serious.
yeah, we are now serious. Osiris walking into Rasputin's house with a rifle. Listen up, you old fuck! Literally. That was really funny. It worked, though. Like, Rasputin was kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll tell you where to go into the weird anomaly on the edge of the universe. That's totally fine.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. And then, obviously, he gives us a little bit of an explanation, which is, again, baffling how this worked. Like, specifically, the moons of Mars are, like, still in normal orbit.
Yeah.
But they're, like, around the anomaly. Like, so Mars is gone, and instead of Mars, there's just the anomaly. but the moons are just orbiting it like nothing has changed. That's very creepy. Like, it's very, very uncanny. Like, that can't be normal, and it isn't. So, I'm glad that this was
Like a
explained.
roiling depth. Like, come on.
Roiling depth
Can you
festers.
tell us what it looks like?
Hungry and reaching out. Like, what?
But then, like, I think it's probably something that like you can't visually describe.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
it's like it's an anomaly. It is something that like
Yeah.
defies explanation. So
One of my favorite explanation, like one of my favorite like descriptions that like very vividly explains it is the one for Mercury, a pit ringed in flame, because like against
Yeah.
the sun, the Mercury is
Yeah.
just like a pit in the middle of
Yeah.
like this backdrop of the sun. It's very like vivid imagery.
Yeah.
That was always my like my favorite description
the
of the
Mercury
anomalies.
one, really?
Yeah, it's just like a very it's such a specific position.
It is. Yeah.
And like just like against the sun, there's no like it's so good. And murmuring to himself. Interesting. But also like, yeah, this thing, like at least Sloan and Asher are confronted the onslaught themselves one last time, and how he longs for that Asher diploma. Like he doubts himself. Like he's very kind of, he's not certain about his, he kind of, sometimes he behaves like he has an imposter syndrome. Like, I
He
should.
sure does.
God, yeah.
And it's
Yep.
like, really, Osiris? Like, of all people?
That one line from Ikora in Curse of Osiris, where no, from Sagira, where she's like, not even Osiris lives up to Osiris' standards.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when Ikora's kind of like, well, I didn't live up to Osiris's potential, like Osiris's standards. Yeah, and Sagira is just like, I'll tell you a secret. Nobody has, not even Osiris.
Yeah.
And it's
Yep.
like, yep, he has impossible standards for everybody, including himself, and no one will ever meet him.
Especially himself.
Especially himself, yes. Which is why he
Like
always...
he doesn't expect things of other people that he can't do himself, which is why he's like that in Lightfall.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. That explains literally everything about him, and like Immolant is really good for that. Like, he is not certain about things, but he wants to do this himself, and if he can't, he doesn't, like, it's the end of the world. Like, who else is gonna do this if it's not him? Especially when people like Anna like refuse to participate, which is why
Like,
he's very
like when people are not taking up the slack.
yeah. He's very pissy about that. Like, and obviously like Anna doesn't have to like follow what he wants to do. She was right to like do what she wants to do and like focus on Rasputin and try to help him, because like he did end up being kind of important a little bit, but
Just a little.
just a little bit. But also like, you know, she could have been doing more. What he believes.
Mm-hmm.
Osiris characterization, my beloved, literally, this is like such a good, literally the best written thing for like about him, Immolant, like the entirety of Immolant, just like every little detail about like
It's really
getting
good.
into his psyche,
Oh, good.
because you don't get to see that, and we especially didn't get to see that after Immolant, because he was
Mhm.
gone. That
And
was
like
one
it was
of the
a very notable lack. Like that was one of the big things for us knowing
Yeah.
about Osiris was like there has been no, and I mean none, zero
Point of
Osiris
view.
point of view lore
yeah.
after Immolant.
Yep.
And like Immolant is very rich in his point of view, so like the drop was very like it was very apparent. Like
Yep.
we have all of the like we have Immolant, we have all the stuff before Immolant, like, you know, and then suddenly there's nothing. And that was like, oh right, that's very interesting. That's kind of that's maybe a little suspicious. 2 years, I can't believe, yeah, literally. And then in those 2 years we got Wolftone Draw, very
Yeah.
concerning, and then we got Falcon's Chase,
And that
very
was it.
concerning. And
But
we were
like, we
like,
didn't have anything until Lost.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Anything until Lost. And then when that dropped, we were abnormal.
I was like, hey, I really want Osiris POV lore. Can we have Osiris? I would like to know what's going on with them. We got Wolfton, and I was like, I have changed my mind.
Yeah, we were literally, that was the first thing we did. Like, we were like, oh my god, Osiris point of view, it reads it. Actually, you know what? Let's not do this. It's just...
I made art about that thing.
I remember. I don't like it. I mean, I like your argument. And then, of course, he goes to Mercury, which is the last planet he visits. Well, the last anomaly he visits. And then, angular shadow. Very interesting description. Only from Osiris. And in trans-tribulations. Very strange. And, he's still kind of... it's also really, tells, a lot about him. He still hoped that he might... that Mercury somehow may have survived the yoinkening. He didn't, give up on anything. It was, he still had, some hope. And that's,
Mm-hmm.
the wound is all he can see. And then...
Wounds.
Yeah.
Title drop. Or subtitle drop, I suppose.
Yeah. And then he laments the loss of his clairvoyance within its golden halls. And I'm like, you have other means? We know this. Maybe you don't know this, but we know that you have other means to be clairvoyant. We still don't know how. Nobody knows how. I don't think... I mean, Osiris doesn't know how. So... but yeah, that was definitely a thing that stung him, because that's one of the things that he mentioned in Tomb Raider as well. He was like, Rider. He was like, but what if they take Mars? What if they take Mercury? What if I can't go to the Infinite Forest again and disappear for 1 billion years? And then Sam was like, shut up. And then, have I led us down this path? What?
The fact that he can't even bring himself to say it.
What are
Mostly
you?
because he knows Segura will give him shit for it.
Yeah, but
to be
what
fair.
are you? How did you lead us down this path? And again, I think he might be thinking about the whole, shenanigans with maybe Saint and the corridors and Sundial. Oh, or maybe he's just thinking just in general, have I led us down this path by
Perhaps
not being...
if we hadn't meddled with history, none of this would have happened.
Yes. That, and also maybe just kind of if I'd been more if I'd been better at convincing other people to listen to me that aren't my cultists, maybe people would have actually helped, and I could have
They're not
convinced...
his cultists.
Yeah.
They're his relics, but they're not his cultists.
Yeah. Well, Mara calls them his cultists, and he gets upset about it. It's so funny.
That's why it's funny.
And you're fine, Osiris. You couldn't have done there's nothing he could have done. There's just how could you convince people hundreds of years ago that actually you have to worry about the Vex when they're in the middle of wars with the Elixni? Who's good? Why would people be thinking about that at all? It's just... But he's convinced that he could have done something, and that he is to blame for everything that ever happened in the world, I guess. And then the last time this is his last visit was when he spoke to Vance, and that's when he was ransacking his possessions. That's actually referenced.
I was going to say, do we want to do Dark Heirlooms as well?
Yeah. Dark Heirlooms.
Do I know all of these off the top of my head? Yes.
Yeah. Dark Heirlooms this was an artifact in Season of the Hunt. I think we got it after it started. No, we had to have gotten it right away.
Yeah, we got it with the messages.
Yeah.
In Savala's office.
Yeah. So that's where Cyrus kind of he sent the messages and he sent us this thing. He picked this up from the lighthouse. They are his relics. And this is still so seen a lot of people being no, this was Savathun. No, this was still Osiris. And we know that because he references this event here. He references I have been to the lighthouse. I took, they're my relics. That's the relic, and he took that specifically, and he sent it to us. And this is the message that he attached to it. Zavala, your most recent correspondence came as a surprise. While I thank you and Ikora for undergoing the formality of lifting my exile, I had not expected any additional direction from Vanguard High Command. And so I have not read it. He's so funny.
Every time.
The zealots that followed me to Mercury have proved themselves useful. Twice now, actually. They possessed an artifact in their stores, a hive fang. Look to the grooves that run along its root. They allow it to break away from the jaw so that another may take its place. The hive bears resemblance to another predator I found in simulations of ancient Earth. I don't imagine you've ever seen a shark, Zavala, but you would admire their simplicity and single-minded devotion. They are creatures of predatory instinct, pure in a way, to know what one is and act on it. They are not unlike our enemy, not evil, but driven. You will receive a case. Within it, you will find said fang. It is of Zivu Arath, hive aspect of war. In my travels, I found similar artifacts, ground and burned upon a shrine buried deep beneath Luna's crust. The shrine reeks of hive magic, and it is obviously the site of a ritual. I fear that in reaction to our dark visitors, the broken ranks, they're left leaderless after Hashadun's demise, called out to be recommitted into the fold. It is time to act, Zavala. She means to test our vulnerability. Do not wait in your office for the traveler to guide you. The city looks to the vanguard to lead us to something better than fear. Be that leader, and I will stand by you. Good message.
Aileron, please.
Zero shark.
I need you to know that she's never going to unhear that.
Yeah, this is gonna appear in GMs.
Like, baby scream doo 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 is bad enough.
Yeah, but Zivu Shark is gonna be worse. Orcs is a bath, South is a moth, and Zivu is just a shark, yeah. Kind of. They were remade into the hive below the ocean. Yeah, they were. That's really cool, actually. Like, that's a really cool little detail. And also, like, it's really cool that, like, he was finding these teeth randomly on his travels. Like, what are you doing? And also, it's really funny to me that he was simulating ancient Earth and went diving. Like, how has he seen a shark in simulations of ancient Earth? What were you doing in there? Like, what?
He's having fun.
He like simulates ancient Earth, goes diving with sharks, simulates the fundament. It's looking for shark. Yeah, I know tough that you would do this. Yeah, but like that's the relic that he took, and he then gave it to us, and then we used it as an artifact in Season of the Hunt, which was Zebu themed, much to Tuft's delight. But yes, this is the reference. So this connects to this, which means that that was this message is still Osiris, it's not Sav. So, and then in truth, what drove Osiris to Mercury then is the same what drives him now: fear. And that's like, man, he never admits this. Like, he would not admit this to anybody, like, out loud. It's only in his thoughts, which is why we need to see this written.
Yep.
That's it. And then, of course, Sagira, like, makes sure to note that, like, he didn't tell anybody. He didn't tell anybody about the lighthouses. He didn't tell anybody about the tree. He didn't even tell Eris about the tree. And, she's like, there are people that will help. It's in the Dark Ages. And he's like, this is like him being scarred by the exile. He doesn't want to show up and, like, say some, like, weird theories. He needs to, like, show something that will be conclusive before he, like, makes any guesses. Because last time he did that, he got exiled. And then,
yeah.
Where does it leave us? And then Mara began this escapade with her message, the message being plant the seed. So, like, again, this is, like, the planting of the seed on Io was, like, super important for some reason. That's where it all began, kind of. So, and he's like, okay, we'll go see the Awoken. And then it's gonna be really funny. When he goes to see the Awoken.
Why would that be, Belle?
We'll see. And now we can go to the second chapter. Finally.
What is Immolant? Belle, what's Immolant?
What's Immolant?
Question in chat, what's Immolant?
Immolant is a web lore from Beyond Light. It's really long. Wait, you need to get ice cream? Okay. We'll wait. We'll explain Immolant. It's a really long piece of lore. No. We're on chapter 2, not part 2. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. We're not Immolant Part 2 yet. We're only
Yes.
halfway down the first page.
It is a very long piece of lore that's released on the website in 2020 with Beyond Light, and it details what Osiris was doing and why he ended up on the moon with Sagira dying. And also set up everything that's gonna happen after, including
For like the next 4 years.
yeah, pretty much
Like no exaggeration, for the next 4 years.
yeah, pretty much
It's a really important bit of lore and one that gets ignored quite a lot. Yes, Destiny 2.
Destiny 2. Beyond Light was 4 years ago. Yeah, it really was.
2020.
That's not real. Let's move on.
For
Yeah.
some reason. It's because it's gay, come on.
It's I don't know. It's okay. Catching up. Well, that's good. Like catching up. This is like a pretty old lore at this point,
Yeah.
but we always find something new in all of the pieces. Phoned distance. Who's reading that one?
Am I
That's
on
a
this one
lot.
again?
There's actually a lot of that.
Yeah, we might want to break this one up.
We can break it up in. Well, we have to. We can do it in.
Well, there's the line breaks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
Because
line
that was
breaks.
where we was.
We'll do it. We'll do the obviously. Yeah. So the first one is this bit with the Woken, and then it's Anna. Yes,
He's
it's
the
Anna.
most ancient, and then
Yes.
then it's Saint. Yeah.
Yeah, then it's Saint. Okay. Then pick your pieces. I was gonna fight for the Saint one.
I mean, I am the Saint guy, but I can do Petra.
Yeah. Okay. You do Petra then.
Fun distance. Rain falls in the dreaming city. From within a hollow amethyst cavern, Osiris watches the amber droplets pepper the ground and burst into misty vapor. Their subtle impacts echo off crystalline walls and meld together in escalating chaotic resonance that rings through the cavern. He could feel a sting of momentum dragging into an unforeseen end. A million possibilities and only a single chance to move through them. It's beautiful. I've never seen it rain here before. Sagira's words pluck Osiris from his stupor. The rain's tawny sheen fades from the wet ground. He thinks for a moment to ask her what she was saying, but airs his own thoughts instead. Petra was useless. Sorry. Just kills me every time.
It's so funny.
Especially after Wish. She doesn't know you like Mara does, Sagira says wistfully as she buzzes back into the jump ship. Oh good, back in the ship. Again. You saw the look on her face when she read our data. She knows something she isn't telling us. Maybe she'd just be cautious. We don't have time for the Reef's suspicions. They haven't seen you in years, Osiris. The same could be said for their queen, Osiris scoffs and raises himself into the cockpit. Unruly hive activity is all the intelligence Petra had to offer. When are they not? I can try talking next time. That might help. If we return, you're more than welcome to. For now, we're tower bound. That sounds amazing. I can finally stretch my shell for a bit. Sagira flexes. Speaking of the tower, Geppetto keeps asking if you checked under your seat. She japs a tiny shell pointing downward. No. Sagira locks her iris on Osiris as he begins try that one again. Sagira locks her iris on Osiris as he begins pre-flight checks. You're putting more effort in avoiding it. I'm really not. I'll do it. She flutters past his shins and dives under the pilot seat. A muffled "found it" sounds beneath him. She emerges with a crumpled note tied in lavender frill and sealed by a crude wax stamp of a flaming bird. Every time.
Yeah.
He made us a stamp, she says, excitedly shaking vibrato into her voice. What does the letter say, Sagira? Oh, now you want to know what it says. Sagira. You just didn't seem interested. I can read it to myself. He will ask when we get back. Well, if you want to know that badly. It says he likes your new poem, Sagira.
She's
so good.
She sent him the unfinished poem.
It's so good because Osiris wouldn't.
Yeah, he made us a stamp, Wales. Literally.
He made us a stamp.
He made us a stamp.
I love her so much.
I can't believe this.
Do we have to read Immolant? Do we have to?
Do we have to read Immolant? No. Yeah, we do. Okay.
Can we not go like read the mummy one instead?
I'll do Anna
death
then.
flags as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
man, this little piece as well, and then Anna.
Yeah.
Because
Do we want to
yeah, we'll see.
talk about this one first?
It's
This one's fairly self-explanatory.
yeah. There's not much. But like again, in hindsight, obviously we know like a little bit extra details because we know what's happened since then.
Yeah.
And it's like
I just want to point out he thinks for a moment to ask her what she was saying, but has his own thoughts instead.
yeah.
Regretty spaghetti.
Regretty spaghetti. He's really much regretting the fact that he didn't ask
Listen
Sagira.
to her more often.
Yeah, listen to her more often and just but yeah, he like as at the end he decided to he's gonna go talk to the Awoken because like again Mara started this with the shenanigans, and so he's like, well, maybe they know something, but obviously Mara isn't there yet because Mara is gonna return in Lost, which is a year after. Yeah, a year after.
Yep.
So at this point she's still dead, sort of, kind of, not really, but like.
For all like useful intents and purposes, she's dead.
Yeah. She's like skulking around her throne world and like doing weird stuff with Eris in the edge of the universe and stuff like that. This too is Yuri, of course. Yeah, the girlies. Obviously, they are like. This is really cool. I really want to see Rain in the Dreaming City.
I would love to see Rain in the Dreaming City. That passage lives rent free in my brain.
Every time we're in the Dreaming City, we go to the cave with the crystal, and we're like, "This is from Immolant." Every single time. And then Osiris cuts this short because he's like, Petra was useless.
So funny.
He doesn't still think Petra is useless, by the way.
So we were laughing every single time in Wish because in Wish he had those lines of like, "Oh, Petra is very capable," and
yeah,
and I'm like, I mean, I'm glad that he changed his opinion of Petra, but at the time,
Petra was useless.
Yeah,
like...
Petra was useless because like obviously Petra can't really speak to him the way Mara does, like understandably. And obviously, the only thing that Petra was...
It's very funny. Yeah,
the only thing that Petra told him is basically, unruly hive
the
activity.
hive are being weird.
Yeah, the hive are being weird. Also, like, she knows something that she isn't telling us. That was a reference to cryptoliths. Because at that point, they were, like, starting to kind of show up. The Zivus cryptoliths. Which, obviously, Petra at that point would know about. But she didn't really tell him the details. Besides, hive are doing something weird. Which...
Tough, do not heart emoji the cryptoliths.
Please do not heart emoji the cryptoliths. Yeah, Petra was dealing with a lot, and obviously she couldn't like really. She couldn't really. It's not really trust. It's more like, can I deal with this right now? Because like if she starts giving Osiris all the, like the time that he requires, it's gonna be very. It's gonna take a long time essentially, and she still doesn't like. I don't think like Petra didn't even know at that point like what's going on. So they knew it's something with the hive. And that's it. And, like, what are you gonna do? Unfortunately, had she told him, things could have turned out better.
Or at least not quite as bad.
Yeah. Because if she shared a little bit more... I mean, if she knew in the first place, like, we don't know how much she was aware of, he could have possibly maybe figured out that it's Zivu a lot earlier. And in a less of a concerning way, maybe we don't know. It's things happen, and you can't always account for like all of the little details. Like we just don't know how much Petra could have known at this point, and how much she could have told him. So, but she did know something, and obviously it was hive, which means that was leading into hunt. So like, prepare for some unruly hive activity. And I can try talking next time. That might help. It's really funny. Sagira.
Except there isn't a next time.
There isn't a next time. There is.
Agonies.
Why are we reading this actually?
There's
Why?
still time.
There's still time to
We
stop.
can still stop.
We can still stop.
We can stop right before like the last 2 paragraphs.
Yeah, that never happens.
Everything's fine. Sagira's still kicking. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So like the other thing here is like, okay, so they go back to the tower at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And like
she's
so good.
She's really,
so
really good.
But like this thing has been in his ship since he left.
Yeah. Like Saint left him with a
present.
Yeah, essentially. With a message.
And he's like not dealing with it.
Yeah, he's not looked at it. It almost felt like he's kind of like keeping like this kind of the high of like looking at it and being like, oh my god, he sent that to me.
Yeah.
But then obviously Sagira is like, please open it, because she wants to know. She's very she needs to know the gossip. And then he relents because, obviously Saint will ask when they get back if he's read it, and then if he doesn't, Saint will be sad. And then of course Sagira reads it, and he's very upset. It's so good. It's really good. It's really good.
It's so good.
Maybe I'll learn differently this time. Help. Can't you tell Ziwarat's most dedicated hurdler to not heart emoji? Why did I read that?
Man.
Why did I read
Oh,
that?
you want me to put that in quotes? Okay, Beth.
Damn it. I guess we have to. And then they get to the tower. They get to the tower, and we have this little like piece. The tower crowd is dense and boisterous at dusk. Outside Zavala's office, Osiris can hear Ikora's cool tone clearly pierce through the thick doors. Her words are considerate, crafted. Osiris contemplates interrupting them, but they have enough on their shoulders. To the hangar. If you're headed to see Saint, I'll tag along. Otherwise, I'll meet you back at the ship, Sagira says. First Anna, then Saint. Why do you always see him last? He is the most patient. And that's true.
He's always waiting. He's always waiting for him.
Yeah, he is always waiting. He is the piece to his purpose. Sagira is the number 1 of 14 stan, literally. She literally hooked him up. They met him, and she was like, we're keeping this one.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Time for me to lay down for a minute. Hopefully don't miss the Kylo message. It'll be good. Girl, help. If you miss it, it'll always be here, recorded forever. And then
at least until the death of the universe.
Yes, at least until then. Unless we find a way to save recordings of everything that ever happened past that, hopefully. Darkness,
with maybe
help.
like some sort of thing
Points,
like
archivist.
called veil.
Yeah, archivist when the veil. Please help me. Yeah, they go to visit Anna.
And specifically, he doesn't tell them.
He doesn't.
This is him again, not telling them about the tones.
He doesn't say anything to anybody. But yeah, you've been busy. Osiris takes in Anna's hastily assembled workshop located within the partition between the tower and the city. Tools and schematic litter her room. Talking to me or yourself? Anna asks and rolls out from beneath a disassembled exo chassis. Hard to tell sometimes, she says, standing. It's been too long, Anna. You don't visit often, she glances over her shoulder, except to point fingers. I suppose we've both been busy. I'm glad to see you back in the tower. Anna rolls her jaw. I guess we have to stop running sometime. Osiris looks at the exo chassis. Do we? What are you here for, Osiris? Looking to make another mess for me to clean up? When the Warmind was overtaken, did you notice a resonant tone in the Darkness's attack? Like this. Osiris asks and plays a waveform recording of the lighthouse's song. I was a little preoccupied, but I didn't hear any suspicious tones. You experience the darkness's assault firsthand. Instead of using that experience, you're dredging up the dead. Osiris, content only if he alone can play God. Anna swipes a welding torch from a nearby workbench. You should meet up with Callus. You two would get along. Run the tones
Why
through
do
your
they-
database.
so much- Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's just the hostility here. Run the tones through your database. If your pet project has any related information, I'll run it. The words sarcastically fall out of Anna's mouth as she slides back under the exo and ignites the torch with a solar finger snap. Next time you want to drop in, use the ghost wine instead.
Spoiler alert.
He won't be
She
able
didn't.
to. And also she didn't.
Yeah.
He won't be able to use the ghost wine next time. But
Yeah.
also, she didn't. She did not do that. But like this whole conversation is kind of like peak hostility.
It's so good.
There's why she like they're both literally the violence. They're so bitchy. They're both so bitchy. It's
I mean, the funny thing, he's trying.
yeah.
He's not rising to it.
Yeah,
Because
that's
he could very easily, but he's like, I have a task to do. I am here to do a task.
he
I'm not here to get into a bitch fight with Anna.
he snaps a little bit at the beginning, right? Like,
Yeah.
do we? Because like, Anna saying that we have to stop running sometimes. Anna
Mm.
Bray. And he's like, do we really? And like, and then she's like snapping at him, and he's like, okay, we have like, I have a thing to ask.
And he said, hey, what's going on? Sorry.
Yeah. Like, I have a thing to ask, and I need to know, right? And he obviously is like, because that was like a good idea as well, because yeah, Rasputin was fighting the pyramids like head on a few months ago, and he got shut down for it. So Sar's kind of like, well, if anyone would have like heard something or like noticed, like at least through scanning, it would have been him, right? Because he had a close encounter. And obviously Anna is like, well, I didn't hear anything, because why would she? I mean, she was a little preoccupied, but also like it's not something that people generally can hear very easily, as we've seen. It's very rare that people can hear it, as a matter of fact. And then Osiris goes back into being busy. And then she like gets busy back, of course. Like this with Callus, really, that was really cruel.
It was incredibly unnecessary.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
man. And then
Where did that
obviously,
come from?
yeah, he doesn't respond to that one, because I think that if he wanted to, he would have gone somewhere worse.
If he wanted to respond, I think the whole thing would have been on fire.
Probably.
Because, like,
Yeah, oh man, yeah, they're both solar.
they're both solar.
Just half of the city collapses because
you
they
know,
went into...
Saint coming in with a, like, fire extinguisher.
Yeah. But yeah, he's like, basically, whatever, you can insult me all day long, but like, run the tones through your database. So because like Rasputin could have something from the attack that happened in Arrivals, he could have something from the collapse, he could have something from any point in history. Like, he has information. He's the archiver Georg. He has everything. So if anyone would have any information about that, it would be him. And we waited for 3 years for Rasputin to wake up so that, they can continue this thing. And it was always our joke that, like, Osiris is going to wake up from the coma, and, like, he's immediately going to go to Anna and be like, Anna, did you run the database?
And he did.
He did immediately go to Anna after he woke up. We guessed that, but he did not ask about the tones, because at the time, he had bigger, like, issues. Because in his coma, he had the
Yeah.
visions of Neptune, and, like, everyone was trying to convince him that, like, he's insane, because, like, there's nothing there. And he was like, no, like, I've very clearly seen
I've
this
seen things.
thing. And obviously everyone was like, oh, I mean, you were in a coma, kind of. And I was like, it was Savathun. Like, she could have just...
Or Osiris having the Cassandra effect.
Yeah, every single time. Ever
Every
he's never
time.
been wrong, and yet. But yeah, when he woke up, he was in a very different state of mind because and that part was more important like at the time, like right away,
Yeah.
because of the witness stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like like Osiris knew that the witness is coming for something, and he suspected that that something is the vision that he saw on Neptune. And he was like, we have to figure out what it is before the witness, and like this is the
Because
only
otherwise
priority.
we're screwed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the only priority is to know what is going on.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously they did like figure that out, but like everything else was secondary. So like even if he remembered this part, it wasn't important to him at that point, or like he couldn't like spare the time to like ask. And then Rasputin died, and with him all of his archives also died. And it would have been almost as bad as that one time Honor crashed the train into a building. Yeah,
She was justified, to be fair.
she was a little bit. But yeah, this was like we were losing it about this because
Mhm.
at the time we knew that like Rasputin is gonna eventually be woken up because the exo chassis, like we've seen it. It was also in the cutscene before
Yeah.
Beyond Light, well before Hunt, of Anna working on an exo, like a half-built exo. And then there were like a few updates across seasons, kind of like, yeah, she's still working on him. And so we knew that eventually he's gonna wake up, that eventually we're gonna find out what's like he's gonna be put into the exo body. Except so we were like kind of like, okay, so when that happens, clearly they're gonna be dealing with this as well, except they didn't. Obviously, like one options, like one option is always that they're gonna just like kind of not, like it's kind of like a dropped thing, because it can happen, right? It's not like anything.
There's a lot of
anything
different
unusual.
plots that, like,
They're kind of just
but-
like it would also be realistic that some plots are like just
yeah.
they're gone. Like the only people who know about the tones, well, at this point, is just Osiris and Mara, and like they are not. They have bigger issues to deal with. Like Sagira is gone, Rasputin is gone, Vance is gone. Like there's no one like to really bring that up again, right? So it's
Yeah.
just it makes sense that kind of like things like lay buried, but like it would also be like if at any point they want to, they can. Like basically it's been covered, like the kind of the plot holes will be covered, because like again the thing in Seraph was explained with they had bigger issues. Like Osiris had nothing else on
Because
his
they
mind.
sure did.
Yeah, Osiris had nothing else on his mind besides I need to know that I'm not insane with the Neptune thing.
The Valley Stronghold.
Yeah.
Right.
And they spent the whole season like wrestling with Zivu and Aramis and Clovis to find out
Fucking man.
literally to find out what is gonna like what is going on and how they're gonna stop the witness. Like the fleet was at the door. There was a lot of shit going on, so I understand why people were like nobody was like, let's talk about the tones, right? It doesn't fit there.
Yeah, it wasn't urgent.
Yeah, it wasn't
Like,
urgent.
It hadn't caused problems in
Yeah.
the 3 years.
Yeah.
So it was probably going to be okay-ish.
But like, you know,
Tough.
Clovis is probably the most trying part of that season. At least the others are trying to kill you. Literally, Clovis is talking to you. Daft is murdering Clovis right now in chat.
I mean, as it should be.
Yeah, that is true though. That was one of the funniest shit in the world. Like Clovis, Mara, and Osiris the same room talking, like.
The one where he offers to rewrite Saint as well.
Yep, that's complete. He was so mad. Because he talks normally before that, and then Clovis is like, oh, you're with the EXO, and then like I can mess him up. And Osiris just kind of like, if you ever mention him again, I will personally strangle you, even though you're just a head.
I think if things if there wasn't the fact that he was just having to talk over comms, he probably would have just fucking killed Clovis right then and there. He's
Right
like,
then and there, he would have like unplugged him and like set him on fire and like strangled him with the fucking
if not
cables.
for the valuable information he had.
Yeah, it's just he was so mad.
Yeah,
And
like
understandably so.
and like it was again like the whole thing of like Clovis like completely ignoring like autonomy and like
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
having like no qualms about like
God.
just like really violating stuff like
He's man, it's wild.
like not regarding exos as people in a way.
Yeah.
But like and like he does that with like fleshy human people too.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Consent
it's
was not a
like-
word in Clovis'
Yeah.
vocabulary.
yeah,
Literally, he's like, whatever. People are just here to like serve me. Also, I
Yeah.
found in my notes from the last time we were doing this. I mean, we didn't do this last time.
well, yeah, but
When Anna said I'll run it, I like underlined and said expect follow up on this in the future. And I mean, there's.
she did eventually.
It feels like something that could have been like planned at some point, but like kind of
Yeah,
changed over the time. But like, also there's no.
but also
we don't
like,
still
there's-
know.
Yeah,
if
we
they're-
don't know.
If
Yeah,
they're gonna like bring it up at some other point, which I think it would be this episode.
yeah. If they do, it'll be this episode.
If they don't,
Um,
then it's kind of like, okay, they're not, like, this is just something that we'll never know about. Like, again, it makes sense that something's just kind of like, we
Fall by
never
the
know.
wayside,
Like,
yeah.
they just, it's a mystery that's,
We can't always have all of the answers.
yeah. Which I kind of, like, in Destiny, it fits the setting, I think.
Yeah.
But also, like, I would like to know. That holds my mind. If not for the laws of the land, I would have killed you by now, literally. And now, Osiris goes to see Saint. And I think that's
Oh, that's me.
that. Yes. Where is it? Is it okay? It's here now. It's good.
All right.
You can
The
find
tower-
it. It's right at the end of the
Yeah.
page.
The tower hangar is still, its ships grounded. Gearheads and pilots alike wait in tense reticence. Scramble speakers buzz with a static anticipation of orders from Vanguard High Command. Osiris turns back to a lone point of light shining through the gloom. I do not understand all this code. This is Geppetto's specialty, Saint 14 says while standing bent over a wide desk covered in data tablets. Holographic images of the lighthouse shimmer in the hangar lights. We could use the crucible right now. Your trials. This will be very helpful. You mean to stay, yes? I will, long enough to show you how to implement the simulation. But tonight I must disembark, Osiris says. So soon? Osiris tenses his jaw and forced silence. He twiddles with code. I'm worried about what Vance found. Saint places a heavy hand on Osiris's chest. Oh, baby. Saw that this week.
Mm-hmm.
Let go of your obsession. Do not leave chasing phantoms again. If there was some... Phantoms? You think the darkness is satisfied? This is just the first move. I need to know the next before it's made. If this is something you fear, let me help you. We face this together. Osiris's mind drifts to the dark anomalies. Saint doesn't need another burden. The safest place for you is the tower, Saint. Time tends to renege on its gifts. So, your mission is dangerous. Osiris considers lying. Potentially. Then do not go. The Vanguard already scouts Europa. The forest is gone, my fiery bird. Saint gives an uneasy chuckle and bats Osiris on the shoulder with his palm. You don't need to disappear and go looking for another. Osiris smiles faintly. The forest is gone, and all the simple pleasures in existence could not replace it. Sagira had told him once that life ebbs and flows, and in that ebb he is still lost. How long will it last until purpose rushes forth to find him again? Me? Disappear? He gives Saint a tilted look. I won't. I'll be back, and I will continue to keep Zavala abreast of my travels. And me. No number of tethers would keep him. Yes, and you. And you will answer my letters. Osiris skirts the promise. If I am able, I will send you with more of this candy corn, and Sagira will make you eat it. Please, no. Do not be ridiculous. It is delicious. Osiris fails to contain a chuckle. Saint embraces him. His mind is star-side, but Osiris still feels himself relax. Someday, this will be enough.
How hard are we crying?
So,
who
for
up
anyone who
crying in their
doesn't
lore.
know, that's the last time.
Yep. That's the last time. Before the coma and everything.
Well, before the kidnap.
Yeah, the kidnapping. Mm-hmm. And it's just... Also, me disappear. He literally disappears like 3 days
You
later.
do this all the
Yeah.
time.
He disappeared 3 days later. I cannot even. I just... This is like this last bit is just like just to give them the space
Yeah.
to show us at which phase they're in, and they're
Yeah.
the phase
And
is
like
gay.
how important they are to each
Yeah,
other, right?
yeah.
Like more than
Like-
anything else, like how this is how Osiris interacts with Saint.
And he thinks of him as a lone point of light shining through the gloom,
Mm-hmm.
and people somehow didn't know.
Don't lose.
Yeah, don't
Don't.
say it. Don't say it. Because we'll have to say it anyway later. Also, this bit is how they made the maps. This is what they're talking about. I don't understand this code. This is Geppetto's special. Geppetto, we have to see her.
Please, please, Saint.
Saint show us.
He has an idle voice line that's like, I will have to introduce you to Geppetto someday. Please.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
begging
it's
you,
time.
please.
But yeah, we could use the Crucible right now. Your trials would be very helpful. This is the simulations, implement simulation, the simulations of the maps, because that's how we play on maps that are on planets that are yoinked. They're simulations, and they're simulations that were made by with the use of like stuff from the lighthouse. And Saint and Osiris like put that together. Mostly Osiris, I think. Well, Saint kind of hits it into place. It's really funny.
He's up there with that time Saint was trying to read his handwriting.
Yeah. It's so good.
In Dawn.
He's like, I don't understand any of this. What's going on? And then of course, Osiris is still losing his mind. He is worried about the tones still, which is again, it's very strange because at this point they shouldn't be important anymore. Like the planets are gone, Guardians are already using darkness. It's fine. Like it's not like the universe hasn't exploded, and yet. And again, mentions him by name, so like, sure.
Yeah.
And then obviously, yeah, Saint places a heavy hand on Osiris' chest. We saw that this week.
Have you noticed that this is a thing that they do?
Yep.
It has been a thing that they do for a long time, but this
Genuinely,
is kind of like this is the first one.
Yeah, the
where we
stuff
see it.
today, the stuff this week in the season, in the episode, whatever, were 100% like references to
Mm.
the stuff that they were doing here, like
Because, like-
wringing hands,
Yeah.
hand on chest and stuff like that. It's very
Like they do it in a couple of other lore tabs as well. Like it's
Mhm.
kind of like, to be honest, this is them kissing. Like
yeah, as like explicit as could be in like a
and also like Saint's always got his helmet on,
yeah
and Osiris has like almost always got his hood up. So
yeah
you know,
Yeah.
like this is basically what they're doing.
Mhm.
Like it's like a very tender moment between them.
yeah.
Yeah,
Especially with the way they talk and all the like they're very like
Yeah.
vulnerable, especially Osiris, who he doesn't get to be like that often.
like yeah, it's a very kind of like vulnerable, intimate moment kind of
Mhm.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and like he just like keeps going, like because he is genuinely like terrified of what's gonna happen in like the coming months and years,
Yeah,
and like reasonably he is because
and like
things sure did happen.
if there is something you fear, let me help you.
Mm-hmm.
Sagira has already told him to tell
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. we face this together. And
Saint doesn't need another burden.
yeah, and he specifically is like, no, I cannot
He's
put this on Saint.
specifically asking him to, is the thing, because this
Yeah.
is what Saint does, because he's a Titan.
Yeah.
Um,
And Saint wants to help, but Osiris is like, I cannot put you in danger. And like, you understand, but also, why are they like this?
yeah. Time tends to
Yeah.
renege on its gifts. Like,
This is insane.
like he's terrified of losing him again.
Yeah, he would not survive if he lost him again, genuinely. Like, he would just not know what to do anymore, because like, back then, there was a way, because of how Saint died.
Yeah.
But
because he was in the forest.
Yeah, but if it's in any other way, it's gonna be final, and there's nothing that anyone could be able to do, and Saint would not, Osiris would not be able to like move on ever, I think. And then your mission is dangerous. Considers lying, potentially. It's like so. And my fiery bird. It's the pet name that he uses.
It's so good.
This is the first time that they did that.
Yeah.
This is the first time they did this. This showed up.
Yeah. It's not the last time.
Mm-hmm.
But like like Immolant was such a big thing because like this was the first time it was kind of like, I mean it was pretty obvious before.
Yeah.
But like this is the first time it's kind of like explicit.
Mm-hmm. Like this is very, very like direct, kind of like.
Yeah.
If you
Like
can't
we
see
are
here,
spelling it out for you.
Yeah,
if you
like, if you
can't
don't
see
see
it here, you are
this-
choosing not to look at it.
yeah.
It's
just
like, I mean, Devil's Ruin was also incredibly
Devil's
obvious.
Ruin, and obviously
Like-
the Festival of the Lost stuff that we read. Like we read
Mhm.
one of them, but like, they like.
But like Immolant
very
was kind of
close.
like the big
Yeah.
sort of, no, seriously.
Yeah, we are completely serious with this, and like, if you
I
can't see
think
it
Brooks
here,
being
you're
like,
really.
you can make the meme yourselves.
Yeah. And this, you don't need to disappear and go look, and like, me disappear, and like, this, like, so many little details that are like, when you reread this, you will
Mhm.
weep. And then like, no number
Purpose.
of tethers would keep him. Like,
Yeah.
man,
Purpose
like
again.
the language, this thing with purpose was so, because it's gonna come up again in the next part.
We need to do Pigeon in the Phoenix at some point.
Yeah, we have to do Pigeon of Phoenix at some point. You will answer my letters if I am able. Like, what does that mean? Just answer the letter, Osiris. And then I will
mean,
send you
he's
more
not
of
able,
this candy
is the
corn.
thing.
And Sagira will make you eat it.
The thing is that he's not able to answer the letters.
Yep. Yeah. Please no, don't be ridiculous. It's delicious. Saint really doesn't.
He really likes the candy corn.
He really likes it. He has like the amounts of candy corn that he has
Mm-hmm.
because he fills Osiris' ship with it. I think it's in part 2, right? When
Yeah.
he
yeah,
like
there's that, like, he
rummages.
nudges it aside with his foot, yeah.
Yeah, with like through like piles of candy corn wrappers and like bags. And it's like, how do you have so much? How do you have so much?
Probably people giving it to him.
Yeah. And then, of course,
As long as
someday,
he's not feeding it to the pigeons.
someday this will be enough. This is their like tagline essentially. This is this after Immolant, this kept repeating pretty much
Yeah,
all
enough.
the time.
Like the
The enough thing, and like especially with them, like
yeah.
it
It
pops
is
up.
with some other characters.
Yeah, it
but
pops up.
like,
It pops up as elsewhere as well because it's kind of it's kind of like a destiny thing, like you don't have to like strive for some like incredible heights and distances. It's just things can be enough, right?
Yeah,
It's
like,
but like with them
but
specifically,
with these, like, it keeps coming up with
it's
these two
huge.
specifically. It's
It's
a
huge.
massive thing.
like they need to like both kind of like be enough and stop like doing these like grand gestures.
Yeah, because they don't need to.
Yeah, they don't need to. And that's
Like the teacup.
Yeah,
You
the
are not a teacup.
ah,
Then what am I? You are enough.
yeah, that killed us. We crowed.
hmm
We crowed.
You are not a teacup. People do not break, and you are not broken. Then what
Yeah.
am I? You are enough.
It's just please.
That's the War Mind's avatar class item, if anyone's
Yes.
wondering.
We do be knowing lore. by memory for some reason. I don't know what possibly that reason could be. And that ends part 1. And
Should we do?
yeah, I mean, it's only been 2 hours. I thought that was so good, yeah. I thought we would be stuck on like
Yeah, but
first
part two's
chapter.
worse. Part two's
First,
worse though.
yeah, yeah, it is worse. Though there's like I think guess less to detail maybe because there's no like the this part was kind of like setup for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god,
Setup?
setup
World
like an
building?
Act 1. Help me.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Gamers.
yeah. Acts exist for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Please. All right.
Do you want to do Vanguard comms or? Yes, we know, Tufts.
Yeah, Tufts, come get your Zivu, I guess. And
Oh,
then,
it's already here.
of course it is. And then this beautiful image that did not foreshadow anything at all whatsoever.
She's fine.
Yeah.
She's on holiday somewhere.
Mm-hmm. She's in the Traveler. I don't know if you see like, one of the lost ghosts thing, I believe. I think it's that. Is said, or is it Mithrax and someone said there's a line somewhere.
What's the line?
The line is that like kind of a confirmation sort of that ghosts go back to the Traveler. It was one of the quests I was doing recently.
Oh, it's. I mean, Cade says it.
Yeah, it's Kate, but like there's another one after
Yes.
where it's Micah and I think Mithrax
I
talking
think it's the
about
Mithrax one. It might be Queens, not Queens. The other one, the one that's not Queens, is because he stands in front of the Queens thing.
Yeah, no, it's another. It's like a smaller thing. I think it's one of the when you're like picking up the feathers in cysts.
Oh, yes.
It's one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a very specific kind of Micah kind of interprets, or Mithrax interprets it. This is all new lore, so we don't know it by memory yet. But I do know that
we'll
it's happened.
get there. Yeah.
Yeah. They specifically talk about how how like ghosts that die are kind of all return, like their light returns to the Travelers, like they're essentially there again, which we crowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We crowed because she's in there, and like you
Yeah.
know, and so is Briar, and so are the others. So it's Starge.
Wailing and sobbing.
Can we stop killing ghosts? They're just little guys. I hate it here.
He's just a ghost.
He's just a ghost. This unreal situations. But yeah,
Vanguard comms. We can do up to the one where he goes back to Saint.
Vanguard.
I sent you a link.
How many are there?
9, I think.
14. Jeez. Okay, yeah, but
No,
until
14. Yeah.
until he gets to.
Yes, perhaps if we hadn't meddled with history. 7.
So we would have to go. Right. Let me just check. Let me. Shit. No, don't. No. That's wrong. No, that's wrong button. No, that's wrong button. YouTube. Sure. Reject everything. I don't like any of you. So it goes up to this. Wait, is this a playlist? Oh, they're all here. Okay.
It's all of them, yeah.
It's all of them. So if we put, what did I open like this? Okay.
You having boomer moments, Belle?
What? What is that?
New
No!
technology.
Why do I have an ad? I never had an ad. Skip. Right. The technologies are vexing me.
Yeah, why don't you have ad block?
I have.
Oh, is it because it's private browsing and you've not got the thing turned on?
Maybe.
Affirmative.
Is this
All clear.
yeah, that's okay. It's not on me. Just like this.
Zavala, this is Osiris. Promised you updates, so here we go. There's not much to tell. Mercury, Mars, Io, and Titan are gone. With that in mind, I wanted to give you the gift of perspective. I'm sending you an artifact, long kept in the care of my followers. It is of Hive origin, a fang of Zivor Wrath, sister to the taken king Oryx. The traveler may have reformed. Until it acts, understanding the darkness is our best chance at defeating it. Perhaps in this relic there is a real, tangible hope, not just empty promises. I needed to put some distance between myself and Earth. So I headed to the Dreaming City.
Security
The
check.
city itself is
All
still
secure.
caught in its cursed loop. Deaths will never be able to undo the damage that Taken caused here. Unsurprisingly, Petra remains useless. She doesn't know where her queen is. And that leaves us with fewer allies than ever.
Negative.
Oh, and
All security requests must be directed
let's
through
think no,
central
I found the
processing.
letter he hid in my ship. Tell him No, never mind. I'll tell him myself.
These were like day by day.
Yeah.
I came back to the tower, but you were in a meeting with Ikora, so I went to see how Anna's work with Rasputin is progressing.
Security
She's
check.
made several
All
failed
secure.
attempts at importing his consciousness into the body of a dead exile. Anna has a brilliant mind, but she's squandering herself trying to salvage the remains of that Golden Age tyrant. She should put her talents towards something more productive. Maybe I'm just bitter.
That's it. It's still fun.
The orbital path of Nessus has changed. Likely due to the sudden disappearance of the Leviathan. I could not find any evidence of the ship or Callus himself on long-range scans. But remnants of the Cabal still linger. According to the intercepted transmissions, Callus's daughter, Keitel, is trying to rally what's left of the Red Legion.
Registered.
As if we didn't have enough problems.
That's the beginning of the part 2. Right?
No, because it's
Subspace. It should be. Because part 2 starts with that.
oh yeah.
And what's the next one?
Path of Nessus. Yeah, gone to the reef.
Gone to the reef, hoping to find
Yeah.
insight.
Okay, yeah, no, it is the next
Mhm.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
But like as you could see, these first few were like just a summary of what he's been doing, like direct references. So that was that was really neat actually. That they had this kind of. It's like obviously like a lot of people didn't read it because they just don't read anyway. But also, Kyle mentioned, yeah, we'll be mentioning more Kyle. Bracken High. It's not Petra's fault. She tried.
Petra was useless.
Petra was like he says exactly the same thing
Yeah.
to he tells exactly the same thing to Zavala.
There's a while it's just like Petra was useless.
He's so the hostility is insane.
Hmm.
It's she literally she did try, like she had no other like what was she
I know,
had enough
yeah,
problems.
absolutely. She did not have.
She had plenty of problems. There's nothing that she could do. There's a
Petra's
curse.
Petra's had the same problems for the 3 weeks for like the last several years.
Yeah. Literally. Okay. So we heard a few of those. We can hear the next. The remaining ones when we finish. If
Yeah.
we are still able to be normal, and which we will not be able to be.
Well, we can play those while we cry.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bracken, if it helps, we did talk about the way that Osiris is with Petra in Wish.
He was very good to her, and he actually thought that she is very competent,
Mm-hmm.
which she was, but like he did change
Yeah.
his mind about her. This one has fewer sections to like separate through. So it's three parts,
It's
three
been
acts.
3 parts the whole way through.
So like, do we have to go through like every part, just like through the whole thing? There's no breaks. I don't know who's gonna do Dreadnought. Like, there's good things, like Osiris going apeshit, but there's also bad things, like, you know, the ending.
Maybe we'll have to toss a coin on it or something.
Yeah. I can do the first one.
I mean, I can do it. I will do it. You'll just have to put up
Yeah.
with me like, having moments.
I dibs on the first,
Okay.
and
I'll
then
do
you
the
two
end
can
then.
fight about.
I'll do the end.
Oh, I was gonna do the.
Oh yeah,
was gonna ask if I could do
I
the
thought about it because of the you would want to do
Because
the
my art.
you want to do Osiris going apeshit.
Yeah, I do. I really
Yeah.
do.
Alright.
Raph made art about that as well. Raph is our TWAB winner. Twid, whatever. TWAB. I will always TWAB for me.
It's
I'm
always
not calling it Twid.
It's always co-op.
Wow, how surprising, yeah. It was a TWAB. Well, it wasn't that piece, wasn't a TWAB, but like, there was a TWAB art win. But now let's go into the pain. Because this is part 2, which released 3 days after part 1. And they were like, you thought that was it? No, it's not. And we kind of knew, but also, man.
I mean, to be fair, if it said part 1 on it, you would think people would know that was it. That wasn't it. But
yeah,
like,
I mean, given...
they said this about Act 1 too, so you know.
Yeah. 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 Anyway, the first chapter is called Born of Wrath. I wonder what that's referencing.
Should we tell them what a Wrathborn is? Hey, Tough, what's a Wrathborn?
Yeah, Tuft was a Wrathborn. Tuft furiously typing. In short, Wrathborn are Zivu's forces because she controls people. I mean, like she. It's a little bit complicated, but like you can get kind of consumed.
She's an influencer.
Yeah. Enemy forces go screaming, Tuft screaming in caps lock, like Zivu. Yeah, she has this ability to kind of maybe like push you a little bit in a certain direction because of your nature, and especially if you like give yourself into violence and war, you will end up changed a little bit. Okay, let's start reading because this one is a lot. Born of Wrath. Huh. Sagira patches a strand of light into the jump ship's control deck as they tumble through the black drop, stars twinkling out beyond reach. Something's in static out there. What is it? Osiris asks. Some kind of subspace transmission. Hang on. Sagira boosts the jump ship's comm receiver. It's Cabal. From? Osiris absent-mindedly pushes a sack of candy corn aside with his foot and leans forward. Somewhere outside the system. Some pretty heavy encryption at work. But there's a repeated phrase. A name? Kaido? How many Cabal leaders still vie for dominion atop Gaul's grave? Let them grind each other out. Let them grind each other into the dust. There are responses from Nessus, the Reef, the EDZ. She's calling the Legion home. Or, no, back to her bosom? She wants them to capture Callus to prove their loyalty, but it sounds like the Leviathan is missing. Their bloody feud continues. If Keitel is stirring up the Legion, the Vanguard will want to know their plans. One of the response signals is offering Keitel tribute from somewhere near Xoric's cut. Some other weird noise, too. This message here, Osiris says and points to the on-screen readout of Sagira scans. Keitel sends an emissary to receive their tribute. The shore. We're not far behind, Sagira says. Eavesdropping or crashing? We'll hit them after their offering is made. I don't want the Cabal Empire to know we're tapping into their communications. Okay. A horde of Cabal crowd into a crude shelter assembled from several decommissioned drop pods. Green light shines through the cracks. A royal blue banner of Cabal make lay cast in squalid bubbling mud. Sagira and her guardian survey the scene, perched on fallen ruins high above the boil. The bulk of the evening is spent silent, the only exception Sagira's repeated affirmations. They're still just huddled around that rock. Patience is a virtue, Sagira. Osiris closes his eyes to the reef sky and waits for signals to guess at the darkness's plans. The stars watch, and the weight of jet-black space upon him. He is extinguished among their light years. Screams in the night. Osiris stirs awake. His eyes open to the nebulous drift of the shore. Sagira, report. They're still all in there. 18 life signs. No shots. No one's even moved. I don't like it. Tired hours flit by. Morning rises. There are no Cabal skirmishes against the Scorn, no metallurgists patching phalanx shields with molten slag, or Scion lookouts tracing firing lines. They're on the move, Sagira leers over the edge of their perch. The escape latch on the frontal pod dome bursts open and slams against the pod wall. 10 leave, 9 unsteady forms in dull red, 1 vivid blue. They disperse out into the shore. Osiris rubs his eyes. Finally! Through the cracks he sees them. The remaining ring of Cabal kneel in a tightly wrapped circle. A stony protrusion centers them. What is that stone's constitution? He asks. Pretty stoic, I'd say. Sagira. This reeks of suspicion. You're right, and I hate saying that. A moment passes as the tiny ghost directs long-range sensors to the stone. Oh, it's not a rock. It's hive. Biological. Osiris floats down to the acrid pools on featherlight. Sagira follows close behind. He bounds through the open pod door. A celestial flame dances in each palm. 8 Cabal sit dormant. The Cabal huddle around the protrusion. Their massive bodies form a bulwark of trembling flesh. A soulfire pitch blisters through their turgid pressure suits. They are fixated, bulged eyes rabid and screaming of rancor. Frontal plating blighted by hive barnacle growths. Hands tightly grip their throats. Slug rifles lay prostrated before the idol. Osiris steps among them without their notice and lowers his hands. Sagira breaks the Cabal perimeter to scan the protrusion. Creepy? They don't even notice us. Keep those spitfires ready. She turns to Osiris. This is the most vascular rock I've ever scanned. Osiris peers into the hive protrusion. Metallic flecks shimmer, and he sees a long and empty road, meandering. He wishes to plant a great banner over it so that all may see, a beacon alight with phoenix flame. Looming in the nascent flame light hangs the terrace of blades. The terrace dominates the road, its precipice at his throat. He raises the dawn blade to meet them. Rupturing cacophony ravages his senses. I am the war you crave, purpose eternal, a legacy in blood. It's full of soulfire veins. Sagira's voice is wind to Osiris. She nudges him. When you draw blades, you draw me. Do you hear the whispers? Osiris's words slur. You cannot resist without invoking my banner. You're hearing something? Sagira floats near him. Embrace me, Lightbearer, and be a god of death. Whispers. His mind clouds. One of the Cabal stands and turns to Osiris. Snap out of it, they're waking up, Sagira says and decompiles out of danger. Consume or be consumed. The Cabal trundles forward. Osiris billows incineration. The blaze cooks the interior of the pod. Kneeling Cabal break free of their trance and stand in the scalding air. Of the remaining 7, 2 fall immediately to a hail of celestial firebolts. Osiris grounds himself and unleashes a cascade of arc across the mass of lumbering legionaries. Lightning bends inward against the pod's magnetic shielding. He holds the storm on them until pressure gel hisses and spits from their suits. Osiris exhales. Their smoldering bodies invade his nostrils. The scene clarifies. Horror, scorch, and char. Sagira.
Everything's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Fine. Everything's fine. I see Tuft has been quoting Zivu in the meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what happens here is not good. To put it mildly. So to kind of like summarize, they are in the ship. They're monitoring like the transmissions, communications, and they find one that's obviously coming from the Cabal, who that are having some kind of a meeting in the Tangled Shore. And they also like obviously hear the transmission from Keitel. Because Keitel
Which
at
is the
this
chosen stuff.
Keitel at this point is moving towards the system because they detected the thing is from outside of the system. Somewhere outside the system. So they're on their way to Sol, but they're not yet there. And Keitel is already like broadcasting kind of I'm coming over and
Get your shit together, and
Yeah.
if you're anywhere near my dad,
yeah, exactly. Because
turn him in.
as we're gonna learn in Chosen, so this is a setup for Chosen that like we're gonna be dealing with Keitel. Because in Chosen we find out that they lost their homeworld to Zivu Arath. Tora Battle has fallen, and they have nowhere else to go. Yes, this is before Keitel was an ally. Yeah. So this is like right after the fall of Tora Battle. Tora Battle fell, and they were kind of like, well, there's nowhere else really. Like we're going to the Sol system because that's where the rest of the like armies are located. Like all of the Gold's remaining armies here. Everything that Callus has is here. Like everyone is kind of everyone is here essentially. That quote. And yeah, she's calling the Legion home, and back to her bosom. So like obviously she wants people to capture Callus to prove their loyalty to her, so that she can kind of like consolidate all of them into her empire. Because again, they have nothing else. Like if they want to fight back against the Hive on Tora Battle to reclaim it, they're gonna need everything that they have. Like she can't do it without half of the army missing, which is why she came over. And obviously like they're doing some kind of tribute, like meetings in the Tangled Shore, but they are unfortunately interrupted by Zivu Arath first, by her cryptoliths. This is the first time we see like what the cryptoliths really are. And they are vascular rocks.
Vascular rocks.
Yeah, because
I love
at
that
first,
so much.
yeah, because like at first they like just see like, oh, they're like huddling against just, like some kind of a rock and with like near like a drop pod and stuff. Like, who knows what the fuck they're doing? Like right there, it might be some kind of ritual that they have or whatever. But then they start scanning, like they're behaving strangely. They don't move. Like they sit for almost a full day in the ship. Like Osiris gets a full night's sleep essentially, like probably for the first time in like years. And then they leave. Like Nana and Steady forms in dull red. Dull red is the Red Legion, and one vivid blue, that's Keitel's emissary. And they just kind of leave into the shore. And like obviously they're like something happened to them because it's not normal behavior. And then finally they kind of like focus on the rock. Like, was that Stone's constitution? Pretty stoic. She can't help it.
She cannot resist.
She cannot help it. And he's always like, Sagira, okay, move on. Like, get it out of your system. You got the joke
I
out.
miss her.
She's so, man. She has to make the joke. But yeah, then she finally scans and she's like, oh, that's not actually a rock. That's some hive stuff. That's biological. And then they realize that like this is kind of not good because like whenever it's like some hive stuff, you kind of have to find out what it is because it's probably not something you want to just leave there. And then obviously like Osiris just like gets down and like walks in, because they're like in a pod and like there's a
Yeah,
dig
and he's
inside.
like he is ready to fight them.
Yeah.
and they don't do anything, and that's like wildly concerning.
It's really concerning because like again he literally just like walks in and he's a celestial flame in each palm, so he's ready to just throw hands or flames. And they just kind of like they don't see him. Hive does something. Yeah, they just don't see him, and it's wild because like they should have turned and be like, what the hell are you doing here, right? but they just nod, and they're like completely, obviously, they're like, there's something going on. Like they're, bulging eyes and stuff like that. They're clearly being like affected by the vascular rock. She's this is the most vascular rock I've ever
It's
scanned.
such a good line.
She's so good.
And like, I think part of it as well is she's trying to kind of keep the atmosphere a bit lighthearted.
Yeah, because they always deal with some horrors.
She's like
yeah,
unsettled by it as well.
yeah, she is 100%. Hive does something, everyone crap need to do something about that. Literally, like
Yeah.
Hive does something, it's just you need to address it. But like, yeah, Sagira is trying to kind of. She's always been the one to try and keep things a little bit lighter, because Osiris tends to get obsessive and maybe even depressive. So she's there to kind of like, ground him. So we're normal about her not being there for him anymore.
She's fine. She's fine.
She's fine. Yeah, she's still okay.
She's gone to visit the farm.
She but yeah, and then Osiris peers into the protrusion. Like he actually like peers into the cryptolith, and he is, well, he's gonna get messed up
He gets
instantly.
visioned.
Yeah, he gets messed up right away. Like the moment he kind of like looks into it, it immediately starts affecting him too. The way it's affecting the others, the legionaries. And he starts seeing through, like he sees, like I guess, like through the descendant plane, because that's what he sees. He sees like a road, and he obviously like wants to claim it because like it calls him to war. And he sees a terrace of blades, and at that point we didn't know what that was. Like we had no idea what this
Like, you
means.
can kind of make a guess a little bit.
Yeah, but it felt maybe
But,
like some kind of
metaphorical. Like,
yeah, like a description, because you know how we've just seen how he is with descriptions. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be literal, and we didn't know whether or not it's literal. So, but it was definitely like a phrase, and then we waited quite a long time
for it to get mentioned again. Yeah.
until Lost. I am pretty sure that it was in Lost
I'm
first.
pretty sure it was Lost. Yeah.
No, it was in Hunt. It was in Hunt.
Was it?
Yeah, it was in Hunt, but in Lost it was like an additional. I have it because I have it written down on my notes from last time. It's Wild Hunt, Greaves, and Wild Hunt
yeah.
Bond. It got mentioned there.
Terrace of Emerald Flame
yeah.
above a red harbor. Yeah.
Yeah. Wild Hunt Greaves has Terrace of Emerald Flame, and then Terrace aside 2 empty thrones in Wild Hunt Bond. And obviously the terrace aside 2 empty thrones is Zivu's terrace next to her siblings' empty thrones, because she's alone. Yeah, Tuft ran in to help us. Yeah, you're right. I have it written down as well. It's like, because at the time, because we didn't know, the moment I saw that in the Wild Hunt gear, like terrace and like blades and flame and stuff, I was immediately like, wait a minute, that's from Immolant. Repeating words, they always repeat for a reason.
Yeah,
And-
like it is very much a thing.
Yeah, and in my notes from 3.5 years ago, I have this highlight, I have like this circled, and I wrote Zeus Realm ? Because again, at the time, we did not know. I don't know if you can see that. You can probably see that. Zeus Realm ? Yeah, just remember. Yeah. I was making, this was making notes for the non-existent 5-hour cut. I
Yeah,
wanted to
there is no such thing.
Yeah, there's no such thing. But I did make notes for that because I wanted to have like on hand if I had to Google it, Ishtar it, I guess. But yeah, I remember also at the time when we were like, I remember Tuft made a post about something like this, something about Zivu, and when Tuft like listed a few of the lines, I was like, wait a minute, that's a repeat. I've seen this before. And I was like, yeah, I've seen this in Immolant, of course. And I was like, okay, Terrace is a thing that repeats. And then we were like, this is probably something with Zivu's like realm. And yes, it is. It was revealed. It was really years later That was in Deep? I think it was Deep. I'm pretty sure it was in Deep or in Seraph.
There was some stuff in Warewalker.
Yeah, I know that Deep 100% had the thing. It might have
And
been
then there
something
was
mentioned in Seraph as well.
Lost with
Yeah.
Pathfinder.
Yeah. In Lost, it was like an additional kind of like someone had a vision about the terrace
Yeah.
again. But I do because these notes were made before Lost, so that's why that's not it. That's not in. But I'm pretty sure it was either Seraph or Deep where they completely confirmed. Yes, Zivu's ascendant plane, her throne world, is called Black Terrace, and we were like, yay! First mention in Immolant. Immolant's still relevant. Osiris is the first one who saw that.
Yeah.
Found
and
it, Tripwire Canary.
yeah.
When has Osiris ever not been the first to see something?
This game like so much handy for Deep specifically because Osiris is the first one who got like influence in this way, like at least from our like obviously not like I mean other like Umunarath got influence way before him, but when it comes to like Guardians and stuff, it was him.
Yeah.
And then in Deep it was Sloane.
Yeah.
But like when this happened to Osiris, nobody knew anything. Like he didn't know
like
what happened.
it was like none of us like.
Yeah.
Until the end of this, we didn't know what was going on until the end of the month.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and...
it's in Disparity and Tripwire Canary.
Yeah, so it is Seraph first. Yeah, that makes sense. I know that like around that time we were like, oh my god, finally Black Terrace, because like we've been sitting on this for like 3 years. Like Terrace of Blades, like some kind of like what does it mean? Like obviously something with Zivu, but like she has like she has a balcony somewhere. Like what does it mean? And then it's just
Zivu has a balcony.
she has a nice little apartment with a balcony.
Little
that
picture
has-
of that.
Yeah, it's like
Studio apartment.
Zivu's studio apartment
Please, somebody
With-
draw this.
with emerald flame and blades.
She's like standing out on the balcony with like a glass of wine in her hand.
She's just looking over like some kind of like horrific environment where everyone's dying and in pain and being tormented. She's like, yay! I love I love my apartment.
Yeah, Disparity is the one with Reese Reborn.
Yeah, it's really good. This is why like one of those things that like you know when people didn't read Immolant, it's such a good setup. It's just such a good setup to kind of like looking into this. You get immediately drawn by Zivu first and foremost. You get to see her throne world like through the ascendant plane essentially, and it's like wow. And then you get like these visions of yourself kind of like being on her side, like being compelled to war. And we saw this a lot more vividly in Deep with Sloane, because Sloane got like directly got influenced, like in front of our eyes essentially. But like with Sloane, we could help her because we knew. Osiris didn't know. No one knew.
Yeah.
Like Osiris got caught off guard by this. He
And
literally just like looked.
at this point, he was fucked.
Yeah, he literally just like
when
looked
he chooses not to go home here, he's fucked.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the moment he does this, he immediately gets this vision and he starts hearing her. And this is what Sloane was also hearing. It's a very direct like it's a very direct like parallel between Deep and Immolant, which is why we were like in Deep we were like, oh my god, Immolant is still relevant. Read Immolant, everybody. Oh, but you say that
I think
notes
you
to
should have read
hands
it
and
already,
faces.
but you should reread it.
Yeah. And obviously, like, you know, he's hearing Zivu yelling. He's hearing Sagira, like, somewhere in the back. Like, Sagira's voice is wind to Osiris. Like, he's clearly, like, being compelled. He's slurring words. He's using slurs. He's...
He can reclaim.
Yeah, he can. His mind is clouding. You know, he's not fully there at this point. And he's just hearing these upsetting messages, like be a god of death, like man. And then consume or be consumed, because that's what it is, right? You either fight, you fight back, or you die. There's no, and you're helping Zivu either way, which is why she's why we had to like remove her from her throne world, because there's no way to beat her.
Yeah, and it's also like the like the degree to which he does this
Yeah, yeah,
as well, it's not just, he doesn't just kill them.
that's the ways that, like, this is like a shorter description because he gets way more apeshit later. We'll see, but here it's kind of like it's over the top. It's unnecessary violence essentially.
And like,
Like-
if you compare it to Pigeon and the Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
And to Six Fronts,
Yeah, that he was defensive. Like he was.
Yeah, he never reveled in
he
it.
doesn't
Yes.
like relish it. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't relish it, and he doesn't like go overboard. Like there's no need, right? Especially here because they were standing still.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're like when they start moving, they're kind of like they're not fully there, right? Like trundles
Yeah.
forward. Like they're not like charging at him. Like there's not like 50 people charging at him like with blades or something. No, they're kind of like, you know, not really fully there because they're also being influenced.
Like, he could probably beat them to death with a rolled up newspaper at this point. Like,
yeah, literally.
it's not
He could have
necessary to
used
do
his
this.
plinking scout rifle
Yeah.
at them and just, but like no, instead he billows incineration.
It's not just that; it's the arc stuff. Like,
yeah. So he
yeah.
cooks
like,
the
he
whole
cooks
thing.
them.
He
like-
cooks the whole thing with first with the incineration, like for the inside of the pod, and then once they like they break free, and then they start just standing there in the scalding air, like there's nothing they can do, and then like, you know, to immediately die, and then like instead of just kind of like, because they would have died anyway, like from the fire, right? But he continues, like he keeps going, and like suddenly he's like using arc, which is not really something he uses a lot, and he just he just loses it. He starts like he cooks them from the inside of their suits essentially,
Yeah.
and it's not
And
necessary.
then he's like, you can see that he's like horrified by it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Like the moment they're dead, like his job is basically finished, and like he's released from the trance, and their smoldering bodies invade his nostrils, and the scene clarifies. Like the moment he sees, like, because that would be, like, the smell would be
Yeah.
unbearable, and then, you know, horror score and char because he literally like burned them up from the inside of their suits with arc on top of like the flames that he did first.
And like, this is not something that they do in lore very much.
Yes, this was very like on the edge of
Yeah.
like the type of violence that's being shown in the game. It doesn't get shown this way
Which
much.
again, may be why it was web lore.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
there are
Or
some
like,
other
maybe
similar
like, because
instances
it is
of like
web lore that
yeah.
like,
yeah, it's either web lore or collector's edition stuff, because like there's other
Yeah.
like the other like really concerning body horror was collector's edition, especially
Yeah.
Beyond
Yeah.
Light
the
with
missing
Clovis.
pages. Yeah.
And like other than that, there's not like violence is not
The
generally
only other
described
thing really is
this way.
the Saladin stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that was
a lot.
rough.
That was a lot, but like that
But like, that's
kind
the
of
only time it's. But like, that was more kind of like you're reading between the lines.
yeah, and it also makes sense because that was like to showcase how horrible Dark Ages were.
Yeah. Yeah.
In this case, like he did not have to do this,
No.
and he would not have done this if he was
No.
himself. Which is why it's kind of like, you know, he is the moment he realizes, he's like, oh my god, like Sagera 3 dots, like he's not. It's not good. It's not good.
Yep.
And typofixed. This used to say codependence.
I miss my codependence typo.
Codependence, which I have. It's preserved. And I cycled it. Circled it. Typoid. Yeah, the way that he immediately looks for Sagira, literally this.
Yep.
Because she's the grounding presence. She
Yeah.
can always get him out. It's either her or Saint, obviously, but like mostly her because she's always with him. Until she isn't.
Which is why
And-
we see him do it in Lightfall.
Yes, it's why we see the thing with the puka, which breaks my heart every single time.
Yep.
Every time.
Because it's like it's instinct for him. Like he spent so long with her, and it's just
He's never not had her.
yeah. And the puka, obviously, like we know how pukas work. They like kind of like give you the vision of this happening. So like he was experiencing this, you know, as if she was there essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
And like, you know, he's used to having something floating around.
mm-hmm,
Which
Yeah.
actually, like, the bit here where she bumps into his shoulder, or,
Yeah.
like, nudges him, like,
yeah.
man,
Codependence. That's yours, then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy.
You ready to tell me what that was all about? Sagira asks. She hovers just above the jump ship's control deck, piloting. I wish I could. I remember tracking Keitel's emissary, finding the Cabal, the Night Sky, then Flame and Rage. It took everything in me to push those thoughts from my mind. Osiris slumps in his seat. There is one clear memory. I felt the dark whisper that we've been chasing, like a needle in my spine. It must be at the root of all this. As his thoughts fixate on senescence, old iron words from the past ring in his ears. Soon the city won't need men like us. Lone wolves, Osiris. We die. Make sure when your end comes, it's something worth your light. Okay, Sagira says. The concern is thick in her voice, but she buries it. I sent out scans. Long range, short range, anywhere that has a prominent hive presence. There's no way this is isolated to the reef. Petra, how are we so blind? Osiris muses. The hive swell in darkness as Guardians run to Europa. The warning fell between her words, and I did not see it. That's enough moping. We're on this early. Maybe it's a good thing. I can't pull the Vanguard's eyes for Europa with hazy recollections and guesses. They have just begun to see me again, and trust is so thin. Resonance pings blip on the ship's monitors, catching Osiris's attention. Signals from his scans. The moon. That's a much stronger signal than the one we found near Sorik's Cut. Osiris shifts and raises his head. You may be right about our timing. We can end this before it begins. Open a channel to Eris. I've been trying. She's not answering. Then we go to her. Oh no, first that, and then it's a suicide mission into the Hellmouth. You're in no condition. Recuperate, and we'll talk. Osiris stews in thought. Sagira's words are true. He's blurry from lack of sleep. Then turn around. Osiris, I already sent everything we have to Petra and the Vanguard. I'm taking us to Earth. Whatever we are dealing with is spreading through the system's underbelly. There is one on the shore who knows those pathways. Surely I'm not too fragile to have a conversation, Sagira. I'm sure there are plenty of people in the tower who would be just as helpful. Osiris glares at her. I am not some doddering invalid. He grabs the flight stick. Turn around, or I will. Are we doing the whole thing, or do we want to talk about
yeah,
it separately?
you can get to the. It's not
I'm
too
being
much.
shouted, so you might want to talk about it for a minute.
Right, then we can learn to talk about it for a little bit. He's taking this normally, I think.
He's not in good shape. He's
He's-
also been not sleeping is
Yeah.
another thing.
Yeah, like the thing that he was like doing in the ship, like before they attacked, was like probably the first time he actually like slept in a while.
Yeah, I don't imagine he's slept since all the plants were taken from the sky.
Genuinely, yeah.
And we know that warlocks tend to kind of go without
Yeah.
sleep for a bit,
Warlocks needs to
but I
talk
think
to
he's pushing
people.
it.
Yeah, he is, because he's just so anxious and upset and busy, and he just thinks that like if he doesn't do these things, then nobody else will, and you know.
Yep.
And obviously he explains what happened to him, which is like just clarifying that was not completely in control of his actions.
Yep.
Like he doesn't remember. Like the only thing, like the last thing he remembers is the night sky, which was like all the way up when he, like it's like he missed quite a lot of the stuff that was going on.
Yep.
He doesn't like recall properly. This bit, the stars watch all the weight of jet black space upon him. He's extinguished among the light years, screams in the night. And from here, it's kind of blurry, essentially. And obviously,
Yeah.
it gets worse towards the end. And he's kind of like, I don't know, like there's nothing he can do, and like he just remembers, and like it took everything in me to push those thoughts from my mind. Which means that had he not pushed them, he could have probably continued the rampage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, that's not good.
Mm,
That's
no.
not good. But then he realizes that like I felt dark whisper we've been chasing, like a needle in my spine. Must be the root of all of this. Which obviously, like that's like one of the like those communications in darkness that he was hearing. That was Zebu.
Yep.
On top of like everything else that was going on, like through it all, there was Zebu's kind of introduction and messaging that he could hear, and that he couldn't identify, which is why he's like, "How have we been so blind, Petra?" You know, because she did like the warning fell between her words, and I did not see it. He blames himself again, obviously. And blame, like, like, thinks about stuff like the words of the Iron Lords. That would probably be Felwinter.
Yeah.
That would probably
Yeah.
be Felwinter. It could be
Calling
Saladin as well,
himself
but Felwinter was his teacher, so
a-
especially
yeah,
with the
and
way.
Felwinter was definitely more of a lone wolf than even Saladin was.
Yes, and like, soon the city won't need men like us. We die. Make sure when your end comes is something worth your light, because it's kind of foreshadowing that that's exactly what happens to Felwinter.
Yeah.
And it's like,
And I'm fine about that.
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
That's
sorry
normal.
about that.
Yeah,
That's
probably
alright.
Yeah, that's probably that. So, and then of course, Sagira is trying to convince him that he should
Go home.
go home and take a rest. Like,
Which he should have.
yeah,
He should have.
yeah.
Alas, he's stubborn.
Yeah.
I think it's Maxie. She is. There's a kitty cat. Kitty cat. Okay.
She here to cause problems.
She is. She's probably gonna go sleep on the bag now. I would take her, but she is. I cannot do that with one arm. Yeah, it's he's not listening, essentially, because
Yeah.
and like, it makes sense because this is very upsetting.
And
like-
also, like, how much he's been affected.
Yeah, and
Yes, Elrond cat.
cat. There is a possibility that I could possibly take her.
Oh boy, here we go.
Just a second. Come here. Come here. No. Oh my
Can we
god!
interrupt this law stream?
With the kitty cat. She's very big. Look at the camera. Come on. Yeah. Ugh. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah? She's trying
I
to
need
look
to
at
make
me
her
like,
one herself.
yeah. She's trying to look at me like, what the fuck are you doing?
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah. Hey. What are you looking at?
the look on her face, she's just
Oh
like,
my goodness.
What is happening?
well, this is obviously the most exciting thing that's happened all stream.
Yeah. Exactly. It's gonna be like a most viewed. Hi. What is? She always looks at me strange. Like, what the fuck?
I
Oh.
mean, to be fair, have you seen yourself?
Let's not talk about that. Okay. You're good? What's happening? Why are you looking at me? She's like, who are you? She's not used to being handled by brother. Yeah, she really isn't. There are so many, so much fur. There's so much fur everywhere. We'll have to, like, shave her at one point, I think.
She did at several points look like she was about to eat your microphone.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she had a lot of things to say. Do you have any opinions on Immolant? The silence is deafening. I don't think she's read it. She chat. Maxie didn't read Immolant. Okay. Brief pause.
Shake my head.
Yeah. This is
We're
why
just
she's
trying to put off the inevitable. That's all that's happening here.
Yeah. But yeah, Osiris being Osiris. So, however, he did want to talk to Eris
Yep.
because they like scan for other cryptoliths, for other vascular rocks, and they find one big one on the moon. It's much stronger signal than the one we found near Sorik's Gut, and it's like that's the one from the moon, the big one.
Does it have to be?
I mean, we would like not to be, but unfortunately it is.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why he's like, okay, so if there's like he's I guess thinking this might be like the center of it. So if we deal with that, we stop this before it happens, before it begins.
Mm-hmm. And then we can go home.
Yeah. And then he's like, well, let's talk to Eris, and she's not answering. And this was a big problem that I still don't think it's been really fully explained. Because we see from Eris's point of view that she has been trying to contact Osiris. So like even
Like,
if she's
consistently.
even if she is on Europa right now, so like obviously like maybe her comms change or something because she's on a different planet essentially, well, moon, but so maybe like she's not answering because of that, but she was trying to contact him. It's regarding stasis? No, that's wrong. I think it's regarding stasis.
Yeah,
Late
yeah,
letters.
because she's like, hey, I would really appreciate your input on this.
Yeah, to Osiris. I fear this letter may never reach you, old friend. Your disappearance is as mysterious and unexplained as the loss of the planets we've suffered.
Like, what? What?
It could have been that she sent this in the like 3 days when he was stuck in the Hellmouth without Sagira. But it's such a narrow like time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, I read to you because like she's at this point she's on Europa. Like things are already happening, and we know that things are already happening in Immolant because of the when it's happening. So that it's like what was like we don't know. Something was going on that that's the wind opening my door. That's the wind. Nothing bad has ever happened in the moon.
Must have been the
Involving
wind.
Involving the hive. True. I thought it might be Maxi. No, Maxi's here. Sometimes she opens doors with her immense strength.
Man,
yeah.
Cat used to do that.
Yeah.
To launch himself at the back door and open it. You just see this like ginger thing hit the window on the outside.
Help.
It's like ginger blob slam into the window. This massive thunk.
No.
And then like the door would like open, and then a few seconds later, Gus would just kind of like stroll in like nothing had happened. And you'd be like, oh.
Of course. I mean, nothing did happen. Yeah. Yeah, and then he wanted to go to her.
We're avoiding reading the line is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wanted to go to her, and then obviously Sagira was like, no, we're not going to. And first that, and then it's a suicide mission to the Hellmouth.
This is what we in the trade call foreshadowing.
Yep. This is a secret tool we're gonna use later. But yeah, it's we don't know like what's possible that something has been like there's been a lot of stuff. At first we thought, because when we were cooking with the theory, we thought that it might have been Savathun who did it deliberately. Because if Osiris talked to Eris would know right away.
Yeah.
Like if anyone would not have been fooled by the disguise, it would have been Eris 100%. One of these days you'll get to cuddle a Maine Coon. They're really cuddly. I think that counts as 5 shadows. It does.
Ooh.
Yeah, but like we don't know. But like essentially something was going on. Like he couldn't contact her, she couldn't contact him, and that's essentially what prevented them from actually having a chat about it. Because again, even if he contacted Eris here, things would have been different. 100%.
Yep.
There's no way that it
Because
actually...
Eris would have like been able to get her head around this shit faster.
Yeah. Eris would have helped him right away. Eris could have like convinced him not to go there as well, because you know, it's Eris. He trusts her. They're besties. But alas, that didn't happen because she was busy on Europa. There was a lot of thing going on, and he was kind of like still, well, I am not gonna just be sitting here, right? Like, I have to do something.
Yeah.
Even though
they have just begun to see me again, and trust is so thin.
Yeah, that's one of those lines where you kind of realize just how much he is still
affected.
Yeah, he's been hurt by the exile like deeply.
Yeah.
in a
Like,
way
no
that's
matter
like,
how much
Yeah.
he says he doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
he is.
yeah, it's just wild. And then of course he convinces her that like they can at least go talk to Spider.
Mm-hmm.
That's the underbelly thing.
Yeah, surely I'm not too fragile to have a conversation.
Yep. Yep.
You could have a conversation with Zane,
Mm-hmm.
or like literally anyone.
Yeah. There's one on the shore who knows these pathways, and you know, that's the Spider. And then they go to talk to Spider.
Ugh, I don't want to read Spider.
You have to.
Sagira.
Yeah.
Okay. This Spider guy better have answers, Sagira says. From what I've heard, it's just a matter of how persuasive we are, Osiris says, and follows an Elixni associate through plum curtains and into the spider's abode. The massive don of the shore lounges before them. Welcome, most esteemed Osiris. Though you have not graced my chamber before, your reputation precedes you. Spider trellises his 8 fingers together as his voice breaks into a series of gaseous staccato slurps. The literature you sent me, very interesting, but behind the times. Spider chuckles. I already have top men working on these cryptoliths, but I'd never, what is it? Ah yes. Look a gift horse in the mouth. His associates rush around the edges of the room. Cargo exchanges hands at a frenetic pace. Osiris follows their movements. A decorated associate approaches the spider and waits at his side. What is it, Ara? You know better than to... Sorry, stumbled over my tongue then. You know better than to interrupt our guest's audience. Ara glances to Osiris before quickly speaking in Elixni. Spider slams down a meaty fist. Then go find it! Spider turns back to Osiris as Ara scuttles away. Apologies. Business interruptions in the aftermath of these... He gestures half-heartedly upward. Trying times. He stifles a cough and clutches at his ethery breather. Cabal aren't the only ones having trouble, eh? Sagira asks and jets in front of Osiris. You know I speak Elixni, right?
She's so good.
She plays snippets of Cabal distress transmissions and orders from Keitel's scouts to lock down encampments. She displays images of slaughter, graves, and empty Cabal fortifications. If it's hitting them this hard, your associates must be, what's the phrase? Dropping like flies. Wise Osiris and his brilliant little light, Spider muses. Sagira, the duo corrects. Of course you are. I see no reason why this can't be a mutually beneficial partnership. Osiris steps forward. What matter do you need addressed, Spider, sovereign of the shore? Spider giddily laps up the title. I know the cryptoliths are at the hive. I know the brutes here burn Oryx's banners. And I know his worm's skeleton, the one in Saturn's rings, is awake. Spider throws his forearms into a shrug. My jurisdiction ends at the banks of the shore, of course. But not yours.
Man. That's really good. Sagira is really, really good.
She's so good.
Yeah.
The way she, like, jumps in front of him to be like, alright, enough, stop winding him up. Like,
she's not taking anyone's bullshit.
Mhm.
I love her. Yeah, literally. Top
yeah.
men. This. Yeah, it's Spider. Spider knows things because, well, we know from... We didn't know at the time. But
But now
when,
we know.
Yeah, when Hunt released, we figured out, and he knew because of Crow. Because he had Crow, and Crow was in charge of the Wrathborn and the Cryptoliths. As a matter of fact, Crow is the one who found a way to like make those like little what do they call, lures?
Yeah, the
to
lures.
get the to actually like kill the Wrathborn, because like they're really difficult to kind of find and get rid of. But like he developed those lures so that we could. Well, he was also doing that on his own before, but like when we showed up, we also like
Yeah,
helped
so that
us.
we could follow them.
Yeah, we can follow them, and then we can like trap them and corner them, and then we can kill them. But yeah, that's why Spider was so knowledgeable about this, and why he was like, your literature is behind the times, because like I already have more information than you. Wow, blah blah blah, and like, you know, the literature is the stuff about the cryptoliths. Again, this was like a setup for Hunt, quite a lot of it, which is why Immolant has a lot of stuff that was important for everybody, everywhere. And then they kind of like go back and forth because obviously Spider just wants something, right, in return. Like he just always wants something to be for his benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, Osiris just is not taking shit, and neither is Sagira. Sagira is especially not taking shit.
Sagira really can't stand him. It's really good.
Yeah, it is really good, and also like her, I can I can speak
Yeah.
Lixney, right? Like of course she does. Like come on.
And then I just think about the
Yeah.
like House Light holding her in a steam thing.
Yep, when Mitrax in that was already in Splicer. Or was in Lost? That was in Lost.
Yeah,
He was lost.
yeah, it was
It
lost.
was Lost. When when Peter and the Splicer.
Mm-hmm.
When the Saint and Mitrax went on a little adventure.
Do not drop me into computer
Do
hole.
not drop me into computer hole. Mitrax will warn the Saint first. But yeah, they talk about Sagira, and Sagira was known to House Light and to Mitrax, and they held her in like. They respected her a lot. Which makes sense because, again, Osiris was one of the first people who were kind of like sympathetic to the Elixni. Even back in the day, like literally post Six Fronts, he was like, this is not something we should be like thinking about that much. Like there are like bigger threats. And
Yeah.
obviously he told Saint a year before Splicer to talk to Mitrax. And Saint was kind of like, I don't want to talk to Elixni, and like, and Osiris was really like, no, you have to, like, please talk to them. Like, you will understand when you actually do, like, you guys are the same, essentially. But yeah, he was very sympathetic to House Light and Mitrax, like, way before anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the name Sagira was spoken often in House of Wolves with respect. House Dust told all houses Sagira fell on Earth's moon, but I know not where. May she find peace in the light. With respect, like even in Wolves.
Yeah.
Like, and obviously Mitrax carried that to like the highest light. And of course, yeah, like they all have like issues on the shore because of the cryptoliths, unruly hive activity. And this is also funny. Associates must be what's the phrase? Dropping like flies.
It's so good.
And
you can see her doing it.
yeah, and Spider is like, damn, she got me.
Yeah,
Why is
because she's so
Osiris-
animated.
Yeah, and
like,
his brilliant little light. And the
Sagira. Like,
stick say it at the same time.
yeah, like
Say it at the
only
same time.
only Osiris gets to call a little light.
Yeah, literally. Also, what was the
It's very.
thing?
She has a name.
Yeah. What was the thing with like Sagira and her guardian? We read that. Like,
Yeah, that was
earlier.
in the other page. Yeah.
Yeah. Sagira and
That was
her
part
guardian.
one. Yeah.
It's always the guardian and the ghost, right? But look, with
Yeah.
them, it's Sagira and her guardian. They're like
Making me feel away.
codependents. Yeah, and but basically what happens here is that Spider finally. So Osiris doesn't really use titles much, right? That's kind of a thing. Like he's not the type
Yep.
to suck up to people because he doesn't see the point. But here he does because he knows that it'll work. And it does work. Spider giddily laps up the title. Like he's very much like, this is important to me, essentially. And then he tells them that they can find answers if they go to the Dreadnought.
Yep.
Like
We could not go to the
yeah,
Dreadnought.
we could also not go to the Dreadnought.
We could go home.
Yeah, we could go home to Saint, and maybe even to Eris, because they are normal people who will tell us things that are normal, and then we won't get into trouble, and things are not gonna happen. But
alright.
unfortunately,
Nothing bad ever happened on the moon.
yeah, especially not.
They went home.
Yeah, not with ghosts, especially.
They went home.
They went home. Yeah, that's it. Immolant
The end.
over.
Immolant's over. That's it.
Immolant's
The
over.
We could read the first bit of Dreadnought, which is the second bit.
Yeah, we can stop at like the last. What is it?
We
Two
can
paragraphs.
stop it. That is where we go. There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
have to read into the chasm on Luna. It's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's true. I would go to the Dreadnought. I would also go to the Dreadnought, but
Of
there-
course you would.
So the Dreadnought was fine. It was the rest of it that wasn't fine. And also Dreadnought.
Mm-hmm.
The
I'm dreading I'm dreading.
Like the moment I got here, I was like, "What are you cooking? What?"
I
But-
had suspicions
But
like the
Belle,
very
they
first time they
forgot
dropped
about the
Immolant.
dreadnought.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I remember Raph saying that. Like you always were like, because you like showed us like when you were talking to people after the first part, you were like, if they do something to Sagira, and then we're like, yeah, they
That's not gonna happen. They wouldn't do that.
They
I'm
wouldn't
like,
kill
I have it. I feel
Sagira.
it. I feel it in my gut.
that, and then you get here and it's Dreadnought, bro.
Mm,
Okay, are we ready?
No.
no.
Anyone not ready? Nobody's ready. Okay. Damn.
Oh,
Tuft, I'm ready. Help me. Yeah, it's yours.
oh boy. Oh, right. Oh boy,
Enjoy.
okay. Osiris impales a wizard's head upon a stunted spike surrounded by a freshly bloodied hive sigil. The dreadnought consul sputters to life, accepting his tithe. While Cade's old transmat zone is no longer in operation, the massive breach left by the Dantalion?
Yeah.
Dantalion?
The
Whatever.
stallion,
Exodus.
I guess. Yeah.
6's impact remained a gap, whatever. Entry had not been difficult despite the halls crawling with newly spawned thrall. They were young, and nearly a century navigation through the infinite forest had honed Osiris's ability to remain unseen. The dreadnought, nearly a century. Good
Yeah.
God.
That's a really good. That's a
Okay.
really good.
Yep, that's good information.
Yeah, it's good information.
The
Okay, wait.
dreadnought systems present as present. The dreadnought systems present as present.
It will be present.
Present. Okay.
Yeah, because
The
not-
dreadnought
yeah.
systems present as living memory, chronicle and hymns recounting histories. It is a rat king of fading ideas, racked with failing connections and dying interpretations, as Akka suffers a slow final death, damaged beyond repair. But there is knowledge to glean here. Osiris directs Sigura to rip spokes of data from the console for Vanguard High Command. You found the most disgusting one. I'm not touching that. Dictate it to me. Osiris sneers and grasps the head. He navigates the recounting of the hive from Oryx's death. They are fractured, broken by internal power struggles. It leads into a recounting of Savathun, banished, branded as a heretic, and set to burn. Many hive turned to her when Oryx fell. Many of those same broodlines defected as the darkness invaded Sol, sending Savathun into hiding. She is still hunted by the hounds of war. Her pursuer has no local story to recount here, for it is yet to be written in blood. War's celebrant rides to rest Crota's lost foundlings from the Witch Queen's schemes, to bring unity, to bring reckoning, to bring glory. Luna will be reformed in her image, all tithes to Zivu Arath, all tithes to the black edge of her singing blade. I am the din of rapture. I am the herald of peace. My banner is known to you. Zivu Arath, Osiris says, words spoken on compulsion. He takes his hands from the wizard's head as emerald smoke wafts from its orifices. Osiris slumps to his knees. This must be the echo we've been chasing. An omen of her voice resounding through the darkness, heralding war. A hive war god. This is bad, Sagira says, the third sister. She has finally come for us, and her champion seeks to supplant Crota's remaining daughters on Luna. This is where we go. And the end.
We can shortly like get through this because this like just like a little bit of extras. But yeah, this. Why? Why?
Okay.
My banners. I see
I'm
Tuft
not
is
touching that.
Tuft is finally in its element.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
yeah.
not touching that.
She's
It's so good.
It's so good. Also, like the way it starts, like with this like dreadful way of like
Yeah.
like accessing the console.
Yeah.
has to accept a tithe, and like he has to kill a wizard to get that, and like
Yeah.
freshly blooded hives, like classic hive.
Hmm.
Just average things.
Yeah, and it kind of like tells us like what's been going on with the dreadnought in the
Cade
years.
was useless.
Yeah, Cade.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Cade. You
Cade,
helped with nothing.
Thank you, Cade. You destroyed Eris's ship. But yeah, like so he's transmat zone obviously. Like it kind of like this is like a lore explanation of why we can't go there, because his transmat zone is no longer in operation. It's really kind of cool, like little like nods to the gameplay and
Yeah.
like why we can't go there. But like obviously it's still very much breached because of the Cabal, because they had a lot less subtle methods of getting there.
Yeah.
So
But yeah,
funny.
there's still activity essentially inside. Like there's still newly spawned troll. They were young, so there's like skill issue on these. He's spawn camping them in the hospital. Why did I say that?
Can't say that.
Yeah, he's spawn camping the troll, and actually he didn't even like he just avoided them essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really good, like nearly a century.
That's good information.
That's like a direct
It's the closest thing we've
Yeah.
ever had.
of any kind
Yeah.
of And then it explains that the dreadnought is it has like its systems are living memory. So like everything that like is happening, it gets recorded there, which is very interesting when we think about Ghosts of the Deep and Oryx's body, and how it also recorded memories. Like it's like Oryx's body still records memories, which is how we got all
Yeah.
of those the things of Zivu going to his body to grieve, essentially. And also like all the stuff with how his body like has some kind of similar energy to the veil, probably because of that memory, like because the darkness memory thing, which is really cool. And it's the same thing is happening with the dreadnought with the worm Aka. He's help me.
My worm.
Osiris bullies infants, not clickbait. Yeah, he's worm that he murdered. Damaged beyond repair. But like, it's also interesting because Spider said like, oh, the worm is still kind of in the process. Like, worm skeleton is awake, and like technically yes, but also like it's not exactly like it's not alive. Like Aka is not alive. It's just like a very prolonged death because of how it all works with the worm gods and the little worms and all of their like
It's weird.
yeah, they're strange. It's kind of how like Ahamkara also stay dead for a very long time. Like they are dead, but they're like
They still exist.
they can still exist. And it seems like something similar is going on here with the worm gods as well. I mean, same with Zol. Zol also like survived after dying enough to get into a sniper. They're funky little creatures. Not really little, but you know.
I was gonna say Zol was quite specifically not little.
Yeah.
And Aka's even
Well,
less
Zol was
little.
the smallest of them, but like Aka
Yeah, I was gonna
is...
say Aka's like even less little.
Yeah. And obviously Sagira is like, I'm not touching that. And like,
You can't
it's
say
so
I blame
funny.
her.
It's so funny because like she's not even...
She's not physically touching it.
Yeah. She's just being funny. And then obviously he gets plugged in. And this was super important at the time because this is like generally like was the best information we had on what's actually happening to the hive, which was important.
Because we didn't know for a long
Yeah,
time.
we didn't know, and it was important for us to understand because of everything that would happen with Savathun later, and obviously with Zivu. And like this confirmed that Savathun is banished from the hive because she's a heretic.
Which
and
after
obviously-
arrivals, you know.
Yeah. In arrivals, she was not really helping us, but she also wasn't against us in a way. She was being Savathun essentially, but she was disrupting the fleet on purpose.
Yeah.
And that's where they were like, the fleet was so mad. Like the witness was so mad for her. I wonder if they're playing to heresy it anyway. Maybe. Hoping for another heretic personally, but
Another one?
yeah.
Not the one?
Zol is so small and everyone wants to kill him, so you can imagine the amount of stress he's under. Yeah.
Oh, so just like Belle.
Yes, exactly. And yes, Bracken, Nokris. I'm hoping for Nokris. Nokris will return. Never give up. Never give up, my Nokris warriors.
Go, my Nokris warriors.
Go. Me too, miss. Yeah, literally. But yeah, so Savathun is like completely detached from the rest of the hive because she's been doing shenanigans. She's like rejected the sword logic. She's been doing a lot of weird stuff. And obviously she's been disrupting the Black Fleet, and the hive served the Black Fleet, so she went into hiding. And she's being hunted by the Hounds of War. Damn. Which would be Zivu.
Zivu has dogs.
Yeah, probably. Puppies. Whoopee. Zivu, and then obviously like this just gets taken over by Zivu's declarations of war, essentially. She's bringing unity among the Hive, because like again they were like fractured after Oryx fell. So like a lot of Hive went to Savathun, a lot of Hive went to Zivu. All of them were confused when Savathun was like being weird. Shout out to Kelgorath.
No.
Yes.
We are not shouting out Kelgrath.
We are shouting out Kelgorath.
No, we're not.
We are
no, we're not.
We are. It was like I connected the dots. No, you couldn't connect shit. I connected them. Failson, yeah.
He's back again, by the way.
Yeah, he's back
final
again.
Shape.
Mm-hmm.
Kelgorath, what is it? Something of failure. Vestige
of
failure.
failure.
Yeah.
He's now called Vestige of Failure. He's taken.
Funny
He got
as
taken.
fuck.
He got taken in deep. He like submitted to being taken in deep, leaving failure. Real. But Kelgorath is like a good example because he was originally for Savathun, and then when she kind of defected, when she became a heretic, he was like, "Oh no, I'm moving to Zivu," and Zivu was like exploiting him essentially. There was, I know this Taft was also like someone who was making posts and things about how Zivu was kind of lying to him, because like from Kelgorath's point of view, it was kind of like he wasn't told the truth about what happened, essentially.
Tom, I don't think we need to know anything more about those.
Explain
to
the
be
fucking
honest.
serration beds. Let's move on. Kelgorath, my beloved fails. Kelgorath is so incredible.
I mean, he's about to make an appearance here, but like,
Yes.
I don't want him to.
Yeah, basically what happens at the end here is kind of there's some weird stuff, like he was clearly lied to in some way, shape or form, which is why he's such a failsome, because he tried to be devoted to Savathun, and then that failed, so like he was like, well, now I'm going to be devoted to Zivu, and he's just being manipulated essentially by these powerful gods.
He's a pawn.
He's a pawn, but like he believes in himself, and I think that's the most important here.
Anyways.
Anyway, yes, that's basically it. Like he's, he finally knows, like for 100%, like it's Zivu. Also, words spoken on compulsion, and also she's still talking to him because he has been messed up ever since he looked into that cryptolith.
Yeah, like that's
like,
one of the reasons that he's so bent on solving this himself.
Yeah, it's because he's
and
compelled.
he doesn't like really realize it.
Yeah, he's compelled, and obviously Sagira is kind of like trying to break through that, but she can't
because she doesn't know.
She doesn't know, and also like Zivu's call is pretty strong at this point.
Yeah, and also he's incredibly stubborn anyway, so this
Yeah.
is not this is not
Yeah.
massively out of character for him.
Yeah, he and like normally it would be fine, right? Because if this weren't like, if this wasn't Zivu, it would be completely fine. If she didn't have these,
he'd go there and like beat the shit out of everything, and it
if
wouldn't
this
be a
was
problem.
anybody else, but like the fact that like she gains power from his battle is the issue.
Yeah.
And there's no way, like once she compels you to fight more and more, which gives her more and more power. That's the whole problem with trying to fight her.
Yep.
And at that point, she didn't, like, he didn't know, and nobody knew, so like how could you? No, Chris and Kelgar should form a club. Yeah. And then they decide to go to the moon.
Together they make war on the Hive.
Mm-hmm.
Into the chasm on Luna, they follow the trail of signals down into the enduring abyss, through the nightmares of so many. He stands at the face of it for what feels like hours. The great angular thing, the edge of night that plays behind his mind. Speechless? Sagira teases. Maybe they're not so bad. Her chuckle is thin. They press on. Osiris swipes away silken threads of webbing above the shadow of Luna's pyramid. Braziers illuminate a synod of witches and wizards deep in the chasm. All points in alignment toward a monolithic sigil of Xivu Wrath set atop a cryptolith, adorned in blades. Her will, projected from some far-off, unseen cosmic hollow. At the base of her visage, a monstrous knight, adorned with tapestries charred by scorching brands. There it is, Osiris whispers, along with the entire scarlet court, Sagira's voice crackles. Crota's remaining children, and their spawn, can be destroyed in one fell swoop. What is it with you and suicidal ideas? We can't transmat out of here, and they won't just kill you. They'll rip your light out, Osiris. They're all here, Sagira, in one place. You're worth more than a bunch of hive nobles. Wait for backup. Let me go topside and call for help. No. We stop this now. Halt her here. Osiris looks to the convocation below. It is decided. You can't just decide that. Osiris turns to Sagira. Go for help, but I can't wait for the vanguard. I'll see you soon with the reinforcements. If you're going, I'm going. She decompiles safely behind his armor. It is decided. Together, they make war on the hive. Solar wings combust from Osiris's back. In each hand he wields a blade of dawn. The calamity of his inferno sends hives scattering in every direction. Bashir and her two daughters, Yishra and Ariex, turn to confront the phoenix. They are ashen before their first incantations complete. He paints the scene apocalyptic. 15 noble brood are reduced to cinders before defense is mounted. Laughter like clashing swords. Osiris sails through the air as daggers of dark power whistle past him. Golden echoes split from his body to cut down the fleeing hive and soak reprisals. Hinox, last daughter of Crota, scurries through cracks between the rocks as her son, Olgarin, and his cohort of lesser knights raise shields to defend her. Osiris extinguishes a blade into his palm to form a singularity of void, and hurls a nova bomb that consumes them. With his other blade he dives. He drives it into the ground, erupting a well of radiance, surrounded by a phalanx of gilded echoes. Nobles shriek for their thralls to charge. Bolts of flame and arc tear through them as Osiris blinks through the void from one echo to another. Their advance breaks. He steps over their smoldering husks and turns the blaze to their masters. Osiris revels in the slaughter. Xivu Wrath's sigil drinks in his fervor and the nobles' deaths. Laughter like screaming fear, High Toft. Her visage emboldens. The celebrant waits at the foot of Xivu Wrath's cryptolith, unburnt. Osiris's echoes reconvene into him. Face me! He exclaims and steps forward. Xivu Wrath's visage emits a shockwave that thunders through the chasm. It rips away Osiris's well and throws him across the stone floor. His back slams against the cliff face behind him. What is this? Shock punctuates the question. He pulls against an unseen force to no avail. You burn offerings. I accept them. Xivu Wrath's will crushes the pressure of his light, seals the flames into his flesh, stakes his body to the stone on paralytic pins. Her image distorts in a concave canvas around him, the celebrant at its core. Shadows encroach, dousing the borders of his power. Osiris focuses his mind on the spark at his core. Flames billow from within. Countless gilded echoes ripple from him, testing Xivu's hold, pressing vulnerabilities. The sun sings to repel the shadow. He finds a moment, wrenches a hand free, and unleashes the reach of chaos. The beam of arc tears through Xivu's sigil. Soulfire shards rocket away as cracks fork through Xivu Wrath's projection. Unfazed, she does not relent. Resist me, light bearer. Her will overcomes him, stronger than before. The celebrant steps forward. A massive cleaver dangles from its hand, weightless. The beast carves a rune into the stone on either side of Osiris, its eyes locked with his. It nods to him and then turns to the sigil. All tithes to Zivo Wrath. War dominant, endless. Its tone is soft, rasp, and suit. The runes kindle and harlequin gleam. Osiris, Sagira's voice statics in his ear. One of us has to make it out. Warn them. I'm sorry, Sagira. Run. His words are thin from duress. The celebrant drives its sword into the cliffside stone above Osiris's head. The cryptolith erupts in neon flare. Die well, Osiris. The celebrant bows and withdraws from sight into Luna's depths. Wisps of light hemorrhage through his skin, trimmed in blood and drawn around the blade embedded above him, as if it were a nostopin spike. Sagira's voice is a whisper. I'm not letting them take you. Your strength lives on through me. Give Saint my private drive. Osiris exhales and closes his eyes. He sees himself in a million permutations. Each path a life in glimpses. He takes what he can from them. Not enough to save her, but enough to be immortalized in nostalgic haze. In one, he is a blazing warrior, driving back the horrors of the longest nights. Another, a vigiled gargoyle atop the infinite forest. A grizzled elder overseeing keen disciples. In so many, he is dead. But there is one where Osiris finds happiness. He finds a time away from strife. He finds saints. A dream of warm serenity, the peace to his purpose. With saints, there's a future that could have been enough. So many unlived moments lost between calls to action. He wishes Sagira had not come to watch him die. His faithful companion, his guiding starlight, his hope, his humanity. Sagira, for as many lives as we have had, you were always my better. His light is breaking. Osiris, why don't you ever listen to me? She compiles in front of him. What are you? Shut up! Listen to my words. Her iris is bright with light. There are great things still left for you. Don't lose hope in the darkness. She is luminant. Osiris breathes the word as if he could hold it back. No. He would understand in time. She had seen it. Blinding light erupts from Sagira's core as she splits apart. A wave of light surges and tears across the chasm. Her sacrifice cleanses every trace of Zivu Rath's presence. The sigil erased. The cryptolith that supported her projection destroyed. Osiris draws breath. Alone. The aegis of Sagira's light stands strong in the shadow of the pyramid for days.
It's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Grew up crying in their lore. Help me. Help. They put everything into writing this to be the best
Like,
and the
and
most
also
devastating
the worst thing in
yeah.
the world. Yeah.
And it's like genuinely this could not have been done in any other way.
No. It really, really could. Like, and like people are kind of, oh, Sagira was robbed. Like,
And
she
like
deserved that. Like, no. Like, this is the greatest tribute they could have given to it. Like, if this had been a cutscene, this would not have hit anyone.
yeah, especially because one of the most important parts of this is Osiris's like
Osiris's
regrets.
point of view.
Yeah,
and,
Osiris's point of
serenity.
view here at the end, where he is kind of glimpsing what he could have been and like what he could have seen and what he could have had with Saint.
Yeah,
because he
yeah.
thinks that he's going to die.
Yeah, like this, like he's telling her to go away so
Yeah.
that she will live because he is
Yeah.
going to die.
And
That's
his
what's
only
happening
regret
here.
is that he will not have time with, like, he could have had time with Saint. He, you know, the piece of his purpose with Saint, there is a future that could have been enough because he thinks that he's
Yeah.
not gonna have that.
Yeah,
And she's like, no, absolutely not.
she's like, that's not how it
Yeah.
works, dipshit.
Yeah, and this is something that like you can't really do in any other way. And
Yeah.
especially like all the little things from with her and like how she confronts him and stuff. It's a very like the little details that are written are
Yeah,
so important. And man, I was just staring in disbelief when I first read that. Like,
Yeah.
just what do you even do? Like, what do you even say about this? And you're kind of like, oh my god, Sagira died. Like, Osiris of all people is lightless.
Yeah. Like,
Especially
if
after like,
Osiris is lightless, then
yeah,
we're
yeah,
screwed.
especially because they gave him this whole attack. Like, this whole like attack was his last yeehaw with the light,
Yeah.
and you can see
And it's
you can
like
see,
how powerful he is.
yeah,
like,
you can see why he has always been this like super powerful guardian. Like, this is why. Like, wielding 2 dawn blades,
Captain
then, like-
6.5 supers.
yeah, and then like turning one of the blades into Nova Bomb, and then the other like just diving with it as with a well. Like,
Yeah.
also when he was like when he got like when she stopped him, when Zero like kind of pushed him at the wall.
And he was just like, well, what
Yeah.
about if I
Yeah.
do a big arc blast?
Yeah,
How about
like,
that?
he struggled against those like, and like that's like it's hive bullshit. Like, that's like paracos
Yeah.
and stuff that like you can't, like, anyone else would not have been able to do this, but like he still manages
Yeah.
to get some of his light out and use another super. Like, I have another one.
It does in Onslaught.
Yeah, literally, just recycling supers, like, over and over. It's, man, again, like it cracks the projection as well. Like,
Like,
it's-
it does have an impact.
Yeah,
The problem
it's
is
just
that
not
he's
enough.
fighting her, and
it's
Yeah.
not.
it gives her strength.
Yeah, it gives her strength. So like the moment he does that, it's like even more strength that he just gave her. And yeah, I mean the whole thing is like just there's not much else to say. Like, they knew where they're going, they knew what was going on. Enduring Abyss is the thing in the deep of the Hellmouth, where you had a mission both in D1 and the Shadowkeep, where you're like, Ares is on comms and you're kind of like, well, now we have to leave, and then you're kind of running over a bridge
Mm-hmm.
and out, and the comms are gone. And in Shadowkeep, she was like, Ares was like, oh well, I'm gonna teleport you out when you grab the thing, and like she can't because it's the
Yeah.
Enduring Abyss. You cannot. There's no
Yeah.
comms down there. There are no transmats. There's nothing. And obviously the pyramid is right there, which is the great angular thing.
Like they are below the pyramid.
Yeah. So like the pyramid base would be like very, very close to the like you would be
Yeah.
very, very close to the floor at that point, and like the pyramid is just like a wall above you essentially. And that's where they have this little like a gathering of Crota's remaining children. And Osiris is like, die then. Except like he still starts arguing with Sagira here as well. Like,
Yeah.
Right. Like,
I
they
mean,
do get
in
there.
this case, can you blame him?
Yeah, they do get there, and he's like, well, now we can kill them all at once, and like stop.
I can be useful. They will trust me.
Yeah.
I'm
And
not
Sagira,
being like affected at all.
exactly. And Sagira is just like, please let's go get some back. Like, we're right here. Like, they're not gonna leave in like 3 minutes, right? It's gonna take a while. But now he's like, no, we gotta do this right now.
And again, if it wasn't for Ziva or Wrath, it would have been fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he beats the shit out of all of them, like, instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, people are always like, oh my god, he lost his light in the moon. He killed. He
Like,
did a
the
raid
entire Scallop
solo,
Court, like-
essentially. This was a
Yeah.
raid. This is a raid level like encounter, and he soloed them.
Like flawlessly too.
Yeah, flawlessly.
Like
And
he didn't even break a sweat.
exactly, it was completely like, it was nothing to him.
Like he is an insanely powerful guardian.
Yeah, and like using echoes as well, just like he used echoes in the Six Fronts as well. Like, just he
And
zips.
blinking between them.
Yeah,
like
he blinks
blinking into their space.
Yeah. It's Osiris using blink. Yeah, but like he uses everything, so might as well. It's just like it's Zeebo, so there's nothing you can do. Like, fighting her is not the way. You cannot win. There's nothing you can do. And again,
The only way to win is not to play. You walk
Yeah.
away from the table.
Yeah.
And he didn't
And
know that.
He didn't know that. Yes.
Yep.
Like, people again, like, we knew about the 3 siblings. We know that like one of them is a hive god of war, but we've never really had an encounter. Like, she's not really been present. Like, the only reason Oryx came here was because of Crota, because Crota died. And Oryx was like, okay, I'm
Yep.
not gonna kill you all, and he was distressed, so he wasn't really doing his best. And obviously Savathun was like messing around, but she's not really been like someone who attacks us really, like not directly, not like with armies. But
Yeah.
Xivu, zero encounters. We never have met her before this. And if Osiris maybe waited a little bit to like hear from Keitel, that would have helped. Because at this point, Keitel was fresh from losing Toro battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they know what like they could have been very clear about you cannot win. Like not like I mean even Keitel didn't really know like fully like what's their options, but they knew that like Xivu can mess your whole planet in an instant. There's nothing
Yeah.
you can do.
Like, she just opened
Yeah.
the thing above the city and just went, all right, bye.
Yeah.
Like,
And there's nothing.
it was instant.
Yeah,
There
it
was
was
nothing they
instant.
could do about that.
And like that's also interesting because that's what Xivu was trying to do here,
Mhm.
right? Like she was trying to like gather all of these nobles and all of these like remaining children of Crota and all the other broods, gather that, transform the moon essentially into her like bastion, and then attack Earth.
Yeah.
Yep.
And from Toro battle, we know that this is a plausible tactic. If she'd done that, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Which is why in Seraph that was a problem because like if she gets enough power to open the Ascendant Plane to send her armies through, we're done.
Yep.
Like,
We
that's
are-
why
we
it was
are-
such a big issue with the war sets.
Yeah,
Like,
she's literally war. Yeah, exactly. Like yeah, and yeah, and the war sets were a problem as well because you can't use the war sets to attack her.
Yeah.
Because if we use that much power to attack her, it's just going to
Then
make her
she
stronger.
can come through anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So like we can't use the war sets to stop her, and we can't use, and we can't let her use the war set. Like we can't like
Yeah.
not do anything because she'll just show up and kill us. Like
Yeah.
it's
You have to take the gun out of her hand, basically.
yeah,
Which
and
is what Ras did.
yeah, and also then later Eris with
Yeah.
just like taking away her power of like getting the actual tides. Like she can't
Yeah.
get the power anymore. So and now we can fight her, but at this point, this was just, and again like Xivu was laughing.
Yeah.
At
The whole time
this.
she was like cackling. Like,
Yeah. Like she was watching him tear through her remaining like I mean they're a family but like she's not really like that attached. Like she's attached to family but she's attached like to close
She's
family.
She's not normal about the way that she's attached to family.
Yeah, exactly. And like obviously
she has the problem of being hive.
yeah. And like obviously she's
Yep.
like very close to Oryx and Savathun, but like these would be like her nieces and nephews. Yeah. Grand nieces or whatever, some sort of family relationship. I don't know, but like they're not like super close. She doesn't really know them. Like she was literally just using them as pawns to like join her, so that she can have more strength.
And like Osiris killing them does that anyway. So
Yeah. Osiris killing them does that anyway, and which is why she was like, she's laughing. This is helping her. As a matter of fact,
And then she turns it on him.
arguably, this possibly helped her more than if they
Yeah.
just joined.
Yeah.
Because Crota's daughters, I think Crota took all the power in the family.
Yeah. Like arguably her influence pushed
Yeah.
him to go there and do it
Yeah,
because it was
mhm.
what she wanted.
Yeah, more or less. Like she
Yeah.
knew that either they're all gonna kill him because she doesn't like she can't like whatever. It doesn't really matter to her.
Yeah.
Like either he's gonna die there, and they're gonna win, and she's gonna get all of those all that hive, or he's gonna kill all of them, and she's gonna get an immense amount of power.
Yeah.
So it's a win for her
Win-win.
either way.
Yeah.
And it's like that's why she's not bothered. She's not bothered. She doesn't care. She's getting basically charged up. And the moment she does, like, it's fascinating for her that he's doing this, but like again, it's just she just kind of waits for him to like get everything out, and then she's like, "Yeah, thank you, thank you for the offerings." And
Also,
then
the way he does
Vince,
his penalties thing again.
yeah, face me.
Yeah.
That's what he
Face
said.
me.
He seems to be doing that in general. And then of course, he gets pinned down, and that's it.
Yeah.
Obviously, like he still manages to get the Chaos Reach.
Like it's the fact that he is basically trying to solo Zivorath is
Yeah.
incredible on
Yeah.
its own.
Yeah.
That he manages to do anything at all is
Yeah.
phenomenal.
Yeah, the fact that like
Um,
he was so like again, this is Enduring Abyss. The light is not very present here. And like the pyramid is right there as well and everything,
Yeah.
and he still manages to get through a little
Yeah.
bit, which again, not the best because it helps her, but you know, unfazed, she does not relent. And like like this as well, like even resisting her is still helping her.
Yeah.
Like there's
Yep.
just nothing you can do.
Like resist me, her will overcomes him stronger than before. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. And then the celebrant, which just kind of marks Osiris with these runes, which was I think probably some kind of ritual.
Marks the wall around him.
Yeah, walled around. Like probably some kind of light sapping ritual or something, because like he starts saying that like his light is wisps of light hemorrhage through his skin. They
Well,
were
I mean,
literally.
that's what Segura says. They won't just kill you; they'll rip out your light.
Yeah, and that's what they were doing to him.
Mhm.
Because again, like taking his light as well is something that the hive would benefit from. Like it's a thing.
And they do in fact get some
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Keldareth.
And the celebrant is kind of like, see, yeah, because the celebrant doesn't even kill him. Like they don't want to just kill him. It's you sap your light and then we're gonna. Which is why the celebrant just says, "Die well, Osiris." The fact that they know his name as well is
Yeah.
like, man, he's infamous. Which makes sense because he participated in killing Oryx.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that is true.
Zivu would, if she knew, she would have a grudge.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I don't think she knew like those details, but like
Probably
imagine,
not, but yeah.
imagine if she did know.
Also, points. An Occipin Spike is a thing that you use for winding yarn.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's really good. It's a thing like you kind of like
It's a
yeah,
center pull ball.
mm-hmm. Which is like that's how the light is kind of being spooled
Mm-hmm.
into. It's really good. And then, yeah, because like Sagira could have just left.
Yeah.
Right. She didn't have to.
She
could
didn't have to do that.
Yeah, she could decompile and escape and like get out there and like tell everyone, but she's like, no, this is not my story. Essentially, like this is not
Yeah.
my like as a ghost. Again, it's the same thing with Tarj.
Yeah.
Now that we've seen, like that we've done the final shape, it's them who die first that their guardian
Yeah.
can get the one final life.
One
Same thing with
final
Briar
life.
as well, like with
Mhm,
Eris
yeah.
and everything. Like it was just like, no, I die
Most
for you.
ghosts- Yeah.
It's kind
I'm
of
not
like
gonna say all because
there are some ghosts that don't do
there are some ghosts that are pieces of shit, but
like Imaru, Toland's ghost.
Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh, yeah, Gilgamesh got corrupted though
Yeah.
directly by the source. But yeah, it
Mm-hmm.
was some ghosts just kind of don't do that. But like I think
But
for
like
most of them, it's
99%
instinct.
of them, it's like
Like it's genuine, like kind of something
their
they
thing is like they know.
yeah they know.
They know that's how it works.
Yeah, if it comes to that,
Yeah.
they are the ones who die so that the guardian can survive and keep going.
Yeah.
And it's it's a lot. It's a lot. And she's like, I'm not like she's like, I'm not letting them take you. And Osiris is just kind of still like, give Saint my private drive, like, bro.
Yeah. And she's like, why don't you ever listen to? And because he's not been listening to her this whole time.
Yeah.
Like all through Immolant, he's not listening to her.
Yeah, and it's partially because he's been messed with
Mm-hmm.
by Zivu. Like he doesn't hear it the way he would normally. Like he generally doesn't have like, because in a few points he does kind of like relent a little bit. Like okay, well, I mean we can just like go talk, or like we can just like go back to the tower
Yeah.
or something.
But like as it goes on,
It gets worse.
it gets worse. Yeah.
It gets worse
Because he's being messed with.
yeah, and Zivu's call is stronger than Sagira's, and she can't. Which is also why she, like at the beginning when they're like, you can't decide that, it's decided like together. She's like, well, okay, now if you're going, I'm going to. Like, it's just, that's it. Like there's no other way. There's no other way. If you're going, I'm going. Because she knows that if something happens, she'll have to do this for him to survive.
Yeah.
And she does.
And this is the first time. It's not the only time we've ever seen a ghost do it, but it's the first time we see a ghost do this.
Yeah, like
Like
directly from like
Yeah.
from that point of view. Like we see it in the moment it happens.
Yeah,
And
because it's the same thing Taj did,
yeah, it's the same thing Taj did.
and it's also the same thing the Traveler does to the ones that Bolt gets.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And obviously, like everyone who died in the Hellmouth previous, like the Great Disaster,
Mhm.
Crota Fire Team, like all of that stuff is just they're ghosts. Like this is why we collect the final memories of the ghosts in
Yeah.
Shadowkeep and stuff, because like they're the final line.
Yeah.
And they give their life so that like you can try and survive, which for some didn't work, for some did. Ares managed to get out, but it's very rare.
Yeah.
And Ares and Osiris are actually the only two,
Mm-hmm.
which I think they should
It's
talk.
fine.
I think they should talk a lot about this,
Yeah.
about how they both lost their ghosts and light
In
on
the
moon,
Hellmouth.
In the
Yeah.
Hellmouth. Normal, completely normal.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, then he's just because he's convinced that it's gonna be him, right? He's just like
Yeah, like this whole time, like he's just like,
he's resigned.
yeah,
essentially.
he's just like, there's
Yeah.
nothing he can do.
Mhm.
As soon as he's pinned down, like, it's like there's nothing he can do, and he's like, okay, right, this is it.
Yeah, and
Run.
he's like, of course, Sagira is my better, so
Yeah.
she should be the one. Like and he wishes Sagira did not come to watch him die. Like,
Yeah.
and like she is everything. Like she's his faithful companion, his guiding star,
Yeah.
like his hope and his humanity. Like he thinks the world of her,
Mm-hmm.
which is why this all hurts so fucking much.
Yeah.
And yeah, he like imagines like because like he sees so many like he's seen so many timelines, so many like options that he could have gone down.
Yeah.
And like in so like all these little things like, oh, I could have been this, I could have been that, I could have been this, and then in so many he's dead. Like in a lot of the timelines that he's just gone.
Mm-hmm.
And of course he focuses on this one because Saint, where he's like, well, I could have stayed with Saint and I would have had a
Which-
future that it could have been enough.
Which is why this week's story is like,
Yeah, I cannot believe that Immolant is still relevant.
like we
Genuinely.
make jokes about it, but like genuinely,
Yeah, like the things that
there
Osiris
have been references to Immolant
yeah with the
this week.
yeah with
Like,
the hand
several.
wringing
Yeah.
and the like touching and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like to understand what Osiris is feeling, knowing Immolant is important.
Yeah.
Because what Osiris is feeling right now is like Sagira died so that he would have this chance,
Yeah.
Yep.
and now Saint is over here being like
I'm not real.
manipulated. Yeah, and like this, maybe you shouldn't have me, or like what you did to get me back is like not like you should not have done that, and like not really not should have done that, but like kind of like, oh, I'm just like a replacement for something, and like
Mm-hmm.
you are not a replacement.
And also, like, because like part of it is like he thinks he's like a simulation is one of the things
Mhm.
that he says. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like it's not.
Yeah.
It's not how the sundial works, Saint.
It's not. Yeah,
Not
and
how the sundial works.
and the
Please
problem is
tell
that-
him how the sundial works.
but like if he tells him, it's gonna be super upsetting because he
Yeah.
did some wild stuff
Mm-hmm.
to do that, and like that it's just gonna upset Saint more.
Mm-hmm.
That he's here through some like dark means. And it's like, I mean, we also participated in this, buddy.
Yeah, but also like, if telling him what he did is what it takes.
Yeah, I think he should be told.
Yeah.
Especially like Osiris should like Failsafe like jokes. And, I mean, we joke about Failsafe and stuff, but like she genuinely was like,
She
just
just
talk
keeps
to him.
saying, like,
Just
talk
talk
to
to him.
him,
You have
yeah.
to talk to him.
Yeah.
Because all like, if Saint knew that he like Osiris's final thoughts were this, when he thought he would die, he would never have doubted anything. Like when Osiris thinks he's gonna die, this is where his mind goes to. Like the
Yep.
one biggest regret would have been that like he didn't spend his time with Saint that he could have.
Yeah.
Like that's it. That's the whole thing. And like if you know that Osiris does not think of him as some kind of like weak copy or replacement or something.
Yep.
And it's just, man, the whole like the so many unlived moments lost between calls to action, which is referenced as well in one of those. Which one was it?
Good morning, we're crying.
Yeah, one of the lore.
I'm feeling very normal about the way that Osiris said, "I was trying to save you."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Specifically, like he didn't want to take other saints. He wanted to
Yeah.
save his saint,
His thing.
which is why he needed a sundial.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's in one of the recent ones. I don't know if it's lore or like a voice line, but like they specifically mentioned this, how they won't like be losing their time anymore. Like in order to go like do some action stuff, and like obviously now they have to, but like
Yeah.
there's been like a references to this as well, like
There has been a few, yeah.
how he saw this, like he experienced this regret essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then, his light is breaking, and Sagira is like, please listen to me at least once.
And
Yeah.
he did listen.
Mm-hmm.
Because he remembered that.
Yes. So she's like, shut up. Listen to my words. And, this is one thing that we were using to tell people, Osiris is not going to die.
Yeah.
Osiris is not dead. He's
Yep.
not going to die. He's not going to be, like, returned dead. He's not going to be a worm, whatever.
God, the
Because
worm
she
thing.
said, there's, like, this is a very direct, like,
Yeah.
tell.
He's not gonna die.
Yeah, there are great things left for you. And then, of course, this is the last thing she says. Don't lose hope in the darkness. And it's like, what a line to say as
And
your
he
final
says it to
words.
Sloane.
Yeah. Yeah, he says
Said it to Sloane.
So he's like, this lives in his head.
Yeah.
It's, man, imagine. Like he probably like replayed that in his mind like countless times.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yep.
especially when he was trapped, whatever he was, by Savathun for like a year.
Well, because like the thing is he didn't move.
Yeah.
Like as
Mhm.
bitchy as Sav is, like she wouldn't have like made a fuss over the way that she found him.
Yeah. Yeah. The worm. Yeah.
But like he didn't get up and move.
Yeah.
He just
He was
sat there.
there.
Yeah. He
And
was
like
just
the
there.
like stand
Shocked.
strong in the shadow of the pyramid for days. Like it very much implies that he didn't move
Yeah.
for
That
days
he was there.
until Sav.
And like that no one else could like even show up because of how strong her light was.
yeah.
Yep.
Like her explosion, like the amount of light that was there.
Yeah.
And it's just
Like we've seen how other ghosts explode, and their light doesn't remain.
yeah, not for that long. Like the best example
for
would be
days.
Yeah, the best example would be Sundance, and like she,
Especially Sundance.
of course, there was like a Devourer bullet and stuff involved there, but like even then, Sagira was
And we've seen we saw Tarj,
yeah, we saw Tarj,
and his didn't stay.
and Sagira was in the Enduring Abyss next to a pyramid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a
That is
complete
a no revive zone.
Yeah, that's a complete darkness zone with, like, there's no light there. There
Like,
is no
it's,
light
it's
here.
not. It's not just like
Drown in
yeah.
deep.
Like it's not just like there is no light here. It's
Yeah,
you can't never mind revive kind of
yeah,
crushing
it's
darkness. Like,
yeah,
it's
yeah. When
not
you're trying to
just-
escape, you can't use.
yeah, you can't jump.
And it's like, and she like blew up, and the amount of her light, like, not just like stayed, but like erased.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like her sacrifice cleanses every trace of Zivurat's presence. It erased the sigil. It removed it destroyed the cryptolith.
blowed up it did.
Yeah, so Zivurat was like cast out because of just one ghost.
Yeah, and
She's
like
just one ghost,
She's just a ghost.
She's just one
Yeah.
ghost.
literally.
Um,
And
but like and her doing that pushed back Suvarath in
Yeah.
a way that like
she couldn't
meant
like
that we could
reappear.
survive.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah. And she
'cause
couldn't like.
if she hadn't,
Mhm.
we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like, yeah, if that was that strong, like Zivu could have like just returned right away. Like, what is he gonna do now? He doesn't have a ghost anymore. He has nothing to protect him. But she couldn't. Like, it was so thoroughly destroyed that she would like probably lost power there. Like, she couldn't immediately conjure the ascendant plane back again, like to open the portal and to like project herself. And then obviously, her light was just standing there for days, like in the shadow of the pyramid for days. And that means that he was there, like just standing there in
Yeah.
shock, sitting, whatever. He was in some sort of state for days, in the enduring abyss alone. I assume that also like the reason, like because of how strong her light was, like that enemies couldn't attack him really while he was down there,
Yeah.
because like he could have just got swarmed by like a troll or whatever, but there was nothing. It was just him until Savatun showed up. And Savatun, she explained a little bit like, oh, I found him alone down there in the, like, you know, in the cutscene.
Mhm.
And like, yeah, she really did. And she yoinked him, and she took him somewhere. And, well, it wasn't good. And then he was trapped for like a year-ish. And then when he returned, he was in a coma because the
Yeah.
ordeal. And then he was in a coma for a year as well. And like, and through all that time, like 2 years of his life like passed. But like the last thing he remembers is Sagira dying. And it's just Immolant. That's Immolant.
Yep.
Why
Yep,
are we
that's
here?
Immolant.
Why are we here? Just to
And
suffer.
hey, we didn't do 5 hours.
It's only 4 hours. Yeah, we.
Only 4 hours.
We
They
need to
were-
do Vanguard comms still. Come on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we have some Vanguard comms. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But like, yeah, I am impressed by 4-hour journey because we did have.
We've been actively trying not to do
yes,
tangents.
because we could have gone on so many more tangents.
like we literally could have done this line by line.
Yeah, literally. There were so many things that could be said.
Yeah.
Like there's so many little details that you could like keep going on about. I could have gone way more into the tones. It's just like there's a lot, but like it's not really. It's fine. Just getting through is. Yeah, because originally we thought we would have to do 2 parts for
Yeah.
Immolant.
Yeah, like to be clear, we could have done.
Yes, we could have done.
Yep.
And we're gonna like listen to a few more minutes of the comms, because that like summarizes the rest of it. And
And then there's the final one.
yes, the final one, which is Savathun.
Kaido's agenda among
But,
the Cabal there. Instead, I found something else. There's a strange new presence here. It grows as an organic technology, like a small tower. There are Cabal gathered around it, enraptured by something I could not perceive. Perhaps their own desperation or madness. A long-range scan of the structure was inconclusive, save for confirming it was of hive origin. I need to determine whether it is just delusion attracting the Cabal, or something more.
System diagnostic complete. This unit functioning at 98.3% optimum performance.
Okay, frame.
Every day there is some new
Every day there
horror.
is some new horror
Stayed
fave.
in the reef to further observe those hive enraptured Cabal. They did not rest. Simply spent hours kneeling before the structure. Sometimes they screamed, other times they cried, but mostly they were just silent. They left come morning, wandering out to the fringes of the shore. I decided to examine the structure more closely. But I'm certain I heard something calling to me, beckoning. Sagira convinced me not to perform any further investigation for the time being.
Sagira convinced him.
System
It's dark out
diagnostic
here.
complete. This unit functioning at
Sometimes forget how
98.3%
isolated
optimum
deep space is.
performance.
Wah.
I'm on my way back to Earth, but it will be at least one more day. I wonder how Saint is doing in my absence. I worry about him. well as
Gay.
Justin.
Mm-hmm.
How he blames himself for all this. He has such a big heart. Perhaps if we hadn't meddled with history, none of this would have happened.
Man.
Affirmative.
Sagira
Okay.
initiated a long-range scan as we were entering Earth's orbit, looking for signs of that same hive structure we discovered at the reef. Call it intuition. There are more of them on the moon.
Your system may
I
be
went to
faulty.
speak to Eris to
Suggest
seek her
diagnostic
counsel
to check
as
for
an
any
expert in
compromise in
hive's
programming.
witchcraft, but I could not find her. Perhaps you know where she is?
All clear at current location.
We do know where she is. She's on Europa.
I just had the most interesting conversation with our friend Spider, back out in the reef. Not only did he already know about these hive structures, but he's found others on the tangled shore that my scanners missed. He claims some of his agents have gone missing, and there are rumors of disappearances among the houseless fallen as well. Sagira patched into local Cabal communications. Kaido's scouts noted unsettling discoveries among the Red Legion stranded in the system. Entire encampments abandoned. Evidence of internal conflict. Mass graves. Whatever is going on with these hive towers, we need an answer. I'm going to Saturn. I may have a way to find it within the derelict hulk of Oryx's dreadnought. Tell Saint he's missed.
Again with Saint. Damn.
It was a success. I was able to reverse engineer the hive's organic communication systems within the
It's so good,
I
man.
directly interfaced with their network of collective consciousness. Things I learned, Zavala. Things I learned. The hive is fractured, shattered, turned on itself. The Black Fleet intends to punish Savathun for interfering with its efforts to communicate with us. No one knows where the Witch Queen is, not even her own court. Now Zivu Arath is using this opportunity to consolidate her power. I will return to the reef tomorrow to confer once more with Spider. He says he has news for me. As distasteful as Spider may be, his information network is vast and
Distasteful.
surprisingly well researched.
Security check.
According to his
All
people,
secure.
the hive structures are called cryptoliths. They spread like the roots of a tree and bore into our dimension. No word yet on their point of origin. Spider claims to have his best man on it, but Sagira
Best
and I
man?
have our
Crow?
own suspicions.
Monitoring all channels. Stay alert.
Zavala,
And
I am presently en route to the moon to search for more information on the cryptoliths. Sagira and I are going to touch down and investigate.
maybe you shouldn't.
To all corners of the system,
There's Mara.
I've emptied the armories on the fringe, sent Corsair warship fleets, deployed harbingers, and yet the Black Fleet persists. I know what it's taken from you. Petra, I've been away too long, and for that I apologize. Your compassion and leadership have been a boon to me and our people.
Security check.
This all
All
started
secure.
with the Dreaming City. I shall return to finish it.
This was a setup for Lost.
Savathun will be waiting.
Mara calling from the ether. And then
If anyone is listening, Sagira is. She sacrificed herself to save me. From them. From the Hive.
Register.
Tracking the creature responsible for Sagira's death. I will find it. I will end it.
Zavala, I need you to send the young wolf to the following coordinates. I won't wait.
So that's normal. And this last one was not him.
And the one before that was also not him.
The one, no, the one on the, yeah, well,
The one
on-
where he says it's Sigirin.
the one, wait, no, it's
The one where he says Sigira sacrificed herself. That's Savathun.
Yeah, no, the whole message is, I think, Savathun.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So this is whole. So like, his last known message is wait, this is Mara shush. Okay. This is basically his last words. You know, I'm going to the moon.
No, that's yeah, the moon.
I'm going
That's
to the moon.
Cyrus's last
Yeah,
words.
yeah. And Sagira and I are gonna touch down and investigate. That's the last thing. And then Mara interrupts from somewhere. She's like, "I'll come back," and like that's, you know, she will in Lost. And then this was after a few days. You see that like the scenery changed because it was recorded after. And yeah, this is Savathun. She sacrificed herself, save me, and then, you know, and tracking the creature responsible for Sagira's death, even though that's not really true. Like, there's no creature responsible for Sagira's death. It's literally just like, it's Savathun. It's Zivorath, right? Like, it's just she sacrificed herself.
Like that's your first indicator that there's something
Yeah.
not
Because
quite right
this
there.
is because if
Because
you've
that's
read
not happened.
Yeah, so like if you've read Immolant, you know that this, like, because Savathun says at the beginning, like, oh, Sagira sacrificed herself, so that's true. But like this is not. This is
Like the celebrant is not.
yeah, responsible for Sagira's death. The celebrant didn't do anything. The celebrant left, as a matter of fact, which you'd know if you
If you'd read it,
yeah.
or if somebody had read it and actually told you what it said.
yeah.
Yep.
And then Zavala, I need you to send the young wolf. He never calls us like this.
No,
He doesn't.
It's
He
always
calls
the
us,
Guardian.
Yeah, it's always the Guardian. And then, you know, I won't wait, and that's a little bit like Osiris. Like, of course, he sometimes like really doesn't wait,
yeah,
but overall, it was
like even there are like, hey, something about this should feel off.
yeah, and especially because that's why I think one of the reasons that's like obviously one of the reasons for these messages was so that in case you don't read Immolant, because like again,
Yeah.
it's a web lore, it's on the page, it's fine. But if you do read Immolant and you do see these messages, you have extra information,
Yeah,
and that tells you that something is a little bit off, just a little bit. And that was the first clue, which at the time we didn't figure out because like we were too busy crying. So, but as
but it's
time
one of
went
those
on,
like when you're like thinking about it, and you're like, hold on a minute, something here's not right.
yeah, and especially when we were like investigating all of the because like once we started investigating the stuff about Cyrus theory, we were like, okay, let's start from the beginning. What was the last time we know we've seen Osiris? It's Immolant, obviously, and then from then on, let's check everything, all of the lines, all of the quests, all of the lore tabs, all of the fucking bounty texts, everything. And it was like, yeah, the more you read into it, it's like this.
Like we're like sat there like actively trying to disprove it because we'd like it to not be true. Actually,
we really wanted it to not be
we would
true.
like Osiris to not have been kidnapped and
Yeah.
replaced.
And we were like, okay, if anyone sees anything that like doesn't fit, please let us know, and then we'll try and see if there's like an explanation. And every
And then
time,
crickets.
every time there was an explanation, like there
Yeah.
was like no, like this complaint is not actually like a lot of times
Yeah.
the problems were actually helping the theory
Yeah.
when you look into them.
God,
And then
yeah.
it was like
Insta.
yeah, there's so many little details that were like people were thinking like, oh, this proves it, and like no, actually this proves it strong, like the
It's like
end of
that's not
Splicer.
what inconspicuous means.
Yeah,
Yep.
hi Mal. But like especially end of Splicer, that was when people were like, oh, of course Cyrus would like leave the city to get attacked by the Vex and also watch Saint be attacked by the Vex. That's just what
It's not
Cyrus
like he
does,
has
right?
nightmares about that or anything.
Yeah, and I was like, but meanwhile, because we were doing that live I still have that stream. We were we were losing it. We watched that cutscene and we were like, "That's the proof.
That's the proof.
That's the proof. Like that's the final."
And then we went to Tumblr and people were like, yes, it's the proof that it's Osiris.
Yeah.
Like,
And we were like staring there, like just head in hands. No. It didn't, like, obviously, like, it was the proof, but, like, people did come around to it, so, you know.
Some of them did.
Yeah,
Well,
when it got confirmed, like, when the loss started, we were like,
when he got it confirmed, yeah.
Yeah.
I-
But then it was like-
I feel like they still owe us an apology.
yeah! It was a wild time, because at first
I felt like I was being gaslit. I'm not gonna
yeah,
lie.
at first, but, like, at first I thought we were being insane.
Yeah.
Especially because when we first heard the theory, we were like, "Oh my god, people are doing
It's
this shit
like,
again."
It's
again,
Eris
this
again.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because people were being like obnoxiously shitty to Osiris at the time. So it felt like people were like coming up with shit to just make
To
him.
hate him.
Yeah, to hate him. Yeah, to hate him. And I'm like, oh my god, now he's Savathun, really? I remember we made one of the posts where we were like, guys, please stop saying this shit.
Yeah.
And then later
And it's
this
because
age,
they're basing it off of leaks.
yeah, and the leaks were not like there was no context for the leaks. Like there was nothing there.
Yeah.
So it just felt like, oh, someone like invented a story and it's like now people are like believing it because they want to hate Osiris.
Because that's how it goes.
Yeah, and it's like, and it was like, and we were like, okay, can you guys like stop hating Osiris like for 1 second? Like it's getting tired, it's getting tiring. And then later we were like looking at that post, being like, this aged like milk. But like we were trying to just be like the moment it became like a bit closer to being properly real.
Actually have to hop out so I can
Mhm.
shower before
Yeah, we're gonna be wrapping
D&D.
up anyway.
Yeah.
Have fun.
So have fun wrapping up.
Yeah,
it
we
it
will.
was nice doing this again. I
Yeah,
smiled.
and we actually got through the whole thing.
We got through it, and it was under 5 hours. Okay,
Bog.
catch you
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
That was. I'm actually surprised that it went under 4. I think we got practice with the other lore readings.
You're welcome.
Yeah. We got practice. Like, I know that the moment we started going into tangents, you were like, anyway.
Yeah. It's like, I am enjoying the tangent, however,
Yeah. The
we have a
tangents-
deadline.
Yeah, we do. And like also this is like if we did go into tangents, like there's a lot more there's other stuff that we can
Yeah,
go
it's
into tangents for.
yeah.
It's just under 5 hours. It's still 4. Yeah, until it crosses 5, we're good. There's no 5-hour cut. But like yeah, with the moment we like looked into it a little bit more, we were like, no, yeah, there's something here. And Immolant was the most important part of that puzzle, I think.
Genuinely, yeah.
Because-
Because if we didn't have all of that extra information and like point of view stuff,
Yeah,
especially
about him.
yeah, and the way that he's processing things,
Yeah,
because like that was really like a huge part of it, was like, how is Osiris handling this stuff?
yeah. And a lot of the stuff was also like learning about him in Immolant and like how he's insecure and scared and having a lot of like thoughts and stuff like that are like not exactly as you've like
Seen him before, because
Yeah,
you've only
more-
ever really seen
yeah.
external stuff,
yeah, and then you kind of get to see him in Hunt and in
and you're like, this is not
Chosen
the same guy.
and in Splicer, and the little longer it goes on, you're kind of like,
Yeah,
there's no way. And like I know
and
a
like
lot of people were
especially
like,
the way that he like approaches Saint.
yeah, that was like the last thing he was thinking about was Saint, and then
Yeah.
in Chosen Splicer, he's like pushing him away and
Yeah,
doesn't want to go
And
on a
and
date
it's
with
like-
him.
yeah, it's like
And
the
you're like-
last thing he is thinking about is Saint.
Yeah.
Actually, like,
Yeah, and it's just there's no way. So like, which is why
meanwhile
I'm
you
pretty
have
sure.
all this stuff about like Savathun sneaking around the city. Like,
Mhm. Yeah, and
okay.
I'm pretty sure that's why like Immolant was such a big project as well,
Yeah.
because it's so important to tell people what Osiris really is like
Yeah,
before you get into the story of how he's not.
Yeah.
That's not him.
not him. Yeah,
And a lot of people missed it because a lot of people miss Osiris lore, don't read about Osiris lore, don't like Osiris for various reasons, don't engage with anything that he does, especially because his lore is very internal. Like he's best when he's written, and a lot of people skip it. Like they only see him in like the gameplay. And I mean, a lot of people didn't even see him in gameplay because, you know, pre-Beyond Light, all this stuff was gone. Like, genuinely, one of the better things, in-game things for him was Dawn.
Yeah.
And that was just a 3-month adventure. Like, if you weren't there for those 3 months, that's all. That's. You didn't hear that. You didn't see him like that. Obviously, like, you can just watch it online, but people don't do that, so. And, yeah. Immolant. Read it. Well, now you have.
But
Or
now go and
you-
read it for yourself,
Yeah.
like, genuinely.
Yeah, it's like it's really, really good. It's like I pretty much every time I'm looking for something and I'm like I stumble upon Immolant because everything is in Immolant.
It's in it, yeah.
And I start reading it again and I'm like, this is a banger. Like everything here is just there are so many things. Like genuinely we could go into every line.
hmm
Like every line has something that we could like talk about for like 20 minutes essentially.
Genuinely, yeah.
It's really it's,
like
it's,
like it sounds like we're exaggerating, but we really could.
yeah. It's lore at its best, I think. I really like long form
Mhm.
lore. Web lore was in general really, really good. There's
Yeah.
another really good web lore in 2 parts, Legacy, about Anna.
Ugh, Legacy's so good. It's one of my favorites.
And surprisingly, Legacy was a setup for the Niamuna settling the Echo ships. That was in Legacy first.
Yep.
And when we first got like the hints about, oh, there was an Exodus ship going to Neptune, that's what the Niamuna citizens were, and like, I was like, that could be Echo, because in Legacy one of the Echo ships was missing. Like it looks like one of them was launched. And I was always thinking like, yeah, they could always bring that up in some way, right? Because originally they were supposed to go to Andromeda. That was the Clovis's colonization project. And I was always thinking like, they're gonna like bring that up whenever like we leave the system maybe, or in some other points. But like, it's really cool that like they use these like big pieces.
Yeah.
And like years down the line, they're like, yeah, that something from that was relevant actually. Like we told you this for a reason. And obviously, they can always like, it doesn't have to be
They don't have
planned.
to use it, but like
And that doesn't have to be planned
that's
right
part
away.
of like the world building is like you
Yeah.
set it up
Yeah.
so that you can.
But the world building can always be there. Like you write something in, and then like years later, you can be like, oh wait, we have this. We can like we can like use this. And it's fine even if it's not explained. But then you can like just kind of build on it. So yeah, Weblore is really good. I really would like to see it again. There's a lot of other really good Weblore pieces. We never read Maintenance Ops.
No,
That's
because
really
I'm
good.
not sure where to fit it in unless we do like Saint and Osiris lore.
Maybe if we do Pigeon and the Phoenix,
Yeah,
it's around that a little bit after Pigeon and the
it's
Phoenix.
it's
maybe.
after Pigeon and the Phoenix,
Yeah,
but yeah.
it's around.
Because if we
that,
did that, we'd have to do that Accolade and Sundial, I think.
That would actually be a good idea. Yeah, those 3, that could actually fit in the same one maybe.
Yeah,
Sundial especially.
more crying about
because-
Osiris.
Yeah, Sundial is a lot.
but like Sundial feels like it might be relevant this season, so
Possibly, like maybe if it gets brought up, because again we're dealing
Yeah.
with oh, you saved me wrong, you shouldn't have saved me, and like we saved him with the Sundial, so
Yeah.
and
and he doesn't
Yeah.
seem to understand how that works.
yeah, and so yeah, we could actually do we could do Sundial Accolades, and there's also another one, the Actions of Mutual Friends and
Yeah.
Desperate Times.
Mhm.
Those were like released pretty much around the same time, because they were about they were like preparation for Dawn, especially Desperate Times, because that's the one where he's like he comes to the city and he's like talking to the other warlocks, to Ikora and Aunar and
Yeah.
the one Thanatanod
It's such a
that he
good
roasts.
yeah.
He roasts Thanatanod.
Like-
If death frightens you so, you should reconsider your job.
Really funny.
It's really good. But there's a lot of really good stuff, especially that one, because that's where he's like defending his choice to
Mhm.
save Saint. And Ikora yells at him very badly.
And it's painful, but
Mhm. It
like,
it
he's
adds
very
to
much putting
how
his foot down.
much
Yeah.
Saint is wrong about feeling like he's not supposed to
Yeah.
be there.
Yeah.
So, I think that would be a good thing to do next time we do this. Because we have 3 weeks to wait for the
Mhm.
next act in the story
Where's
structure.
one of them?
Yeah. So that's probably gonna be the one, unless we change something, unless we like decide to do some other. So we can do more web lore, because it's not very well known, and they're really, really good. I like web lore,
Yeah.
and
We should definitely do more web lore, I think.
yeah, I think it should be.
I
That
don't
should
know for
be.
next time or
Yeah, probably next time. Yeah. Okay. I could have just done this easier, but webor. No, it's not webor. It's weblore. No, I'm not gonna read Crow's Best Night because
Vive already did that.
yeah, but it features a thing.
Yeah.
Crow's poor taste in music.
It sure does.
There's a lot. So like we could do. Yeah, Accolade was first. They were like setting us up for Saint to come back. Like when this came out, people were like losing their mind. I remember people were like, oh, Saint! Finally, they're gonna like wrap up the tomb thing. So there's this, and then there's Vanguard Commander.
Tuft says false idols.
I would love to read False Idols. It's my favorite. I agree. I think we should just do False Idols for 4 hours. No Chris lore stream.
I mean, the thing is, I wasn't there for Arrival, so there's a lot of stuff that kind of like
Yeah.
I know in passing, but I don't know super well.
Yeah, Chris is pretty good. Especially in Arrivals, that was really, really interesting how they brought him back and like how he was like serving Savathun.
Mm.
It was like such a out of nowhere thing, kind of. But yeah, it's Accolades, Vanguard Commander, which is about the them, like a bit how he became,
Yeah.
kind of like a little bit of history. Both are kind of a little bit of history about them.
Mhm.
And then it's a Sundial and
Yeah.
Actions to Mutual Friends.
Mhm.
Very concerning. Technically, we could also do these Scion ones. And then Desperate Times, which is when he goes to Ikora and is like, I want to save Saint by messing up with time and space.
And she's like, "Why are you doing this again?"
Yep. And he's like, trust me, bro. We're gonna do this.
And then the trust me, bro, doesn't work.
Yeah. And then it's like, I need to call a friend. But yeah, and then Sisters is when they find the Sundial.
Maintenance ops.
They find the Scions find the Sundial. Then Osiris is like concerned, and then this is the end with them doing the interesting thing of joining into a single being.
Mm-hmm.
Very,
It's like, why are you doing that, bro?
yeah, very, very interesting. We reread What Gives Me Pause, because
Well, it made sense with
yeah, Constellation. We read it after Constellations to prepare for.
yeah.
Because we were like, if we don't read this now, we're gonna have to read it.
I'm
in
gonna
the
have to read it
middle.
at the same time as like
In the middle of Trans Tribulations, to understand what the fuck the plant the seed means. But yeah, this is Remembrance was in the middle, so like Legacy, Remembrance, and then Legacy 2. Interesting. I don't remember that. I don't remember. I thought it was like the same as Immolant.
Yeah, no,
121.
it was split
Yeah, because that was worthy.
because it
so-
puts the Rasputin stuff into context as well.
This is really good. Remembrance is really, really good.
Remembrance is really good.
And operations maintenance uplog
Yeah, maintenance ops.
is that's just their little conversation. Yeah, and then that's more or less it. Like then, so where they had 5 of them, Dawn had so much. They
Mm-hmm.
were like, we this like setting this up is gonna take a while.
Yeah.
And then there was only this for Arrivals, and then this was collector's edition, additional pages.
Dawn was,
Obviously, Immolant.
hey, here's what we wanted to do for Curse.
Yeah.
Like genuine, like I tease, but like genuinely.
Yeah, we all, at the time of Dawn, we were like, "This is Curse of Osiris 2."
Yeah.
or there was also a joke where like the Dawn was like, "We're sorry for Curse. Here's some content." Which, like, people exaggerate a little bit, but still.
Yeah.
Dawn was really, really
Because
good.
it was just short. That was all. Like,
It was making it was troubled,
yeah.
to put it mildly. So, um,
It's
and
hard to make a
obviously-
video game when you've just bought yourself out, pretty much.
yeah, and there was a lot of stuff going on at the time. So
Yeah.
also for the Red War as well. So Red War Chris
Yeah.
and Warmind were like suffering, which you can see when, like, people did not like them. So
Yeah.
yeah, and that was it. That was it. And then like these two are just like the collector's edition bits. They're like they're not proper web lore. So like the last one was Crow in the bar, essentially, which was Hunt, and then after Hunt they stopped.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Because people didn't read Immolant. Like,
yeah, and it's like
but this new one that we've got with the Gugu feels very.
it feels very.
It feels very web lore. Yeah.
It feels very web lore. Yeah. We cry here as well. Am I to cast a shadow? That was about Galran. Galran being like he was just born and he was being abused immediately by Callus. And I was like,
And we're all shocked and surprised.
yeah, this is when I read this, I was like, yeah, I hate him. I hate him
Mhm.
permanently. There's nothing. Like, there's no way. This one is very funny. The two knights of Zivu and Oryx fighting.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
like
that's a really good
they
one.
can't like come to the like they can't win, so they jump off the bridge. And that disrupts like Crota's tides, which like
Yeah, and this is how we
essentially-
killed Oryx.
leads to both Crota and Oryx dying.
Yeah.
It's really good.
My dad's cooler than your dad.
Mm-hmm. It's so funny. Hive are so funny when they're not like horrific.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think next one we could probably do Acolyte's Vanguard Commander, like all of these ones. Some of them are
Mhm.
not too long.
Yeah,
I
most
think-
of them are pretty short.
Yeah, if we could
Accolade's
fit-
the longest.
Yes, Acolyte is the longest, and also really good,
Yeah,
really really good.
I think everyone should read Accolade.
Yeah, and if we could fit Immolant, all of Immolant in under 5 hours, I think we could fit that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Hive sitcom went literally. There's so the Books of Sorrow bit with
Yeah, when are we doing
Oryx.
Books of Sorrow?
Yeah, God, we need Lily for that. But also we need a lot more time.
We could do like 10 pages.
Yeah, we could probably do that.
We could do like 10
Yeah.
pages at a time.
Lily definitely wanted to participate. She was like, really,
Yeah.
whenever you do that, I gotta be there. And I'm like, yeah, of course. Of course.
That'll
We-
be 5 hours because Tuft will be interrupting every 10 seconds.
Exactly.
And Tuft will join the voice call to be like, haha, look at what I'm typing.
Yeah, exactly. Also like the gay banner in the back.
Yeah. Yeah,
they
it's nice.
They sure are. They sure are. But yeah, we managed. I can't believe I actually super surprised. I
Yeah.
genuinely think that the practice
Yeah.
was worth it. We did 4 other lore streams and learned how not to
Yeah.
take every sentence
Yeah.
into a tangent.
And Vife's like, I can't make a video about things. I haven't got enough to say. Meanwhile,
Read my chat, boy.
yeah.
Yeah. You gotta. Immolant, like, again, Immolant should have been an analysis video. Like,
It should have been.
everyone
like, a
should have
huge
done
thing.
that. Like, all
Yeah.
of them should have done that. Because,
But it's gay.
yeah, and, like, it's long, and it takes a long time. So, like, you know, and it's just, that's the point. The point is that it's important, so it has to be long and
Yeah,
detailed.
like
That's
there's
why
like
it's
important stuff in it. Like,
Yeah,
but it's not in game.
yeah. I have so many. What is this? I have found some other paper. Oh no, that's Trials Tribulations. Never mind. This is Immolant. Okay. Now we're done because otherwise we're gonna get actually over 5 hours and we have to like we have to do the meme of doing Immolant in under 5.
To be fair, what we did it the first time it was under 5. It was just the bitching that was the extra bit. That's why the
Yeah.
5-hour cut's not getting released.
There's no such thing. As
There
a
is no
5
5-hour cut. Yeah.
There's no 5-hour cut. Right. That's it. Thanks everyone who joined. I hope you all learned something about Immolant and about Osiris, and about
And also
why
press
we've
the
been
like button.
Yeah.
You know how to press the like button. It's right there. I know
Yeah.
you exist on Tumblr.
And also, I hope you learned why we're insane about Immolant.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're gonna be insane with us. And more people will read Immolant. Please, read Immolant. That meme, read Immolant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, bye. I'm closing the stream. Goodbye.
Are you? Have you
I am.
closed it?
I am closing it right now.